Hello, everybody, and welcome. Forgot to pause my my playlist there. Welcome to North American Challengers. It's week 7, the second week of Split 2, and it's the first day of week 7. We've actually got some interesting matches today. I think anyway. Both of the both of the matches today are going to be played by the current top teams from both groups. Now, obviously, it's only been a week of games, so the top team doesn't necessarily mean a whole lot right now. But what I'm trying to say is Oxygen Esports playing today, Moist Moguls playing today. We'll talk about the obvious that we're going to talk about first, which is Oxygen playing today against Turtle Troop. Now, we can go ahead and take a look at both of these teams' performance last week. Now, I don't usually like including that first week of performance because everybody's playing a little sloppily and it can go pretty much wherever. But the main thing to point out is Rustin was playing subbed in for Oxygen, replacing Randy Savage. Randy Savage gone, Rustin gone, and they've brought in a new player, Redux, who they wanted to bring in. We're hoping to bring him in as soon as he turns 16, which is the limit. That's how old you have to be to start playing. And as soon as he did, they brought him in. Rustin is the assistant coach who was subbing in just for that past week, and he looked really strong. In fact, all of Oxygen looked strong, especially Mitch there went 38 and 28. That's really, really good. And now we're getting this new player in who, honestly, I'm expecting to put up as much of a performance as Rustin did, if not more. I mean, Redux is a really powerful young player. He should be playing better than Rustin, obviously. Otherwise, Rustin would be the player. Instead, they're bringing in Redux. So I'm hoping Redux will have an even better performance than Rustin did, and continue to carry Oxygen forward. Now they're going to be going up against Turtle Troop. Now, Turtle Troop lost their previous matchup. I already pulled this up. Turtle Troop did lose their previous matchup, but it was also against M80. Or, to start it off against M80, it's not going to be fun for anybody, let alone Turtle Troops, who, although they did decently, I mean, it went 40 and 31. It's not a whole lot, or it's not enough to take out a team like that. It didn't even go to the third map, although the maps were pretty close. So I give them a little bit of a fighting chance here. But if we look at my pick'ems just across the week, I'll go over these more after this map, this first map. But Oxygen versus Turtle Troop, I do have going to Oxygen. And I expect it going to a third map, most likely. But I do expect a 2-0 or 2-1 from Oxygen Esports. Now, one thing that I want to start doing that I have not, I didn't do last week, because last week I didn't stream very much. It was a little bit hectic. I had a lot going on. But one thing I would like to point out, or one thing I want to start doing, and I did this for Game Changers, which has disappeared. Not entirely sure what's going on there, but is I'm going to start asking ChatGPT who they think will win this matchup. Now I have to do a little bit of jailbreaking almost, or just get it to start role playing, because by nature ChatGPT will not give predictions, because they can't predict the future, and they don't want people to take their advice and turn it into a bet or something like that. So I told it to role play as an esports caster. I had to do a little bit of a back and forth, but I finally got an answer. After considering their recent performances and strengths, I believe that Oxygen Esports has a slight advantage going into the next match against Turtle Troop. Oxygen Esports has shown consistent performance in their previous matches and has a well-rounded team with strong individual players. However, that's not to say Turtle Troop won't put up a fight. They have a strong strategic approach to the game and are known for their clever use of utility. If they can outmaneuver Oxygen Esports with their tactics and capitalize on their mistakes, they could definitely come out on top. In the end, it's going to be a close match, but my prediction is that Oxygen Esports will emerge victorious. Now, this is all sort of just jargon. The AI is gonna say this pretty much every single time I ask it. Just put a different team in there. So honestly, what it's probably doing is flipping a coin and then just throwing in some esports caster speak in there. But it will still definitely be interesting to see if the ChatGPT prediction is correct. Obviously, it aligns with my prediction, but I made these predictions last week, so I was not trying to make these predictions based off of what ChatGPT said. But we do get that prediction coming through. So we'll see if that does end up going the direction I am thinking it'll go in. Um, but yeah, so it's been pretty interesting. I guess while we're still waiting for this match to start, we can talk about the next match today, which is Moist Moguls versus G2 Esports. Now, currently, Moist Moguls is on the top of Split 2 right now. They absolutely destroyed Mad Lions. 26 rounds that they won, only 7 rounds were won by Mad Lions. That is I mean, that's just disgraceful. That is just like that is bullying to an extent. I mean, that is just it's just rude. So Moist Mogus has landed themselves that top spot in a 2-0 victory. Now they're going up against G2 Esports. Now, I'll remind you, G2 Esports played against OR last week, and they lost. G2 Esports lost. It went close, but it was a loss to OR Esports, and so that doesn't bode well for G2 Esports. Apparently, they didn't have a whole lot of practice time, so I'm expecting better performance from G2 as these weeks continue. But just with how strong Moist Moguls did look last week, and again, they were playing against one of the worst teams. It still just seems like that was a really solid performance. They were like a wall, and with how poor G2 performed last week, I expect the second series to go to Moist Moguls. Um, that being said, I also thought G2 would beat OR. So my predictions aren't always correct, but if I'm just going purely off of what makes sense, uh, that would be where my prediction lies. So we'll go ahead and take a look at the desk as we move closer towards pushing into the start of this series between Oxygen Esports and Turtle Troop, which again, I expect to go to Oxygen Esports, but I also do think Turtle Troop has a good shot here.
The line between ego and confidence is super thin, and it's one that a lot of players figure out in their career at some point. Will this be that time? Maybe not. But let's go ahead and take a look at the map picks and bans. We'll see where the series is going to be heading, because the reality is simple.
All right, this is going to be pretty pivotal. Okay, Oxygen picks Haven. Turtle Troop picks Pearl. I think that's interesting. Although, if we look at Oxygen's matchup against um, last week against Disguise, they did play on Pearl, but that was their worst map against Disguise. The Haven went 13-6. So that's why they're picking it here. Turtle Troop picking Pearl, hoping they can find that hole or some holes in the defense of Oxygen or in the Pearl play of Oxygen. And I respect that. I think it's a good choice here. You want to hit them where it's weak, and Oxygen doesn't have the best Pearl right now. That being said, though, we don't know now that this new player's coming in if their Pearl performance will be a whole lot stronger. I think Turtle Troop definitely could still take Pearl. I mean, we've seen Turtle Troop on Pearl play pretty well. Haven, I think, will or most likely go to Oxygen. Just with uh, how strong they've been performing on Haven, how strong they usually perform on Haven. I don't know if Turtle Troop, who also performs decently on Haven, it's just not going to be at that same level that Oxygen will likely put up. But I do think Turtle Troop could have a good shot of taking Pearl. I said it's probably going to, the series is probably going to be won by Oxygen. But I also said it could possibly go to that third map, and I think Pearl here would be the best shot for Turtle Troop to try and take it to that third map. Um, so I think if Turtle Troop can pull themselves together, obviously it should be pointed out, Turtle Troop was working with a different team comp than they had in Split 1 because FaZe traded 2 of their players with Turtle Troop. Turtle Troop and FaZe traded their players out. 2 of their players, and so now Turtle Troop hasn't had a whole lot of time to practice with this new roster. And so although they've got 3 of those same core people that have been able to practice together, Turtle Troop is definitely still getting used to it. So is Oxygen. They're bringing in a new player, but they've also had more time to prepare for that sort of playing than maybe Turtle Troop would be ready for. Obviously, we haven't been able to see a whole lot of real play from Oxygen with this new comp just because they can't bring in Redux, or they couldn't bring in Redux until now. But we did still see how strong Oxygen was last week. So again, I do expect the series to go to Oxygen, but also knowing that this Pearl was picked by Turtle Troop, I think it could definitely still have a chance of at least allowing Turtle Troop to get a map up. But I am interested to hear what these wonderful people have to say.
It was not a map that was going well for them. They were struggling whenever they came onto it. And even still, that wasn't exactly the easiest win on Pearl. Pearl is definitely not their strongest map right now. They've still got some things they need to figure out. So there is a world where this goes to map 3. And if it does, we've talked about this before. Ascent being one of the older maps in the pool, teams feel very comfortable on it. It's not too hard to adapt. I think that the meta is maybe a little bit more stale. I don't want to say completely stale, but it's definitely easier to make an adjustment like, okay, we swapped out our in-game leader. That is not that hard of a switch on a map like Ascent just because of the way the map plays out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say the spicy thing about Ascent, even though the rosters are a little bit different, this is the map that went into like 5 overtimes that Oxygen ultimately won in week 5 of the first split to get the midseason face-off spot over Turtle Troop. So maybe a little bit of revenge is being sought after there for Turtle Troop if they can make it to Ascent in the third map. Obviously, as far as they're concerned, they'd love to never see a third map. They'd love to 2-0 the series, but that would be kind of a fun final battleground if it gets all the way that direction. But I think Oxygen were showing us some really good things on Pearl against Disguise, so it seems like they have improved that map compared to last split. So I think the 2-0 is still very possible for Oxygen. I certainly think they win the first map at the very least, and it goes all 3.
I think they have a really good shot of winning Haven, but I also think Turtle Troop has a chance on Pearl. I think knowing how weak Oxygen, or not how weak, but that Oxygen did seem that they were struggling a little bit against Disguised last week on Pearl. I think maybe Turtle Troop can take advantage of that. I don't think it's gonna necessarily happen. I do think it could still very much so be a 2-0 from Oxygen. But I am also saying, or I'm also thinking, there's a chance that it could, that defense or the wall that we typically see from Oxygen against teams like Turtle Troop, I think it could be broken down by Turtle Troop.
That matchup, for those that watched it live, you may remember this. Those that hadn't, we'll give you the spark notes. Nismo was doing so much work on the MAD side when it comes to the breach, finding value on the offensive front in particular. Whereas on the opposite side, it looked like this Turtle Troop squad was a little bit late to kind of pick up on where these hits were coming from, which resulted to very open opportunities for MAD to get on towards any of the 3 spike sites and find success until we eventually got to the later stages of that first half, where it looked like, for the most part, Turtle Troop just backed off from trying to contest spike plants and just committed to trying to play for retake. That's when they started to find more value, and I'm curious to see if that's a lesson learned and they can use that going into the opening stages of this first map to improve upon those vulnerabilities that you're mentioning, where it comes down to the fact that it was already a tight map and they were in particular pretty atrocious on their defensive start towards their first half. So I think that's the first thing that I'm kind of looking at and pointing towards is to see, will Turtle Troop try to utilize this new roster to still play very upfront and contest heavy, or are they going to go into what worked last week and try to just more so save utility and play for retake later in the round?
I'm certainly interested to see where the series is going to go, because I feel like a lot of people come into today and they do what we always do with this Oxygen roster is we go, maybe this is their week. They're finally going to lose one.
All right, it looks like we're going into it.
Even against a team potentially with almost struggled in Turtle Troop. But we'll see, as it looks like the agent select is ready, and we're just about to jump into the action.
It's not moving. Typically, it's moving. All right, looks like it's starting up there. The stream was not lagging. It was just the observer wasn't moving at all. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at this agent select here. We've got an Omen on Weeded and Scuba. We've got a Breach on Rossi and Mitch. We've got a Killjoy on Redux and Adder. We've got a Jet on Pony and Governor. The difference here is going to be that Recon Initiator. Verno going to be going for Sova, and Dazzle going to be going for Sky. I talk about this a lot. Sky and Sova can be used interchangeably. They both have their merits as those Recon Initiators on Haven. And also Omen can be switched out for Astra, although we do see teams tending to lean more towards Omen just for his slightly offensive capabilities or his aggressive capabilities with that blind. And I think both of these picks are solid from both of these teams. It'll be interesting to see how this does match up. I've got the stats actually pulled up for once. I've got the real stats about the which maps are what sided. All right, so which maps each side tends to lean towards, or which side is favored. In the case of Haven, it is offense sided. I already knew that, but it's offense sided. I mean, a lot of these maps aren't super offense sided, if that makes sense. Like the percentages aren't like 70-30. It's in Haven's case, it's 51% in favor of the offense, which is still a decent amount. It does still give the stats to the side of the offense just to start it off. So Oxygen starting on offense, also knowing how powerful Oxygen is on their offense, we could definitely see an offensive win here for Oxygen, or at the very least, they should be taking a good advantage going into the next half. It's up to Turtle Troop to see if they can retake effectively, or even just deny those aggressive takes of sight. Although Pony on that jet against even like Disguise last week was just looking too powerful, and we've seen Pony look so powerful the entirety of Challengers, and I think that Oxygen will continue to use that aggressiveness that Pony has such good capability with, to take good control of these sites. We saw it against Disguised, and I expect it to be once again a very dominant performance here for Oxygen on Haven. As it does not go into the game for whatever reason, just kind of, load into the map. I guess, you know how it goes. We will get started here. I'm actually very excited for this match. Just to see, I'm honestly rooting for Turtle Troop a little bit. I'm always rooting for the underdog for a little bit of an upset. Oh, it looks like we went to a little bit of a pause here. What map was released with Reyna in June 2020? It was Ascent. I could have told you that. You just didn't give me enough time, alright? Come on. How many credits do you get for a kill? I think it's 150. That sounds right. Let's say 150. Actually, I'll go 200. A. Final answer. I was right. Alright, there we go. If it had been 150, I would have been mad, but got it right. Who was the MVP of VCT Champions 20? Oh, I have no idea. Chronicle? Yeah, I have no idea. I did not. I was not watching Valorant Esports then. Zeke, alright. Sure. Who was the 20th agent added to Valorant? Oh, they've asked this, or they've told this one before. It's Fade, right? I think. I don't. Yeah, okay. Alright. So yeah, I know my stuff. I wonder why it's going to break. Maybe a little tech pause, I guess. What does Harbor say when using his ultimate? It's I suggest you move. C. I can like hear it in my voice. Just I suggest you move. I can hear it in my head. The voices. When did closed beta start for Valorant? Oh, it was pretty early. It was like April 7th. Sounds right. Yeah, that sounds about right. Say April 7th. Yeah, okay. And by pretty early, I don't know what I mean by that. I think I meant like it was pretty long before the game actually came out. How many agents are in the game? 22. Accounting Gecko, yeah, 22. Because Harbor was 21, so Gecko's 22. Boom. How many weapons burst fire? 3. Classic, Frenzy, Bulldog. Boom. Alright, it looks like we're getting into it, though. Don't have to do any more of that trivia, which I was very good at. I mean, I'm happy to keep doing it. I'm clearly very good at it. Just, I know my stuff. But we will get into the match here. And again, Oxygen starting on this offense. I expect to see a powerful offense from them. And I imagine they'll take the first pistol round. We'll see how it goes. Ooh, Adder. He's not going to find those head taps he was definitely looking for. And now Pony, with the rest of his team, going to be able to enter onto the site here. It's going to be a retake for Turtle Troop that they're going to have to play. Adder gets taken up by Pony and CT. Ooh, Rossi not going to be able to find a pick either. We did able to take out Mitch, but going to get blinded, and Pony going to be there to take him out. Pony also able to turn to CT, take out Rossi. Now it's going to be a 2v4 for Governor and Dazzle. Dazzle able to take out Pony. Now it's a 2v3. Scuba coming in for the flank through Garage. while the other 2 players for Oxygen are going to be locking down that spike with the post-plant util. Dazzle going to be able to take out Verno, no more shock darts, but both Governor and Dazzle down to 1 shot, 1 HP and 2 HP respectively. Redux is going to start finishing here. We'll find 1 pick. Oh, Governor just not going to have any time left, even if he'd managed to take out Redux. Although good damage done by Turtle Troop, able to take out all but 1 of Oxygen's players, it's a pistol round, so it doesn't really matter how expensive you make it for them. And the first round does go to Oxygen, so that means Oxygen's Econ going to start to get up here and start to move towards a pretty decent direction. They should be able to start off this this next round with a good amount of money, some good guns. And Turtle Troop has actually correctly read that it's going to be an A hit by Oxygen. I don't know if this is just something we see a lot or what, but Turtle Troop is entirely stationed here in A main or A long. They're ready for it. They hear the sounds, and now Oxygen backs up. Good choice from Oxygen, as that definitely would not have been a good push there. We will see if they do decide to commit to C now that they're moving towards it, or if they will decide to move off of no contact. They still have no idea where any of these players are, whether it be A or C or B. They just don't have any vision yet. So pushing into C here, they're going to have to be pretty cautious. And that dart comes out, and now Turtle Troop knows they're probably reading this wrong. Spike's going to come down on C. Turtle Troop going to have to go for a super quick retake here. They're going to have to run all the way over towards C and go for this retake. Looks like we're probably going to be seeing a flank here, or at least a push into that offense side spawn from all of them, actually. Gonna be clearing here. Scuba able to find that pick. Governor manages to take out Redux, but then Pony gonna take out Governor, so now it's gonna be 3v4. Hatter gonna take out Pony, though. Gun diff does not matter. It's gonna be a 3v3 now, where Scuba's down to 57 HP, but Adder's low. Mitch able to take out Dazzle. Verno gonna take out Adder. If we can just get 1 more pick, he's in a good spot, and he's done some good econ damage. Should definitely be his goal. Not going to be able to find it, though. Just wanting to try and die to that spike, but Mitch going to catch him coming out of the smoke. So 2 players down for Oxygen. Does mean they won't have the best econ coming, or the best chance of winning this next round, assuming they do decide to take bonus. But they will be in an okay spot. It won't be a difficult spot, to say the very least. Turtle Troop, of course, should have better guns here, although it looks like Oxygen may be forcing a little bit here. We did see Redux pick up that Phantom. Stinger going to be in the hands of Pony, though, but likely just going to go to pick up those knives, so it's pretty much going to be a full buy versus a full buy. As Oxygen is pushing into A here, they're going to meet Weeded and Rossi, who are locking down this site. The 2-man flank coming in from Dazzle and Governor. So they're getting ready to try and challenge any push or rotate from Oxygen. And Oxygen's actually backing up and rotating towards B now. They're still leaving 2 in A lobby and pushing down A short, but the rest are going through the window, it looks like. Maybe just trying to make some noise. Ooh, Governor going to be the first to catch a whiff of where Oxygen might be. The drone comes out, and it does give Oxygen some knowledge that there may be at least 1 coming in for that flank. So now they back up and start committing to A. They don't know, though, that there's 2 for Turtle Troop ready for them on this site to help lock it down. A team flash going to come through, and now Weeded's going to get taken out. Adder and Rossi each going to find a pick, though, and Governor able to take out Mitch. Means that now it's a 4v2. And I did say it was essentially a full buy from both sides, so Turtle Troop able to take this round. Bodes well for them, as they do need to start chipping away at that econ that Oxygen has already been able to build up. Redux and Verno now alone in a 2v4. Gonna have to figure out how they want to play this, and it looks like they're going to be taking that spike elsewhere, pushing it towards B, maybe, possibly even through Garage to C. Although, no, it does look like they will be going to B, as they are running low on time. They do have to commit somewhere. They do have to start planning. Gonna get down just barely in time. Oh, never mind. Gonna run out of time there. The Breach, util going to be good to force him off of that spike plant. And that does mean this round goes in the favor of Turtle Troop. 2 players off the line for Oxygen, going to help lessen that expensive blow that it could have been. But it does mean Turtle Troop going to have a little bit of a good start to a little bit of trying to build up this econ. Oh, it looks like we've got player cams from all of these players. That's going to be interesting. I like that, actually. I do like seeing stuff like that. Just be interesting to see how this does end up getting played. Pony able to take out Governor to start it off. I was missing the start here, but it's going to be another pretty much full buy from both sides. The Econ's still really strong for Oxygen, so even off of a loss here, they're going to be in a good spot economy-wise. Pony able to find an early pick on Governor. Traded off, though, so Pony's gone. Both duelists gone, which means Oxygen going to have to make this entry without that duelist, although they've already been able to push back Turtle Troop a little bit, and they found that early pick. Dazzle going to be able to take out Mitch as that smoke goes down, but not going to be good as Redux able to trade it off, and that does put Oxygen in a little bit of a good spot here as they've been able to already take sight. An early pick as well for Redux onto Adder going to be good as well. Redux going to also take out Weeded. He wants his debut match with Oxygen to go well. Rossi able to finally trade off Redux, but going to be a little bit late there as Verno takes him out. And another round goes to Oxygen. And this Econ, which Oxygen was already starting to build up, is going to continue to get bigger and bigger as they start to have more and more money in the bank. And it's going to start to look a little bit scary if you're a fan of Turtle Troop. As Oxygen's Econ, again, they only needed to win those first 2 rounds, and they were able to convert it into some really, really good economy. And that's definitely scary for Turtle Troop, who, even off of that 1-round win, wasn't really able to chip away at the economy from Oxygen, and now they're going to have to get a pretty decent win streak here if they want to try and do that. Governor with the Operator, going to try and find a pick short, but not going to be able to. The drone going to come out, and he's going to use it to shoot it out, which does force Governor back off of a short. And now he's backing up onto the A site to help lock it down. Oxygen still looking at an A hit. Turtle Troop has placed 3 on A now, which will make it difficult for Oxygen to push in here. Governor looking for some early engagement long. If he pushes out here, he's going to push into so many, and he's not ready for Pony to be pushed up in that off angle. And that does mean Pony gets away with a kill, and that early player advantage goes to Oxygen in this round. Although there are still 2 on A for Turtle Troop to help lock it down. The util is going to start coming out here. Dazzle is going to get cleared out here with that Killjoy util. And he's blinded. Dazzle going to pretty much be forced back off of sight. Ooh, Rossi barely catches Oxygen, but not going to be able to take them out. Scuba and Mitch each able to find a pick, but Rossi takes out Pony. Try and deny the push in, but Verno and Scuba not going to let them, each finding a pick of their own, finish it off. And now Turtle Troop really starting to look like they're going to be in a sticky situation the entirety of this map. As Oxygen is able to secure another round, but not just that. Turtle Troop's Econ is now going to look pretty dire. They're not going to be able to buy this next round. They're going into a timeout. You can see a definite disappointment on their face. But again, should be said Rossi and I believe Dazzle, unless I'm mistaken about that, I believe it's Rossi and Dazzle were on FaZe previously. Got traded off because, well, FaZe has money and Turtle Troops does not. So FaZe just bought 2 of the players from Turtle Troop. They poached them, which does leave Turtle Troop with 3 of their core members still remaining, but now they've got 2 new players. And although last week against M80 they were able to put up a pretty decent fight, they're definitely starting to struggle overall, as they do need to sort of build up that team chemistry once again. And we will see if that team chemistry will be built up here as Challengers progresses. But again, they're going to have to start winning some of these games here if they would like to qualify for playoffs. And if they can at least put up a decent fight against Oxygen here on Haven, they're definitely starting to look, they would definitely start to look strong at that point. But, you know, we do need to start to see them put up a little bit of a fight, even though it's Oxygen's best map. You do still want them to go well. And again, it's an offense-sided map here. So the Oxygen is going to be a little bit favored. Plus, Oxygen is a really offense-sided team. And again, Oxygen just knows Haven a little bit better. They just perform a little bit better than most of the teams in Challengers. So again, I'm not expecting Turtle Troop to win the map, but I still want Turtle Troop to put up a decent fight and at least get a few rounds here on their defense. And we'll see if they're able to do that. Now Oxygen gonna start pushing in through mid. It looks like it might be a B hit. And Turtle Troop, who's been trying to sort of read where they're going, is placing themselves into that C link between C and B in that CT, but it looks like they're mostly expecting a C hit. Although they will be in a decent position to rotate towards B. They'll definitely be difficult. Pony gonna take out Weeded, and that was the only player who's looking into B site. He was not able to lock it down. Verno also going to be able to take out Governor. So those knives that Governor had, which were looking for some heads, to maybe do some damage. Gonna get denied there. Adder able to take out Pony, but Verno and Scuba each able to find a pick. And Mitch gonna finish Adder off. And a very quick and easy round for Oxygen as they secure another. And that's off of that timeout that Turtle Troop just took. Now Turtle Troop gonna go into a bye. They've got 4 ultimate abilities to use. We'll, I imagine we'll see most of those come out. We'll see if they're going to be used effectively. We also see that Operator once again in the hands of Governor. Although we did not see him use it very effectively when we first saw him with that Operator, as he was locking down A long. We'll see if he's going to be able to use it this time around. Although he's placing it on C. They've placed that Operator on C, and it's going to be an A hit from Oxygen. Is what it's looking like, although off of some early contact and some early util used, they're just going to back up and move towards B, it looks like. Dazzle is waiting near that mid-stairs, just hoping to find a pick. Oh, and it looks like Oxygen is ready for it, potentially. Although they don't completely clear it, they're just wary of it. Dazzle still not going to really find anything. Able to find one. Will he be able to find another? If he can find another, he's in a really good spot. Or he can just back up. That's what he's trying to do, but Pony's not going to let him. He's going to trade that off. He does not want Dazzle to get away. And Dazzle doesn't. Now it's going to be a 4v4. And again, the reason this map is offense-sided is because there's 3 sites. So it's difficult for the defense to rotate quickly between those sites. And that's sort of what we're going to see here. Oxygen able to find that early pick mid. Now they're just going to rotate towards A. Unfortunately for them, though, Turtle Troop has sort of been stacking 2 near A. They're still here, and that Defender lockdown comes out to try and prevent the push on, but it's destroyed by Oxygen. So now it's going to be a 4v4. The retake has to come through from Turtle Troop now, and they're playing against Oxygen. We've got one coming in for the flank with Governor, with that Operator. The Rolling Thunder comes out from Mitch to ward off that push through CT. And although I did say most of those ults were going to come out from Turtle Troop, and they did, they haven't really been used very effectively here. Rossi able to take out Scuba, but it's traded off by Mitch. Adder takes out Mitch. Ooh, and Adder also able to take out Pony. Leaves Redux alone on site. Adder gonna take out Redux. And that's good for Turtle Troop, as Adder is able to get all 3 there, or at least 3 kills there, to really turn this round into their favor. And this buy round does turn into a win. That being said, although Governor does get to keep the Operator, it's an expensive round for Turtle Troop. So it's gonna start to look again. It's gonna start to look shaky with their economy, even off of a win. That was a little bit of an interesting. I did sort of miss what we did there, dropping right on top of I believe that was Scuba. A little bit of an awkward play there, but Mitch. Awkward play there, but does still come through for Turtle Troop. Now there's 3 ults for Oxygen Esports to use, though, and I imagine all 3 of those will probably be used this round. They would like to stop Turtle Troop from trying to build up some econ. Governor once again going to be placed on C to try and defend it, and Oxygen sends Pony to jump peek out. Now they know that Operator's on C, so they smoke it off, and now they're going to continue to push up here a little bit, or sorry, Turtle Troop smokes it off, and off of that, Oxygen's going to try and push up here a little bit. Scuba goes for the Omen ult for Vision. Dazzle once again pushed up near stairs in mid, able to find a pick. Once again, Mitch going to take out Weeded. Dazzle looking for another in mid as well. But C-Site has been entirely taken. That Operator on Governor, will it clear Pony in log? Or on logs? We'll see. Verno able to take out Dazzle in Garage. Now that player advantage in the hands of Oxygen. Pony able to take out Governor. Now it's going to be a 2v4. Rossi, though, able to take out Pony. So now it's a 2v3. Mitch low on health, but so are Adder and Rossi. That lockdown comes out now, and it looked like maybe Adder wanted to see if he could challenge it, but it's denied by Oxygen, so they do have to back up. And at this point, there is really no time to defuse that spike. And Oxygen will back up here. Or sorry, Turtle Troop will back up here. And just go to save their guns. They know they can't really do anything against that post-plant util Oxygen has. And that does mean, again, once again, that round win for Turtle Troop not going to convert into some good econ. As they need to win some consecutive rounds. They need to start winning multiple in a row to really build up that econ. And Oxygen's econ is just going to continue to look super, super stable. As Turtle Troop really hasn't been able to put a stop to that climbing of the econ. Now, it's going to be a forced buy here for Turtle Troop. And there's a reason for this. They don't want Oxygen to get the advantage going into the next half, or the round bonus, the majority of the rounds going into the next half, because it does mean Turtle Troop, they're going to be in a disadvantage going into the next half. And they definitely would not like to be in that position. So it looks like they're forcing here. Maybe also just because they think they know what to do or how to play this force well to try and secure the round. They do have a read and placing 3 on A, although now it looks like Rossi going to back up, maybe to use some of that breach util to help his team out, which is what happens. Meanwhile, Governor in mid able to find a pick, which does mean this round Turtle Troop does have that player advantage. Just to start it off. Although Pony's been able to push up into A, and I believe that dog may have missed Pony, which does allow him to get the drop here. And Dazzle still not really expecting it, but Pony not going to be able to capitalize on it. Weeded takes out Pony, and although Dazzle is low, still going to be able to take out Mitch. Verno shuts down Weeded, who's trying to take him out, but Verno gets down to 15 HP. Governor with that operator looking for a pick. Going to be able to find it. Not going to be able to take out Scuba, though. But now it's going to be a 1v1 between Adder and Scuba. That smoke comes off. Night Vision Heaven. But Adder's not even playing from there. And Scuba was expecting that push through the hole there. But Adder was already posted up in that little cubby. And that does give him a good off angle there to win that 1v1 with Scuba. And that puts Turtle Troop in a really good spot here. I mean, they've been able to win another round, so their econ, again, not looking super stable. It will, however, allow them to buy here. And they're going to need to try and continue to get that econ built up. Again, they need rounds in a row here. And we are moving towards the end of this half. There's only 3 rounds left, so it's definitely still a little bit of a difficult position for them to be in, where they do need to start building up that econ, but there's also not a whole lot of time left where it will matter. See the Dazzle able to find that pick on Redux, as Dazzle and Rossi are pushing up A main. Only going to find that one pick there, but it is the Killjoy, which means flank vision is denied for Turtle Troop. We'll see if, or is denied for Oxygen. We'll see if Turtle Troop is able to take advantage of that. The stuns come through, and Oxygen coming in from Garage is going to get ready to push into C. And Mitch able to take out Weeded to help with this push. Governor does not really look like he knows where to look. Oh, what? Just shooting through the smoke. Adder able to find a nice flick onto Mitch. Able to take out Verno as well, really locking down the site. It leaves Pony alone. Was able to take out Adder, but Rossi going to be the one to finish it off. Taking out Pony, and 2 players left alive for Turtle Troop. I said they need to start winning rounds in a row to get that econ built up, and they're doing it. If they can tie it up 6-6, that's actually a really good score going into the offense because, as I talked about briefly, it's an offense-sided map. So the offensive rounds, or the offense side on Haven will likely take the advantage going to the next half, or take the advantage in that half. Oxygen taking a timeout because they would like to deny the advantage for Turtle Troop. And I can't blame them. Oxygen typically does really, really well in Haven. So if Turtle Troop is able to deny that round advantage, then Oxygen's going to be looking a little bit shaky. They're definitely going to be worried about that. We see Turtle Troop talking a lot as well during this timeout because, you know, both teams get to talk during the timeouts to each other and to their coaches. So it's just a good opportunity for Turtle Troop to try and figure out any of those holes. And you look at Weeded for Turtle Troop, and you can definitely tell there's a little bit to be desired there. He could definitely be probably performing a little bit better than he is, and I think Turtle Troop knows that. I think Weeded knows that. And I'm not. It's definitely not entirely Weeded's fault that they're losing right now. It's never going to be just one player's fault. But now that they're starting to make a comeback here, or starting to try and tie it up, or make this effort to tie it up, we should expect Weeded to start to pick up that pace a little bit as well. And we'll see if that is what ends up happening. Now we've got 2 ults for Oxygen. We've got the Knives for Pony, which he's going to use, and then the Rolling Thunder on Mitch. Now, it's another full buy from Oxygen, and their econ's not looking the greatest right now, although they will be able to full buy next round. Or the last round, which is next round, so it won't matter too much. So we may or may not see that Rolling Thunder. They may want to save it for next round. We will see. The lockdown comes out. It's not going to stop the plant, but it does give Turtle Troop a little bit of that added pressure and tension. And Pony gonna get detained, so that definitely helps Turtle Troop out with this retake. They were also already able to take out Mitch, who planted the spike. Rossi with the util gonna be able to take out Pony, who was detained. I didn't think they were gonna be able to take him out, but they were able to. Rossi also gonna be able to take out Scuba, and now Redux suddenly all alone coming in from Garage. The spike's just gonna get diffused here. Redux not really gonna be able to do anything, just gonna go to save his gun. Well played there from Turtle Troop, and that was off of a timeout from Oxygen. And their coach right now is disappointed off of that loss coming out of that timeout. Not going to be looking super strong here for Oxygen. Now we're going to the last round of the half. Both teams have that Rolling Thunder. Oxygen did not use their Rolling Thunder the previous round, but also that previous round went by super, super quickly, so they didn't really even have a chance to think about using it. But that being said, Oxygen does have a Rolling Thunder to use here. Looks like they're going to be doing a little bit of a split push here, challenging this C long, and then also challenging, it looks like maybe mid and A lobby potentially, although now they're backing up a little bit from that. Governor able to take out Scuba C main though, denying any early vision for Oxygen, and that's definitely good for Turtle Troop, as now they're going to have that player advantage. It's going to be a 5v4 for them. We've got Dazzle once again. We've seen Dazzle and Rossi push up aggressively here in this A main, but they're also backed up by Weeded this time. So off of contact from Weeded, that Rolling Thunder is going to come out, and it does. Will anybody be able to cash in on it? We'll see. Possibly on Verno. They are able to flush him out, and Rossi's going to finish him off. Nobody else, though, but that was good for an early pick, which is definitely good for Turtle Troop, who already had the player advantage. Now it's going to be a 5v3. Now, Mitch still has the Rolling Thunder for Oxygen, and we'll see if it comes out. I imagine they'll try and use it. Dazzle peeking out, Jiggle peeking. He had his gun out, so he was definitely looking to maybe catch a kill or a good shot there, but does not have his crosshair lined up with the heads, so he backs up. Now Oxygen gonna start pushing into A, but Turtle Troop definitely knows they may be pushing into A. And you see Turtle Troop playing back, and there's a reason for that. It's because they know that Rolling Thunder's coming through, and they want to be out of the range. And it's definitely a good choice, as Weeded's actually going to be able to find some good damage to Redux to start off and try and deny this push on from Oxygen. We still don't have that spike down. Mitch going to start getting that spike down. Redux able to take out Weeded, but Governor at the same time going to take out Pony. Rossi takes out Redux as well, and now it's down to Governor to take out Mitch. 3 kills for Governor this round. Had a really, really nice round to secure it for Turtle Troop to tie it up. And again, this is big because it's an offense-sided map, so the fact that Oxygen didn't take the round advantage going into the next half is a really, really good sign for Turtle Troop, because now they're going into the offense, and they have the advantage because it's an offense-sided map. So they should be able to, honestly, they could even take the map here if they can play their cards right and play their offense right. That being said, Oxygen has proven time and time again they are very skilled at Haven. They are very comfortable on Haven, and we could see Oxygen still deny any good rounds here for Turtle Troop. They definitely have the power to do that, even on the defense of this offense-sided map. We could definitely still see a really good performance from Turtle Troop. Again, that's all, it could happen. It might not happen. We'll see if Oxygen's able to put up that good defense. I mean, Turtle Troop themselves were able to put up a good defense, and this isn't even their, favored map, or the map they're typically the best at. So, we will see how it does end up going, and if it'll end up moving in their favor. Now this push on the offense for Turtle Troop coming into C, mostly through Garage. Scuba able to find that early pick, but Weeded and Dazzle return with 2 picks of their own. Redux takes out Governor to make it even, but then Weeded takes out Redux. So now it's going to be a 3v2 for Turtle Troop. They're going to get this spike down, and this pistol round may go in the favor of Turtle Troop. Weeded able to take out Mitch. Adder takes out Verno, and that finishes it off. 3 kills for Weeded this round. I did say he was struggling a little bit in the previous half. He's really already picked it up coming into this half, just in the first round. So Turtle Troop able to take the first pistol round, and we should see them take another round off of that, just being able to force here. We actually see them playing a little bit conservatively with their econ, it looks like, although maybe they're just trying to figure out how they want to move this money around. But it will be, yeah, it is still a little bit of a conservative play with that money, a little bit more saving a little bit more of that money than we typically see off of that pistol round. But we also know Turtle Troop knows that they're at a little bit of a disadvantage just playing against Oxygen on Haven. So they want to play it safe with their econ just in case they do lose this round. So we will see how this ends up going. They should be able to full by next round even if they lose. Oh, and although Oxygen was reading more towards that A, they are now rotating off of it and moving towards C, but Turtle Troop is going to push into A, so it's going to be an open site for them. Nobody for Oxygen is going to be there to, know if anybody's pushing up onto A. So they're going to start pushing in here. Turtle Troop's going to be able to push in here, and Oxygen not going to have any warning signs. There's not going to be any notification. We have no util, and that does allow Turtle Troop to get this spike down. Of course, now Oxygen knows that, but here's what Turtle Troop is thinking. They know, okay, nobody's on A, so it's probably a full stack on C, and so now they know they can play their time well, so you see them pushing up here to play these entrances, and we'll see if they're going to be able to take advantage of that, knowing where Oxygen may be pushing from. There's not going to be any flanks from Oxygen either, but there will be a flank from Turtle Troop in the form of Adder, who is encountering some pushback on B. Verno able to take out Dazzle. That push out is denied. Rossi going to be pushing a 1v3 here. He may just want to back up. But he does decide to push it. He's able to find one pick. Redux able to take out Rossi. And it's just been a little bit too slow of a retake there for Oxygen. And that spike goes off. Oxygen does die to that spike because you want to get those ult points up. But yeah, good round there for Turtle Troop. I believe they only lost 2 of their players. And so that does mean their econ's going to be in a pretty good spot here to buy this round. So it's going to be a full buy from both of these sides. And it's just a little bit of a bonus from Turtle Troop as well. So their econ's in a decent spot coming into this round as well. So they can afford a loss and still be in an okay spot. Oxygen, however, of course, just, this being the 3rd round and they did lose that pest round, they're going to be forcing here, forcing a full buy. So if they lose this, their econ will definitely be in a bad spot. Governor has decided to buy that op there, and although you don't usually see the operator on the offensive Haven, Governor definitely making it look like you should go for that decision as he's able to find an early pick there, which will make it a 5v4 here for Turtle Troop. Verno going to be trying to defend a lobby, not going to be able to. Governor, that op looking deadly, able to pick out and take out Verno. Now it's going to be a 5v3 for Turtle Troop. And this round, which Oxygen needs to win to start to boost their econ a little bit, is looking like it won't go in their favor. And this offense may just start to look strong for Turtle Troop. And Turtle Troop's been doing a really good job of playing that offense-sidedness I talked about. It's a long rotate for the defense on Haven. And Turtle Troop, Oxygen did a good job of it too, but really just being quick to rotate between the sites as the offense. Because the defense may not be able to tell exactly what's happening with that, which does give you a little bit of an edge. Oxygen, though, defending C site. Trades are given, and that does mean it's a 2v2, but we did going to take out Mitch. As I'm talking about how defense-sided it is, the retake really comes through. And although it does still go to Turtle Troop, good damage from Oxygen. However, like I talked about, going into this round, Turtle Troop's econ was already in a good spot. Okay, so then you mix into that Oxygen's isn't, their econ isn't in a good spot. It means that off of a round win for Turtle Troop puts Oxygen's Econ in a pretty bad spot here. They're gonna have to save this round. Turtle Troop is gonna be looking at taking another round here, and that'll be a really good win streak for them. They had the last 4 rounds of the first half, so that's already 4 in a row. They've taken the first 3 rounds of this half, that's 3 in a row this half, so it's a total of 7 rounds in a row, and it's looking like they may be an impenetrable fortress. We'll see if Oxygen is able to stop it. Pony pushing up aggressively, looking for some early aggression. And he's given that early aggression as he's able to find a pick. Dazzle going to take out Pony, though, so it is going to be a bit of a trade. And that's not really what you're looking for on the defense. You need as many of those players alive as possible. But at the same time, it's a save for Oxygen. So, you know, when you're on a save, of course you're trying to win, but you also know you might not win. So what you're trying to do is just get some good kills. And already, Oxygen's able to find one. We'll see if they're able to find any more to give them a little bit of that econ boost you get from getting kills, as well as getting some of those ult points up. Now, there is one ult in the hands of Turtle Troop with those Seekers on Sky. We'll see if Dazzle decides to use them, although they may not have to. The spike is going to go down here on B, and Oxygen not really going to be able to stop it. There's a flank coming in from Mitch, and it does come through for at least 2, able to take out Weeded and Dazzle, and that leaves 2 for Turtle Troop to lock down this site. The operator on Rossi going to be able to find a pick. He is trying to prevent them from pushing in. Scuba with the teleport, looking for an easy pick, and not going to really find it as Rossi denies it with that shorty. Governor going to take out Mitch, meanwhile, the one who is flanking, and Verno going to finish it off. The save round, or the eco round, does turn into a win for Oxygen. Able to play that. I wouldn't say that was super well played, but they were also at a gun disadvantage, so they played to the best of their ability, and it did come through. That early trade for Oxygen was the start of a good round for them. They're able to take their first round in 7 rounds. That was their it would have been 8 rounds in a row had Turtle Troop won that, but Oxygen able to finally stop this win streak, able to secure a round. And it was an eco round, so that does mean their econ's going to take a pretty decent bonus here. A little bit of an interesting choice to show their cams there. Oxygen gonna take a timeout, and I imagine they were planning on taking that timeout regardless of if they won or lost. They just wanted to take it after that econ round, knowing that they're going to be on a bye this time. And, you know, just because a team wins their eco round doesn't mean they're starting to look strong, because you play much differently on an eco round than you do your normal rounds or your full buy rounds. So they do need to figure out, all right, what are we going to do on our full buy rounds to try and deny Turtle Troop here. We see Weeded moving around his camera just a little bit. And as far as my answer to that question, I think Oxygen is just really, I mean, obviously they're not able to defend these sites, but I think they just haven't really been able to place themselves so far as to where they think Turtle Troops is going to be, or Turtle Troop is going to be. They also haven't been able to stop Turtle Troop. We saw that operator in the hands of Governor, and of course it was used pretty early on, so Oxygen they weren't really prepared to stop it. But they didn't do a good job of stopping it. Now, I'm not their coach. I'm not the one who's supposed to necessarily be figuring out what they should be doing differently. But just finding out those strategies to try and stop Turtle Troop's early picks is definitely what Oxygen needs to start doing here. Turtle Troop, this round, going to be pushing into A main. Most of them down A long. We see Adder watching mid, trying to prevent a flank. And Turtle Troop getting ready for this push. They have a Rolling Thunder to use. I believe we're about to see it come out. There are 3 on A for Oxygen. Now, Oxygen, we talked about it when in that last round when Oxygen was on their offense, the last round of the first half. But when you're the defense and you know the enemy has a Rolling Thunder to use, you play back a little bit, knowing that they might be able to dodge it. Now, Turtle Troop doesn't actually use the Rolling Thunder here, and it's a good choice, because, again, Oxygen was playing back. They would have been able to avoid it. That does not, however, excuse 2 picks for Scuba, as Turtle Troop is trying to push into the site, which does mean it's going to be a 3v5 post-plant for Turtle Troop. And Oxygen may be able to retake this fairly easily here. Flashes come through on Governor. Will Governor be able to find a pick or 2? Able to find 2. Mitch trades it off, which does mean the player advantage still in the hands of Oxygen. But that's going to be a good pick there early for Turtle Troop. Dazzle able to take out Mitch. He's going to even that player count out. Adder takes out Scuba, gets traded off. And now Verno going to be challenging Dazzle here. Playing a little bit of a ring around the rosy. Dazzle in a bit of an off-angle crouch down there. Won't matter. Verno going to be able to take him out, and the defuse will come off, although just barely. That post plant maybe not played long enough, and this round goes to Oxygen. 2 rounds in a row now. They're going to be looking to try and tie it up with 3 rounds of their own after a 3-round win streak in this half from Turtle Troop. We'll see if Oxygen's able to. Off of that timeout, they played that decently well. Obviously, losing so many of their players makes it an expensive round for them. But Turtle Troop's econ was starting to look faulty, and this round goes to show that, as now they're going to have to be on a light buy. It doesn't mean it's out of the picture for them to get a win. They've got decent guns, but it is mostly stingers, so it's going to be a difficult push here. Weeded going to use that Omen ult to get aggressively into the site. The blind comes through. Governor with the knives looking to take advantage of it, but not going to find a pick. Uses all 5 of his knives, and they don't come through for a pick, which does mean no more gun for Governor, or no more weapon for Governor. And the spike is down, though, which does give Turtle Troop a little bit of an edge. Oxygen now going to have to figure out how they want to play this retake. Lots of util being used from both sides already. The Hunter's Fury coming out from Turtle Troop, but the Rolling Thunder coming out, or sorry, the Hunter's Fury coming out from Oxygen. But to counter that, the Rolling Thunder comes out. Governor with the right click going to find 2. He didn't have a gun. It doesn't matter. Scuba finally going to trade it off. Also able to take out Dazzle, but Weeded and Rossi going to lock it down. Rossi getting that final pick on Scuba. And well played there, especially from Governor, who had some really good trigger discipline, as they did not clear that corner. He was able to just sit there. This is a moment where you say, my Iron Lobbies clear that. Because it's just a little bit disappointing for Oxygen, to say the very least, not clearing that. And as I was talking about, the rounds that they've been winning were pretty expensive from Turtle Troop. They were sloppy rounds from Oxygen, which does mean that even though Oxygen was on a 2-round win streak, that round win from Turtle Troop destroys the econ of Oxygen to the point where they'll have to save this round. They've got 3 ultimates to use if Oxygen wants to, but I imagine they will be safe. That being said, Oxygen decides to read an A hit, and it's a good choice. To be fair, Turtle Troop's been pushing A, at least at the start of these rounds, pretty much every round in this half. So it's a pretty easy read, but it does still come through. The stun comes through. Governor not going to be able to entry quite yet. The rest of his team going to have to try and find these early picks. Mitch takes quite a bit of damage. Now going to have to run back. And the rest of Oxygen follows. And they're actually reading a rotate. They think Turtle Troop will be rotating towards C. And they're not. It looks like Turtle Troop will be continuing to push into A, possibly. Definitely, you can tell they're thinking about possibly rotating. And off of no more contact, they're definitely trying to figure out if that is what they want to do. Oxygen is pushed entirely into C now, though, so if Turtle Troop wants to start this A push, they definitely can. And that Seeker comes out from Turtle Troop to start this push into A, and those Seekers are going to tell them just how far back Oxygen is. And that does allow the spike to go down. Turtle Troop can start to play this post plant. Turtle Troop has that gun advantage. They've also got that player advantage now, as Governor takes out Redux, and the health low for Mitch could help try and secure this round. Governor going to lock it down from heaven, able to find 2 more in addition to that early pick. And now it's going to be 2 players left for Oxygen. We'll see how this is played. Pony going to be able to take out Dazzle, but Rossi going to return fire, take out Pony. Scuba, though, going to take out Rossi. Now it's a 1v3 for Scuba. Likely just going to try and die to the spike at this point. Not really going to be able to play this retake by himself. But still a decent round for Oxygen, although, you know, they did misread the rotate, which does give Turtle Troop the round. Well played from Turtle Troop. I mean, re-hitting there is, it was obviously a good choice. You know, it's sort of a gamble. It's a 50-50, do I rotate or do I not? In this case, it was a good choice, and that does put Turtle Troop in a pretty good spot. If you're wondering why the defense is playing so grouped up, you know, on those saves, it's because they're on a save. They're not going to really be able to do a whole lot, you know, only having Classics and Sheriffs by themselves. So they do sort of have to play with the rest of the team, which is why they all have to rotate. And they also have to preemptively rotate and hope that they're right about where they think the enemy is playing. Because in order to, you know, try and win those rounds, you do sort of have to stack like that. It's going to be an op battle between Pony and Adder. And as Adder pushes up with the operator of his own, it gets smoked off. Oxygen going to smoke that off and prevent Adder from getting any picks there. Pony with the operator of his own going to turn his attention towards CT, and lucky for him, that's exactly where Governor's pushing, which means early player advantage going to go to Oxygen, although Turtle Troop, although very quickly and a little bit chaotically, was able to push into B and get that spike down. We're also going to take out Scuba as he's pushing through Garage, which does even the player count, although Rossi takes quite a bit of damage, so it will be a 4v4, although that spike is down, so it's going to be a little bit of an even bout here. We'll see how this flank comes through from Pony. The Rolling Thunder going to come out from Mitch. Then these knives going to come through to try and cash in on it. They're going to be able to. Pony finds 3, and now it's down to Adder, who's able to find 1 on Pony. But Verno just going to finish it off. Well played there from Oxygen. They used all of their ultimate abilities very, very well there. And that does mean Turtle Troop now going to start to look a little bit worried, but Oxygen going to still have to have a little bit of an upward battle here. Because again, their econ's still not the strongest. They've only won 1 round. They need to start winning some of these rounds consistently. They need to start winning a few rounds in a row here. Sort of like what I said about Turtle Troop in the first half. They need to start winning some of these rounds in a row to start to build that econ up. We'll see if they're able to. We've got 2 ults for Turtle Troop to use this round. It's going to be a buy round from them, but their econ is starting to look a little bit shaky, so they definitely want to win this. The knives do come out from Governor. They can also have that lockdown to use if they want to. On the other hand, though, Scuba has that Omen ult to use to try and get some vision or just to rotate quickly. Oh, the knive's going to come through for Governor, who decides to right-click there. I don't know if he meant to do that, but he does do it, which leaves him with a shorty, and Redux able to take advantage of that, taking Rossi out. And this, oh my god, C defended beautifully by Verno, able to find 2 picks on Weeded and Dazzle. That means it's all over for Turtle Troop in that round, and that was a round they were starting to struggle on their econ going into that round, and they do lose it, so now they're going to have to start doing these light buy save rounds, and it will be a light buy here. Oxygen, though, going to be starting to build that econ up. Again, they were starting to struggle with their econ. Off of some good rounds won there, their econ's going to start to build up here. Got an ult for either side coming into this round, and, you know, it may look like Turtle Troop isn't on a light buy, and I'd even call it a little bit of a half buy, but it is still a light buy here. Although they're definitely pushing, probably spending a little bit more than you'd expect. They will still be able to full buy next round off of a round loss here. Now Turtle Troop coming into C, they've done a pretty good job pushing down main and through Garage. And Oxygen has actually pushed pretty much entirely off of the site. They know they have that Hunter's Fury to use to try and stop the plant. And it's going to do a good job of at least halting that plant. But off of the Hunter's Fury being used, Turtle Troop responds by using the lockdown, because the Hunter's Fury for Oxygen can no longer destroy it. Although the Shock Dart's going to do good damage to Dazzle and Rossi for Oxygen there to help with this retake. The Omen ult comes through and Turtle Troop reads it. They're going to stun and take him out. Rossi can be the one to get that kill. Now it's going to be a 5v4, but again, health kind of low for Turtle Troop here. Oxygen going to be able to take advantage of that quickly and easily retaking this site here. 3 players left alive for Oxygen is going to make it a pretty solid win. And now Turtle Troop needs to start getting worried as Oxygen's been able to tie it up. Turtle Troop going to be going into a buy round here. They may even want to take a timeout here. We will see if that is what ends up happening, although I would assume that's what's going to happen. Again, Oxygen's been able to tie it up. Although, maybe not. It looks like maybe they're not going to be taking that timeout. I do think maybe they should, but maybe they want to wait until this full buy does end here. We will see if that is what ends up happening. Turtle Troop looking like they're maybe going to play a little bit split here, making some sounds A to maybe get some early vision, do some early damage to Oxygen, or just, you know, make Oxygen start to rotate towards A, try and fake them out there, but it is not going to be bot. Oxygen's still just going to leave 2 on A, and actually now they're going to rotate 1 off of A, so it's only 1 on A, but it is Pony with the operator, so it would be a difficult push for Turtle Troop. And Turtle Troop still has not really committed anywhere. They're sort of still playing back and forth, deciding if they want to push somewhere. They send those smokes out A. They send the dog out on Dazzle. It's going to find the operator there. And the jet smoke comes through to try and defend himself, so Pony's not going to get picked off despite being concussed, but nobody's going to really be able to take advantage of that. Now Turtle Troop has started this push into B. The Omen smoke does come in from Oxygen, which allows Adder to push up a little bit, maybe hoping to find some sound or maybe find something, but not really going to be able to. We did use his Omen ult to try and get some good vision, some intel for his team. And now Turtle Troop is pushing into C. They're able to clear sight. Governor going to take out Redux and Scuba before getting traded off by Mitch, but that does mean sight pretty much entirely given here to Turtle Troop, although they need to start getting this spike down. The util has definitely been coming through from Oxygen. Verno able to take out both Dazzle and Weeded, which does make it an even 2v2 as Rossi takes out Mitch. Ooh, Rossi going to clear Verno. The operator on Pony able to be good for one, but Rossi going to be there to trade it off. So 3 kills for Rossi to really help secure that round for Turtle Troop. And now the score is 12-11. It is, this is it. This is the last round of this half. Oxygen needs this round to tie it up. Turtle Troop, who's, you can tell, starting to try and figure out how they want to switch it up. They definitely weren't they were starting to fall into some patterns as far as going A quite a bit. And that's, it worked out for them at the start of this half, but Oxygen was able to, you know, knock that wall down. Turtle Troop trying to resituate themselves, able to find a few rounds, but Oxygen with a pretty decent comeback. But finally, Turtle Troop able to win a round that will prevent Oxygen from taking the win in this half. But Oxygen could definitely still tie it up and take it to overtime. We will see if that is what ends up happening as Turtle Troop starts angling themselves towards an A push. Got that operator on Governor. We'll see if it's utilized. It's going to be a full buy from both sides here, although Mitch going to be down to a stinger, which may hurt Oxygen a little bit here. We will see if that is what ends up happening. Now Turtle Troop getting ready to push down A main. Again, 3 on A for Oxygen. Try and lock this down, and they've done a good read of placing that many players here, but Governor and Adder each finding a pick, although Adder finding the pick mid. Still going to be good picks for Turtle Troop to start this push in. It's only going to be 1 left alive here for Oxygen on A, and it's Scuba. Still sight not taken by Turtle Troop quite yet. Scuba still locking it down, able to find that pick on Weeded. Again, that spike still has not gone down, although the flash is going to be good. Scuba's not going to be able to prevent the plant. It's going to be a 3v2 here. Player advantage there for Turtle Troop. The operator going to be in the hands of Governor to lock down CT, and it's going to be good for that kill. And now they know where Scuba is. Going to finish him off. Governor right-clicks on Scuba, and in an unlikely turn of events, the win comes through from Turtle Troop. I don't know why it says series winner. This is not the end of the series. It's just the map. Turtle Troop, there you go. Turtle Troop takes the map here to secure his first map, and I'm surprised. I said going into the series that I expected a win for Oxygen, and I, especially on this map, Haven, I was expecting a win for Oxygen, but Turtle Troop was able to, although barely, they were still able to scrape together and take Haven without it even going to overtime, which does not bode well for Oxygen. And you know, they've got Redux, a new player here. They haven't had a whole lot of time to practice with him on the official roster, but they still knew he was coming in. They definitely had practice even before this week, because again, they were just waiting for Redux to turn 16 before they brought him in. But regardless, and I wouldn't even say it's necessarily Redux's fault. I think he still played very, very well. It's definitely still a little bit of an interesting situation that we have going on here. Well played from Turtle Troop. And this is an unlikely turn of events, to say the very least. I'm happy. I did say I was rooting for Turtle Troop coming into this. I do want Turtle Troop to do well, and if they would like to have a chance at qualifying for playoffs, they do need to start to win these games or these series. And winning this first map bodes well for them to try and take this against Oxygen. Because I'll remind you, that was Oxygen's pick. That was Haven, which Oxygen had chosen. And the next map is going to be Pearl, which was picked by Turtle Troop. And although it's not necessarily a super strong map for Turtle Troop, like we don't see them doing super well on Pearl, it's definitely a map that we could still very definitely see go well for Oxygen, or sorry, for Turtle Troop. Sorry, my brain is starting to slow down. Give me 1 second.
You can join to gain access to interact with fellow fans, cheer on your favorite team. Firstly, join the Discord at pks.gg/discord.
But yeah, I mean, it's a really,
Pick your favorite team from the drop-down menu.
it's definitely a really interesting way to start it off. Sorry about that. It's a really interesting way to start it off in this matchup, to see Turtle Troop able to take a map up at all against Oxygen, but especially on Haven. I mean, this is not the, like, I did expect maybe a 3-map series, but for them to take Haven, I was not at all ready for that. All right, it looks like we've got some more trivia here. How many weapons burst fire? It's 3. It's the correct answer. The Classic, the Bulldog, and the Stinger, of course. And, you know, I like this trivia. Don't have to talk about other stuff. What weapon is the longest in the game? I'd say the Operator, right? Or maybe the Odin? It's either the Operator or the Odin, right? I'll say Operator, though. Final answer. It's the Odin. Okay. I thought it was a trick question, because I'm like, obviously it's the Operator, but it's Odin, so interesting. What map was released with Reyna in June of 2020? It's Ascent. Alright, we're cycling back through them. I've already seen these. So, that being said, we can go ahead and do a little bit of some analysis there about how that went. Just on Haven. So the first and most obvious thing to talk about is Governor for Turtle Troop played so well. Rossi was also able to pull through. So I just want to say big props to Turtle Troop, who were really able to pull through there. I'm impressed, to say the very least. I'm glad it went the way that it did for Turtle Troop. Again, they need, although their points right now aren't the worst, they're also not great. If we look at their Split 1 performance, they did not qualify for mid-season, but they still have 5 points, which is a decent amount to start off with. They're not going to have to do a whole lot of work to qualify for playoffs, but they will still have to do work, if that makes sense. Like, they're still not at, they're still not in the top 8 quite yet, so they do need to start putting that effort in. And their first match was against, or their first series last week was against M80, so I was not anticipating them to beat M80 there. They did a pretty decent performance, and now that they're coming in and playing against Oxygen, taking a win here, and they're honestly at a potential to make it 2-0 off of a win on Haven. So if they can take a win here, I'd be more than impressed, and that's definitely a good start for them. That being said, there is definitely more to talk about today than just, who is going to be winning between this matchup, and there's some good analysis to do here. Again, and I'll get into the other news I have, but I do want to talk about this just a little bit more. A 310 average combat score for Governor is just impressive, to say the very least. For Oxygen, I think Pony's a little bit disappointed. I'm a little bit disappointed in Pony. This is a player we usually see do pretty decently, but he's not that top frag for his team. He's second to bottom in just that ratio, but if we're just looking at KD, he's second frag, but it's still not great. Only 4 assists means that he's not getting kills, and he's not really even doing damage, which does not bode super, that's not great for him. We're definitely going to need to see him start to pick up that pace when we move into Pearl, if Pony wants to, or if Oxygen wants to try and take Pearl here, because it's going to be looking really tough. We know how strong Turtle Troop can be on Pearl. And although it's not their best map, they do also know that it's definitely not Oxygen's best map. Again, we can talk about it again, but Oxygen's performance against Disguise last week, although it was pretty good, they took a 2-0 win. On Pearl, it did go to overtime. It went 15-13. That's a pretty close overtime, too. And so now that we're going to be going into Pearl, where Oxygen, again, looking a little shaky last week, they've got a new team comp now that they weren't really able to practice very much with. We just saw Turtle Troop do pretty well against Oxygen on Haven. So now we're going into Pearl. I expect a pretty good performance from Turtle Troop. I expect this to be a 2-0 now. Although I was anticipating Oxygen winning the series 2-1, if they can take a win here, I'm impressed. And honestly, Turtle Troop does have potential to 2-0 here. I think they should just try and shut it down here, not let Oxygen have hope of taking it any further. I definitely think they could. Yeah. So that's my pretty much that, and that's the best analysis I have right now. There were some interesting choices from Oxygen. I think the way they counterplayed Turtle Troop, especially from Turtle Troop, there were some good, interesting choices. At the end of the day, I think Turtle Troop was just winning more of their gunfights. But also, Turtle Troops, some of their choices were weird. On that offense, like I talked about, for the first few rounds and like a good chunk, like probably the first half of that second half, so the first like 6 rounds of that second half where they were on offense, they just kept going A. Like they just kept testing A. And pretty much through the entirety of that second half, they were at least testing A. But especially in those like first 6 rounds of the second half, they were really challenging A lot. And eventually, Oxygen caught on and were able to defend that. And then we're able to prepare for those rotates. But at the same time, we look at Oxygen, and their reads weren't great. They weren't really able to read necessarily where Turtle Troop was going very easily. And even if they weren't playing a super well against that read. Like they weren't able to take super good advantage of that. I mean, look at Governor with 7 first kills. That's just insane. And really carried through for his team there. Although it's only a 25-17 to Verno's 21-13, it's still a really solid performance overall. And again, I'm excited for Pearl now that I know that Turtle Troop is really trying to put up a good fight. You know, Turtle Troop is a team where they've got an interesting history. You saw them in Split 1 do decently well. It looked like maybe they were going to get purchased by XQC, but then they didn't qualify for mid-season, and XQC unfortunately decided to back out of the deal at the last minute. And now that we're going into Split 2, you know they want to prove themselves. You know they want to say, all right, you know what? Sure, we still don't have an org backing us. We still don't have an owner behind us. We are still a really strong and powerful team, and they've really been able to prove that. And honestly, if Turtle Troop can push through, if they can make it to playoffs, I think we could be looking at possibly some org or owner purchasing them finally for Turtle Troop. And you know that's what they're fighting for. They're fighting for that ownership, that new name. They came all the way from open qualifiers. They've been looking pretty solid until North American Challengers Split 1. They looked a little shaky. Then, like, towards that second half of Split 1, they really pulled through, but not enough to make it to mid-season. And now they're trying to grasp and get to playoffs to try and prove themselves even further. And again, make a real name for themselves that could get them bought up here and finally have an owner. That would definitely put Turtle Troops in a pretty good spot, and they're definitely trying to do that here. And against Oxygen, who's honestly favored to win this matchup, but now that Turtle Troop's been able to put a good fight against them, they're once again showing that they're not just a team that's going to be forgotten about, or that people are just going to forget about. This is not one of those teams. Turtle Troop definitely trying to prove, hey, we are one of the best in Group A. We're even better than probably the number 1 right now in Group A. Oxygen, well, currently Oxygen is the number 1 in Group A, but if Turtle Troop can shut them down here, they may be putting themselves in a pretty good spot to try and take their own top spot, or at least close to the top spot in Group A, maybe top 2 or top 3. And again, that's what they need. Turtle Troop needs this in order to qualify for playoffs, because they were the top of the list at the end of Split 1 for those who didn't qualify. They were 9th, just barely didn't make it to mid-season. But that does mean they start off with 5 points coming into this, and so they honestly just need to make top 8 most likely, but really if they can land top 6, they'll most likely qualify for playoffs, and that's definitely what they want to see. And yeah, so they've got a lot to fight for here, especially after a disappointing performance last week against M80. Although it was it's against M80 and they put up a really good performance, they didn't take a map or anything like that. So it's not as powerful of a performance as they would have liked to see. So that being said, it looks like we're going to be going into map 2, and I mean we could be looking at a surprising 2-0 from Turtle Troop. We'll go ahead and take a listen here to what the desk has to say over at Knights Arena about this matchup, because I think they're just as surprised as I am.
they've been losing to other teams. They even lost to Nearest Airport, I think it was.
Yep.
13-11 in the qualifier, so it kind of illustrates the problem we're talking about. Pearl just is not seeming to be a map that really works towards this team's strengths. So now that they make a change, maybe there's a world where that helps. But honestly, like we already talked about it, map 1, if you're looking just at player-by-player comparison, Redux played really well as a stand-in, and obviously set the bar pretty high. Or not Redux, Rustin. Set the bar really high for Redux. 2 R names, it's really hard to remember which one's which.
That's true.
Rustin played really well, sets the bar high for Redux to come in. And so he doesn't hit it on map 1. And maybe that's okay, first map jitters. If he doesn't hit it map 2, then the community, being the community, will start to go, oh, you should have just stuck your assistant coach in there. What were these guys thinking? This was a mistake. They made the move too soon. The kid's not ready. Whatever the case may be. I hope that doesn't happen, but I am concerned for Oxygen because I'm
concerned for Redux as well.
Go, hey,
like he's super young. He's coming in here. He's already got a lot of eyes on him, knowing he's so young, knowing he's supposed to help boost Oxygen back into the limelight, or at least try to get Oxygen to be a staple or a good name here in Split 2. It's up to Redux to do that. And if he's going to start to struggle to do that, he's definitely, his team or this team in particular for Oxygen is going to be disappointed in him. He's going to be disappointed in himself. Most of all, like they talked about, Rustin has, or at least last week, played much better than Redux has this week. And so, or at least so far in map 1, so the Oxygen fan base, or just general North America Challengers fans, are going to be thinking, all right, maybe Redux wasn't the choice. Maybe Rustin needs to be that permanent player. Give him a contract, sign him up. But let's get into this player select here, or this agent select. Again, I'm excited about this matchup. I'm excited to see where it ends up. Let's go and take a look here at these similar picks here. We've got Killjoy for both Redux and Adder. No surprise there. Governor and Pony, both on Jet. No surprise there. And surprisingly, that's where the difference stops. It is a double controller setup for both of these teams. But if I could take another look at those players, or those agents, I would do a little bit of a more analysis. I believe Verno got his cam up. I don't think he had a cam before. So he's got his cam up now. Got full player cams. But yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at this. So again, a Jet and a Killjoy for both teams, but that is where the similarities stop. So we've got double controller for both sides. Turtle Troop's going for Harbor and Viper. Oxygen is going for Astra and oh, sorry, no, not double controllers for both sides. Turtle Troop going double controller, Harbor and Viper, and then they've got Sky as their initiator, their recon initiator. I want to get into this play-by-play. I need to go over the players. And then over on Oxygen, they've got Astra as their controller, and then they've gone double initiator. Verno as their recon initiator, Mitch as their util initiator, or that's what I'm calling it. Their offense initiator, aggressive initiator. All right, enough said. In mid, there was a little bit of an exchange. Both Jets get picked off there, and Turtle Troop ends up lower on health as well, or important to mention as well. Turtle Troop is on offense to start off this Pearl. We will see if they're able to play it well. And a little bit of an exchange between Adder and Scuba, as Adder's trying to get away with his life. Is managing to do it, but does take a little bit of damage there. And Dazzle down to 45 HP as well. The alarm bot going to come off in Art, so now Oxygen knows it may be a push into A or connector here. Ooh, timing. Verno going to catch Rossi off guard. Going to be able to find that pick. Going to be able to turn and take out Weeded as well. Now it's going to be a 2v4 here. Dazzle able to take out Verno, but the flank on the flank comes through as Mitch takes out Dazzle, and now it's down to Adder in a 1v3. Able to pick up the spike. The knife comes through. They know Adder's picked up that spike as well. Again, it's a 1v3. Time's running low. Adder sort of just has to stick it, and it looks like Scuba going to be there to deny it. Scuba going to take Adder out from up above, and now Oxygen has taken the first pistol round. It's a good start for them. Again, they need to try and secure this map, which is now Turtle Troop's pick, and try and deny good play here for Turtle Troop. Because, well, Oxygen needs to win this map to continue this series. Turtle Troop can definitely breathe a little bit easy knowing they've secured Haven, but that does not mean they're just going to breeze through Pearl here. They do need to put up a decent fight here. We've got, it's going to be a force buy for Oxygen, of course, off of that pistol round win. And they're actually not going to be conserving Econ at all. So if they, or if Turtle Troop's able to get some good picks on Oxygen or able to do some good Econ damage, it's definitely not going to look good for Oxygen. And they're definitely going to have to start getting worried here. But that's only if Turtle Troop's able to find some good picks. And they may not be able to. We'll see how it goes. Turtle Troop is still teetering on near B, but that spike is still actually leaning A lobby, or A lobby sided. So they definitely still don't have a definitive place on where they're taking that spike. And it actually looks like it will be going A. We've got Governor pushed up into B link. And Oxygen knew there was at least one pushing into B link. So they know to expect possibly someone there. And that's what that KO knife was for. Try and get some vision, but I do believe that vision was denied. A little bit of an exchange there in A main, and good vision there for Redux. But Governor going to start this push into B as his team gets ready to rotate. Governor is able to take out Verno and pick up a Phantom. Now going to have to clear the rest of the site. Going to be able to. Meanwhile, Scuba able to take out Adder. But now that player advantage in the hands of Turtle Troop, and Governor still on site with full HP to try and do some damage here. Pony with that Marshall looking in. Spike is going to go down. It's going to get planted. Low Oxygen tries to do damage to Turtle Troop to deny the plant. They're not able to. Pony with the Marshall going to find that pick on Weeded from that upper position. They know Governor still has that gun, and they definitely know he's powerful enough to utilize it well. Turtle Troop getting ready to challenge from Hull, it looks like mostly. Redux, though, going to take out Dazzle, and this retake of the site has started, but Governor, meanwhile, going to take out Scuba, so it's going to be kept in a 2v2. Rossi barely catches Redux there, but Pony able to take out Rossi. Spikes, oh, not going to get defused. Oh, I know how that feels. His bullets were just going the wrong way. Oh, and just barely, the Spike's going to get defused. Came down to the wire there. But the defusal does come through. Well played there for Oxygen to secure a round win, another round win. Although, Turtle Troop, I said, if they're able to find some good picks, it'll put Oxygen in a bad spot. And that's what Turtle Troop was able to do. They were able to find some good picks. So Turtle Troop's going to go into this round. They're going to be on a full buy. Oxygen only going to have 2 real guns to try and defend against the full buy from Turtle Troop. So Turtle Troop's in a decent spot here. We'll see if that ends up pulling through, or if that does end up mattering, or if it will end up mattering. Will it end up mattering a word? Is mattering a word? I don't know. I give up at this point. Everything's a word. I'll just start saying random words that sound like words, and they'll work out. You know what I mean. Turtle Troop now going to be pushing into A. And they're actually just going to pretty much be allowed to push in. Nobody's going to stop Governor from pushing all the way into backside, which puts Governor in a good spot to find an early pick there. Meanwhile, Rossi coming in from Connector, going to find that pick on Pony in water. Verno, though, going to take a Governor who was pushed into backside to help clear space. But Governor was pretty much able to do his job of gaining some good traction there. It's going to be a 3v3, but Verno's low on health for Oxygen. And again, site has been completely or entirely cleared by Turtle Troop here, although Mitch able to take out Adder. And this is going to be difficult. Although we did, pushing out at the perfect time to catch Scuba, just not looking. The flank going to come through from Verno, though. Taken out by We Did, and now he knows Mitch is coming. Not going to be able to defend it. And Oxygen able to take 3 rounds in a row here. Although these are expensive rounds, this round was not, as it was a bonus round from Oxygen, which means Turtle Troop is going to be looking really bad on Econ, going to have to save this next round. Oxygen going to be able to full buy, and now Turtle Troop going to be worried, as that performance was definitely not what they expected to see.
This is that round where you have, a very good firepower advantage. This is your chance to start building up credits. And kind of take a half that has started out very chaotic and maybe start adding some...
Governor has knives to use this round. The rest of his team going to pick up 3 stingers and a sheriff. We'll see if those end up coming through. Adder still has no kills for his team. We'll see if he's able to find some traction here for his team or not.
How different this map
And
is.
Turtle Troop's getting ready for a B hit, or sorry, an A hit. What am I saying? But on B is Pony with that operator. Push up, looking for maybe an early pick. Not quite going to find it. And now Turtle Troop's push into A has started, but Oxygen, knowing that they have that operator deep into B main to gain them some good vision, they do get to play back a little bit. They do get to rotate over to A, confident that their team can hold and lock down B main and that mid through mid link or B link. Which means there's going to be 4 stacked here on A. Turtle Troop does have to play against. Spike is going to get to go down here, but it will definitely be difficult for them to play this. Although Oxygen is not able to really even do very much damage, so they actually let Slate be taken, and now they're going to play this retake. And although they'll likely be able to do it, it's a 5v5 and they have better guns. It is interesting that they decided to let Turtle Troop plant there. The util coming through in the form of those Viper snake bites, and it's actually going to do really good time play here, as it does prevent that spike from starting to get diffused here. Although Oxygen now going to start moving towards diffusing that spike, so Turtle Troop's going to have to start getting some kills here. Not quite able to. 2 players up alive for Oxygen. It's an expensive round, sure, but they do still secure the round, and now Turtle Troop's going to be on a full buy. Oxygen's continuing this win streak 4 rounds in a row. And although their econ hasn't really been able to stabilize, it is still in a decent spot. Again, they've had so many of these rounds in a row, 4 rounds in a row. Turtle Troop, again, full buy now. They do need to start to, or they do need to win this round if they want to start to gain some ground of their own. And I should be able to tell you which side this map favors. Actually, no, these stats are from before Pearl was introduced to the map pool, so I don't actually have the stats quite yet for this map, but so I don't know which side this map favors, but most maps tend to favor defense just because it's easier to respond than it is to you know, offense, or create that movement that the defense is responding to. So most maps will favor defense a little bit, just naturally. So we'll see if that is true here. I do believe it is true, but that does not excuse 4 rounds in a row from Oxygen. So again, Turtle Troop does need to win this round. Governor's already been picked off B main. I imagine with that op on Pony, I was not really paying attention, so I don't know exactly how it happened, unfortunately, but I can guess. It's going to be 5v4 here from Oxygen, which will definitely be difficult for them to, or will definitely be difficult for Turtle Troop to push through, as they are going to start this A hit. Viper's Pit comes out, and in response, the Hunter's Fury comes out to try and take out that Spike Planter. It does damage, but it's not going to take them out, and they're not watching mid. Mitch's going to come through, dig out Desil and Rossi. No more Viper's Pit. Now it's going to be a 2v5 for the remaining Turtle Troop players, and they may just want to save these guns. Weeded looking to challenge mid, going to be able to take out Mitch. Now it's a 2v4. Like, still not getting defused. Going to be checked, but Verno going to be the deciding factor there for Oxygen. Though another pick was given, it's not going to be enough here, and there's going to be 3 players left alive for Oxygen to make that round a little bit less expensive than their other round wins have been. Which does mean this econ momentum is going to start to build up here for Oxygen. And Turtle Troop may be wanting to take a timeout off of 5 rounds lost in a row. Is what I would guess.
A lot of success on getting spike plants with this, aggression, this composition from Turtle Troop, but they have not been able to stop Oxygen on these retakes.
And yeah, they do take a timeout here. And I can't blame them. My main question is, I mean, it's a pretty obvious question, but what is going through the minds of Oxygen, or sorry, of Turtle Troop right now? They've just lost 5 in a row. Their mental's definitely not going to be there, although Adder has managed to secure at least 1 kill. Their post plants have definitely been weak, to say the very least, and they've definitely had a little bit of a struggle to push onto the site here. I should point out the cameras are on the wrong side. Turtle Troop's cams are on the left, despite, Oxygen's name being on the left. So on the left is Turtle Troop, on the right is Oxygen, although they only have 3 cams there, which is interesting. But yeah, we will see if they'll switch that for the next time out. But for now, it's going to be a force buy from Turtle Troop. They have the money for it, but it will definitely start to, or will continue to hinder their ability to perform if they do lose this one. In addition to that, if they lose this one, it will mean Oxygen will be at 6 rounds, Turtle Troop will be at none, and they'll be on a light, or they'll be on a save, which will mean Oxygen, if they win this round, could get the advantage going into the next half. We'll see, though. Turtle Troop coming off of this timeout, deciding to do a little bit of an aggressive play here. They've noticed maybe they've been playing a little bit too slowly. Their strategy on Haven was to play for picks, or at least look to find some early picks before pushing into the site. Oxygen did respond to that pretty effectively, but Turtle Troop was able to still pull through. And we'll see now if Turtle Troop is able to do that again here, if they're able to find those early picks anywhere. What has actually been happening in actuality is Turtle Troop has been getting picked off early. And once again we see that, and nobody's even able to trade it off. And that does mean Pony, able to get an early pick for Oxygen, gets away with his life, which means now it's going to be a 4v5 for Turtle Troop. The player advantage is going to be there for Oxygen to continue to try and secure this round. The lockdown comes out on B, and Oxygen's actually buying that. They are rotating towards it. Oh, Adder may have been able to find that pick on Mitch, but not quite able to. Pony responds by taking Adder out. And now they may know Turtle Troop is not intending on going B. As this push into A starts, the Nanostorm is going to push them back just a little bit, but Weeded's still going to go to plant that spike. Oxygen definitely looking to challenge it. Dazzle ready for Mitch. Spike still hasn't gone down as Redux been able to prevent the plant. Able to take out Weeded and Rossi. Leaves Dazzle alone. They know where Dazzle is. Dazzle knows they know where he is, so he backs off for the save. And this forced buy for Turtle Troop is not going to turn out going well for them, as Oxygen has secured 6 rounds, and now it's going to be a save run for Turtle Troop, which means Oxygen is looking at taking the advantage going into the next half. And, yeah, Turtle Troop should definitely be a little bit disappointed. Coming off of that timeout, they had a lot to work on, and they didn't really seem to do any of that, as that round went pretty much as well as it's been going for Oxygen. Oxygen has been able to find those early picks. Turtle Troop hasn't been able to trade them off. And then Oxygen is able to take advantage of that by playing a little bit split on either map, and then responding a little bit slower, because they know they have more players than the opponent, which definitely gives them a little bit of time to work with. So Oxygen definitely going to be in a really tough spot here.
Defense looking solid, obviously, at 6-0 up, and they've got a pretty solid setup here as well to try to respond to this heavy-handed approach from Turtle Troop in towards Link.
Yeah, they had to watch out.
Now, this push starting, they push into sight here, or through mid here, and they're actually able to take art control, although damage is done to Dazzle. It's not enough to kill, and now Turtle Troop does have some leeway here. They decide to send, it looks like Adder through mid, or through Art into Connector, while the rest of the team gets ready to push through mid to B-Link. Adder's going to be pushed up in Connector, just hoping to catch somebody pushing through the water. He himself is not looking like he's going to push through, although maybe now. We'll see if that does come up with anything. Now they know that Turtle Troop is turning their attention towards B. This spike is going to go down. It's a little bit of a non-conventional place. Unconventional, there you go. Scuba takes out Adder, but Weighted going to return with a pick of his own, taking out Redux as he pushed into CT just a little bit aggressively. And that does mean it's going to be kept in an even 4v4. Time is starting to tick down, and Oxygen does need to do something. Verno takes out Weighted. That Cosmic Divide isn't actually going to really help Oxygen very much here. Rossi able to find that pick on both Scuba and Pony, but not going to be enough to completely lock down the site. Still trying to find out where that spike is. Rossi will get to the spike in time, and another round goes to Oxygen. I will say that was definitely a decent performance from Turtle Troop, a little bit better than we've seen from them before, but it was still a round that they probably could have won that they did not win. A little bit of an unconventional spot there to plant that spike definitely helped them out, but not quite enough. It was a good performance, but again, not quite enough. Now it's going to be 7 rounds won for Oxygen, and they're definitely going to be looking to win even more of those. We've got jet knives as well for Pony to use this round for Oxygen in combination with that operator. Turtle Troop definitely going to start to look a little bit shaky here. Now they're pushing down and looking at this B main push. And it's going to be difficult. It's going to be a difficult push for them. Almost certainly.
Well, these shoulders from Dazzle will not be able to do too much outside of checking for long angle through halls. So a lot of trust that Mitch can lock things up.
Pony watching mid, just barely able to find Adder's head. Meanwhile, Mitch doing an incredible job of locking down B main. Able to find 2 picks there. Means 2 players left alive for Turtle Troop. In this buy round, definitely not going in their favor. As Pony is able to take out Rossi, who was coming in from B-Link, and that leaves Weeded alone in a 1v5. Barely able to take out Verno. Weeded definitely playing with him a little bit there. Sorry, Verno definitely playing with him a little bit there. Now it's a 1v4. Though I doubt Weeded will be able to clutch this up. We've got a flank coming in. Mitch gonna have enough of that. Pushes out and takes out Weeded with 3 kills from Mitch this round. It makes it another dominant round for Oxygen. Not only was it a dominant round, it was a dominant buy round for Turtle Troop. It wasn't dominate for Turtle Troop. It was a very bad round for Turtle Troop, as they did take a loss here. And now their econ gonna start to look weak. And Turtle Troop could be looking at a 13-0 loss here. They were able to secure a pretty good win on Haven, considering who they were up against, but they just have not been able to lock it down at all on Pearl. I mean, who knows? Maybe they just need to wait until that defense, but you do need to put up some sort of offense here. And Turtle Troop really hasn't been doing it. It definitely goes to show that you're struggling when your best rounds are your save rounds. We've seen Turtle Troop put up better save rounds than buy rounds. And that's definitely a little bit of an omen of what is to come here. Dazzle able to take out Mitch. It's a bit of a choke point that Turtle Troop is stuck in, but it doesn't matter. Oxygen's not really able to take advantage of that, other than sending a shock dart through there. Dazzle down to 5 HP. Nobody gonna really be able to take advantage of that quite yet. Redux locked in Hall. They know where he is. Won't matter though. Bruno and Scuba locking it down, and now it's just down to Governor. He pushes into Hall. Redux has pushed out though, and Redux takes out Governor. Finish it off. 9 rounds for Oxygen, and this is really just starting to look like Turtle Troop is going to struggle here, as my voice starts to struggle apparently. We've got 2 ults for Oxygen to still use. They've still got those jet knives on Pony, but they also have that Hunter's Fury for Verno. It's going to be a buy round from Turtle Troop. Those jet knives for Governor definitely going to come out, but I doubt they're going to be used, as Turtle Troop has not been able to do anything against Oxygen, and I hate seeing 13-0 wins or losses because it's just not fun to watch, as one team is almost certainly dominating in these situations. It's just not fun to watch. You never want to see a game like this. It's just not fun. It's not a good game. It's disappointing. Not only are those jet knives going to entirely miss, but the knife, the KO knife comes through to prevent Governor from utilizing them anymore, but it wouldn't matter. It's that Hunter's Fury comes through to finish him off. Meanwhile, the rest of Oxygen able to find 2 picks of their own, which leaves Dazzle and Weeded alone in a 2v5. They have the spike. They can rotate. Looks like they're going to play in a main a little bit longer. Little do they know, though, that the flank on Verno is going to catch any chance of a rotate, which will prevent good vision for Oxygen, or at least good knowledge as to where Turtle Troop is going.
Rock solid, man. Yep. Now we got a flank coming in to make sure that this is over from Verno.
It's been good on every front.
Yep.
Dazzle able to take out Scuba. Weeded takes out Redux. Now it's a 3v2. Oh, Weeded takes out Pony as well. Now it's a 2v2. The flank gonna start coming in from Verno, but Weeded takes out Mitch. It's a 2v1. The flank for Verno may be good though. Though it looks like maybe Dazzle is expecting it, and they hear him. So now they definitely know. Spike's gonna go down. The Shock Dart not gonna take Weeded out either. The heal's gonna come through from Dazzle. In addition to that, the Harbor Circle gonna come through with that wall. Now it's gonna be a 1v2 for Verno. And all of a sudden, this 2v5, which I was starting to lose hope in Turtle Troop. I mean, who can blame me for losing hope in Turtle Troop? This round starting to look really good for Turtle Troop. And Weeded! 4 kills for Weeded! Takes out Verno! This has turned into a very unexpected win for Turtle Troop. That's what I call getting overheated. I think Oxygen was getting a little bit too careless. A little bit too hot-headed. They sort of knew, alright, we're winning these. And got a little overheated there. Oxygen looking incredibly patient there. Sorry, Turtle Troop looking incredibly patient there. Able to secure a win, finally, preventing it from being a 12-0 going to the next half. But there's only 2 more rounds in this half, and although Turtle Troop will be able to buy this round, it is, once again, not going to look strong. Although that Operator is now going to be in the hands of Governor, may be able to come through for a kill. Operator in Pony's hands as well. That kill, which I was talking about, may be able to come through in Governor's hands, does come through. He's able to find that pick, and this entry is going to start. It's a good entry as well, as they've been able to take sight. The Spike going to go down. The Viper's Pit, though. Ooh, the Spike not quite going down. The Viper's Pit is down, though. Mitch actually just going to push through, able to find the pick on Dazzle, but Rossi and Weeded going to lock down the Viper's Pit. Spike does go down as well. Pony with those knives, which he's had for a while. He's just been holding on to them. Not quite going to be able to pull through for a kill. Operator there to lock down the flank. Scuba, though, going to take out Governor. No more Operator. Adder going to take out Pony, though, so now it's down to 1v3 for Scuba. Rossi with the shorty, able to take out Scuba. Turtle Troop secures another round. Could they secure the last round of the half? We'll see. It's going to be a full buy from both sides once again. Governor's once again going to have that Operator in his hands. And it was good to help them secure that round, at least to start that entry. Could this be a classic case of an overheated moment? I think so. I think Oxygen has been getting a little bit too ahead of themselves. And, I mean, we'll see if that's going to remain true, if they continue to be a little too ahead of themselves. We'll see if Turtle Troop can take advantage of that. I did say maybe Turtle Troop is just waiting for their defense. Portal's a little bit defense-sided, especially if you've got a good Killjoy setup. So, you know, mid-control doesn't really need to be given to you. Again, so what I'm trying to say is defense-sided, what am I saying? Pearl is slightly defense-sided, or can be slightly defense-sided. And so, yeah, so Turtle Troop was definitely just waiting for their defense, and may have some hope here. If they can get it to 9-3, it gives them a little bit of a chance. I don't know if the curse will be in their favor, but we'll see. Those early picks that Turtle Troop was able to find, or at least the early pick that Turtle Troop was able to find in the previous round to help them push onto site, they're not going to find this round. Although site has actually been given up to Turtle Troop, and Adder pushing onto site knows this, it's going to make Turtle Troop a little cautious. They're going to be like, alright, yeah, so they're playing back. They're definitely going to be in a position to retake. So they turn their attention back towards A, and they make some noise. And now Oxygen being like, alright, yeah, it's probably they're probably going to A. They're probably red that we're playing back here. Not going to anticipate that Turtle Troop has rotated back over to B. And that Operator pick is going to signify to Oxygen that they are coming here. Verno going to take out Weeded, though. The Defender lockdown going to try and prevent this plant. And it's actually going to do nearly a good job. The Spike is going to go down. This Defender lockdown going to run out. And they're going to destroy the offense lockdown. And Spike's going to get half. Now the retake for Turtle Troop has started, as the Spike has pretty much been given Oxygen. It's going to have to be a counter retake here. And Scuba's alone. He's in a 1v2, able to take out Adder. Now it's a 1v1. The Spike is half. Not a whole lot of time here for Dazzle to work with. Able to take out Scuba. And Turtle Troop has done it. They've secured the final 3 rounds to half. They made it 9-3. Will the curse be in their favor? You know, I doubt it. But I'm happy, as always, to be disproven or proven wrong. And we will see If it will pull through, if Turtle Troop will pull through, if the 9-3 will be in their favor, it's gonna have to be a miracle. But you know, they will be switching to the defense. We saw how well Oxygen's defense was. We'll see if Turtle Troop can put up a similarly good defense, and maybe, just maybe, the 9-3 will turn in their advantage and they can take a 2-0 victory. There's smoke in Governor's room. I don't know if that was smoke or just like an effect or something on the overlay. Just had to hit the vape real quick. All right, but it will be the offense starting here for Oxygen, pushing in through mid. Started off, and now they're going to turn their attention towards pushing in through Art here.
Starting to threaten this A site quickly. Adder, the only one inside the site, gets flashed off. First ghost shots did not land. Oxygen moving rapidly forward. Reveal comes through, but Weeded's Cove actually kind of creates a bit more separation.
Turtle Troop actually denying the plant. They've been able to push back and prevent this push on from Oxygen, despite the Harbor util allowing, or at least trying to allow Oxygen to get the plant down. Turtle Troop denies it very aggressively. Governor and Adder being those players who got those last 2 kills. Dazzle doing a little bit of work as well, but overall, really good there for Turtle Troop. It's going to secure them the first round of this half, and honestly, that's what they need to start making this comeback really start to feel alive, and securing that pistol round, again, that's what they need. That's going to start what needs to be a good comeback. Now they're going to push for it. They're going to start pushing for these rounds. We see Governor going to be the only person saving some econ here for Turtle Troop, as Rossi buys Governor the gun. Presumably so Governor can buy the operator on that 3rd round, but this is definitely a good start for Turtle Troop. Again, it's a start they need to try and let the 9-3 be in their favor. 9-3 curse be in their favor. We've actually seen Oxygen get 9-3 cursed on Pearl in the qualifiers. That's how they got knocked down to the lower bracket. They got a 9-3 curse on Pearl even. I believe it was 2 in a row 9-3 curses. Obviously not 2 in a row on Pearl, but it was 2 9-3 curses. One of those maps being Pearl. Went into it, up 9-3, ended that map down 14-12. We'll see if Turtle Troop can do the same. They know Oxygen's history, and I bet Oxygen right now is thinking, all right, please, not again. Not this time. See though, Adder able to take out Mitch. And now it's gonna be a 4v5. We did coming from Art, gonna find 2 Pony and Scuba, looking for more. Now it's gonna be down to 2v5 here. Adder taking out Verno, leaves Redux alone in a 1v5. And he's just looking for a pick, trying to prevent it from being flawless for Turtle Troop. Not gonna prevent it. We did with the Spectre. Redux going for a little bit of a weird jump there with the right click, hoping maybe for a classic. Not gonna find it, and it's a flawless round for Turtle Troop. That is a good way for Turtle Troop to start this half, to get that first pistol round and then get a flawless 2nd round, which means they're gonna have some good guns here to try and make this bonus go in their favor. In addition to the guns they were able to keep from the previous round, Turtle Troop also able to pick up the operator for Governor to lock down B. And I would imagine Oxygen knows this. They can definitely look and see, alright, Governor's the only one who saved some econ there. So they know Governor likely has an operator, hence why they're deciding to push A here. But the push is denied. Rossi able to find an early pick there, because Turtle Troop knows Oxygen will know that the operator's on B. So they're ready for the push into A. And just the mind games right now that I'm having to describe as Turtle Troop reads... What I'm trying to say is Turtle Troop read Oxygen beautifully there. Set the dominoes up and knocked them down. Able to find that early pick there. Could help Oxygen secure this round. This comeback is starting to feel alive. I said they didn't want to see a 13-0, and I guess Turtle Troop heard me. They knew it wasn't fun to watch. Decided to push through. Early pick there for Governor, or at least an early pick for as Oxygen is starting this push onto B site is denied for Governor. That op shot not going to come through, and Scuba going to be able to find that pick on Adder. They're able to use that arrow vision. Redux going to be able to take out Dazzle, but Weeded going to take out Redux. Mitch takes out Weeded. Governor and Rossi each find a pick, but Scuba takes out Governor, which leaves it a 1v1, and Scuba wins it. That being said, this was a bonus round for Turtle Troops, or sorry, for Turtle Troops. And although they did take the loss, Oxygen lost all but one of their players, and this was a forced buy from Oxygen. So their econ's not going to be great after this round. Going into the next round, going into this next round, it's not going to be great. Turtle Troop will be in a good spot econ-wise, because again, that was their bonus round. They were able to do some good damage here. I do like this little comic book shop. Some lore here, a little bit of a lore. I mean, I'd have to sort of do some background. I'll do it. I'll get into it later if you want. But yeah, it's gonna be an ult for Oxygen and an ult for Turtle Troop. We did as the Harbor ult. I'm not entirely sure what that's called. I just know he said you better move or something like that, because that was one of the trivia things. And then Scuba has the Cosmic Divine for Astra. We'll see if Oxygen does decide to use that. Pony is already taking quite a bit of damage, down to 17 HP. Unlike Turtle Troop, Oxygen does not have a Sky to heal them up there, so does mean Pony's gonna have to play with just, being one shot. We'll see if this entry will still be good for him, though. They're gonna play it a little bit safe, again, knowing Pony doesn't have that health to push on site with. The Sova drone comes out, and the Harbor Wall responds accordingly. Comes out to block vision for Oxygen, but this knife on Mitch, definitely looking to come out here. The Cosmic Divide comes out, same time as that knife. Now Oxygen gonna try and figure out how they want to retake, or not retake, but take site here. Still don't have that spike down. It's a little bit chaotic with these Viper util. Dazzle able to find a pick, but Mitch and Scuba return with a pick of their own each. And Rex able to take out Rossi. So now it's going to be a 2v4 here. Governor has an operator to utilize, but he's not really in a position to use it quite yet. And it looks like Turtle Troop just going to back up. They know that this 2v4 are not going to be played. They want to save that operator, which means it would have to be a 1v4 matter. They just want to save their econ here. So Turtle Troop goes for the save, and although I thought the 9-3 might be looking in Turtle Troop's favor, it's definitely starting to struggle, or Turtle Troops is definitely starting to struggle to get it in their favor, as the econ has now been built up by Oxygen. Which puts Turtle Troops in a little bit of a bad, or Turtle Troop in a little bit of a bad spot here. It's not over yet, though. Oxygen still has not secured that 12th round, so Turtle Troop could definitely still try and make a comeback here. They need 7 rounds to get to that 12th round. And because Oxygen is only at that 11th round, Turtle Troop does have to make a pretty decent comeback here, but they also have a little bit of room to breathe in case they need to save. But from here on out, they do need to start this comeback. I imagine after this round, they'll take a timeout, regardless of if they win or lose, just to really try and hammer it into their heads that, or just to really try and get this comeback started. Let's see, though. Oxygen going to be pushing an A here, and Turtle Troop not going to be reading that necessarily, but off of some vision and util, Turtle Troop's read is actually good. They've already placed 4 here. It's going to be good. Rossi going to lock down the site, able to take out Pony and Mitch. Spikes down as well. Means now Turtle Troop can just watch it. Weeded takes out Verno. That operator on Governor, although not able to find a pick, be long. Now going to be able to rotate over to A to, again, help lock down that spike. Turtle Troop now has the spike in their hands. Oxygen going to have to try and steal it back somehow. They want to secure this round. They've got Econ. They can try and push for a comeback here. I mean, to be fair, Turtle Troop did have a 2v5 win of their own. Redux does get spotted pushing through that harbor wall and is shot through the smoke accordingly. Rossi gets that pick. Now Scuba's alone in a 1v5. Probably going to go to play for this save, although doesn't need to. Again, Econ decent for Oxygen. It's not the worst idea here. Again, Turtle Troop needs to make sort of a comeback here, and this is a good start to it.
Oh man, yeah, kind of hard to tell where this match is headed at this point. I know, right? It felt like a dominant match from Oxygen to start. You feel like Turtle Troop starting to make the comeback.
Well played here from Turtle Troop. Again, this comeback does need to start, and a flawless round for Turtle Troop will definitely be a good start to that comeback. They now only need 6 more rounds to get to that 12th round. And again, that's assuming Oxygen gets to the 12th round themselves. which case, of course, Turtle Troop has to get to that 12th round. But if by some miracle Oxygen does not get to that 12th round, Turtle Troop will be in a decent spot. Oxygen taking a timeout is actually not what I expected. I expected Turtle Troop to be taking a timeout. But Oxygen taking a timeout here, I imagine would mostly just be to try and prevent the comeback. But this is actually good for Turtle Troop. And that's because Turtle Troop has some room to think about how they want to play this. You know, Turtle Troop can... sorry, I'm trying to think about why Governor's vaping. It's distracting me. But Turtle Troop can also use this timeout very effectively themselves, because they do need to make a pretty decent comeback here. So what their coach is going to tell them, what they're going to hear from their coach, should all be very, very useful information in helping them try and make this comeback a reality. I imagine that's what they're really going to be trying to push for here, is making that comeback a reality. I'm not entirely sure what they could necessarily be doing differently here. Their previous round did look pretty strong, so we'll see if they're able to replicate that. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, we will see how this does end up going. Again, Turtle Troop needs to make a pretty decent comeback here. They've started it, but they're going to need 6 more to get to that 12th round. And again, assuming Oxygen gets to the 12th round themselves. Governor pushing up with this op. The vision is actually denied, and Governor gets flashed. And he has no util to dash away either. Maybe should have been able to find a pick there, but isn't. Pony takes Governor out. Mitch and Pony each get an additional kill of their own. So that makes it a 2v5 for the remaining Turtle Troop players. Pony takes out Adder, and well played from Oxygen. They were definitely afraid of pushing B because they knew that operator was in the hands of Governor, but the fact that Governor was able to find that pick is definitely putting... Or sorry, what am I saying? The fact that Governor was picked off definitely puts Turtle Troop in a little bit of a worse off position here. And then Oxygen was able to take advantage of that. And Verno takes out Weeded. A flawless round for Oxygen is really good for them. I've talked about the history of Oxygen on Pearl. They've lost to a 9-3 before. And so they're definitely trying not to let that happen here. They don't want the 9-3 curse to get them this time. Now Turtle Troops needs to win 6 in a row. It's not just 6 rounds that they need to win in general. It's now 6 in a row. They only have 1 ult to use this round to start it off, and when you are on, when you're up against an opponent that is at that 12th round, I always talk about this, you always force everything you have. That includes money, guns, util, and ults. You have to use them every single time you get them up, because otherwise you'll have wasted them if your opponent just wins that round. So let's say you're saving your ultimate for the next round. If your opponent just wins, that's it. You wasted that ult. You didn't get the chance to use it. So you always use your ultimates as soon as you get them. Rossi using this Viper's Pit here on B. I honestly think that's a good choice. Because they do know that Oxygen is not afraid to push B here. They had some of that security, or Oxygen was allowed some of that security, because Turtle Troops was... Or sorry, Turtle Troops was allowed some... What am I saying right now? Hold on. Let me mental reset. Turtle Troops was allowed some of that security because they knew Oxygen wouldn't push out of fear that the operator on Governor would do some damage. This round not looking like it'll go in the favor of Turtle Troops. Pony able to clear, but Mitch, the one to actually clear the side, able to find those 2 early picks, and then Governor... Or sorry, and then Pony finding another. My brain is all over the place right now. 2 players have to live for Turtle Troop, and they need to clutch this 1v5 or this 2v5, or else it's over. My brain is really not functioning right now. Dazzle able to take out Mitch. Adder takes out Verno. Now it's a 2v3. They're evening that tide a little bit. The Seekers come out. Shelling going to help a little bit here. Spike is tapped. They have to peek. Adder able to take out Scuba. Pony takes out Dazzle. Now it's a 1v2 for Adder. Able to find one, and there's no time. That's it. GG. Even if Adder was able to find that pick on Redux, there was no time to defuse. Oxygen Esports takes that map, and now we're going to be going to a third. And although I did think it might be a 2-0 win here for Turtle Troops, and I think they have the opportunity to do so, going into Ascent, it's going to be a bit of a toss-up. I think it will be a 50-50 on Ascent. I thought maybe we'd see this third map, although I did not expect it to go to the third map because Turtle Troops won Haven and then Oxygen won Pearl. I expected it to be the other way around. But regardless, we are seeing the third map. And as much as I want Turtle Troop to win this, I mean, with how shaky that Pearl performance did look, I don't know if they'll be able to. It's definitely starting to look scary for them. Yeah, my brain is starting to just stop functioning. Not entirely sure why. But yeah, let's go ahead and take a listen, although I'm pretty sure they're about to throw it to an ad break. So, we'll go ahead and take a look at that map, if they've put it in yet. They did. Alright, so let's go ahead and take a look at Pearl. One thing we talked about for Turtle Troop is how good Governor performed on Haven, 25 and 17 being the top frag for Turtle Troop. You go over to Pearl and, well, he wasn't that. Governor went 10 and 15, second to bottom, both in ratio and KD, so just really overall not the best performance we did, really having to pull through for Turtle Troop, but the rest of his team not really on par with him, and although we did got the most kills out of anybody that map, or including those on Oxygen, it still isn't going to be enough to carry the team, especially when it's just a marginal kill difference like that. And yeah, Turtle Troop has to be disappointed about that. Positionally, they just were not very strong, both on their offense. Their offense was very bad. Like really, really poor performance there on their offense. Disappointing even. Just with how, yeah, they just were never able to really counterplay Oxygen setups. Until those last 3 rounds when it started to look like maybe they were going to make a comeback. But yeah, it was not strong for them at all in that first half. I would say it was strong in the second half, but it wasn't really either. I think those first 2 rounds looked good, but those were also the pistol and then bonus round after. After that point, it just did not look strong for them. Maybe on that 17th round, it looked pretty solid, but then the 18th and 19th round, it was over for Turtle Troop. They just could not push through Oxygen, and they really could not. Again, it's all down to positionally and how you're playing, obviously, but Turtle Troop really just struggled to find any semblance of cohesiveness throughout the entirety of Pearl. It just looked really, really sad to watch. I mean, the entirety of the first half, or the majority of the first half, I even was getting annoyed because I don't like watching games that are so one-sided. And then Turtle Troop started to pick it up. Then they won the first 2 rounds of the second half, and I was like, all right, maybe it's coming through. And then any sort of momentum, any strength it looked like they had, just they lost it. That was it. And yeah, so I'm disappointed to say the very least in how that did end up going. There's not a whole lot else to talk about. It's a one-sided match. Oxygen, of course, did pretty well. Turtle Troop's very disappointed in their performance. But yeah, there's not a whole lot else to really talk about. So we'll go ahead and talk about some other news we have. Now, there haven't been a whole lot of player changes since last week, but one team that's been playing a little bit interestingly is Disguised. To start it off last week, and by last week, I mean the 23rd, which is Sunday, so I'd even say that's this week. But Disguised has announced that Steel will not be playing for them in their match against Shopify Rebellion. Now, if this was any other player, you'd be like, okay, maybe he just needs a break. Steel is the in-game leader for Disguised, which means he's the one shot calling, and Steel has been the in-game leader the entirety of the time. So it also seems as though Disguised doesn't know who they will be replacing Steel in this matchup against Shopify. You see here, Toast is beside himself, driving around downtown Los Angeles, begging through text Exalt's family for addresses, or for the address to his house to ask him to come back. Like, Disguise very clearly doesn't, and this, like, Disguise clearly does not have a feel for for Steel quite yet. You can definitely tell they're not entirely sure what they're doing, and where they're going, what direction they're headed in. Yeah, that's very, very clear. And I think, especially after their performance last week, which is abysmal, like, Disguised is still not really able to find their footing. And, you could say, all right, well, they qualified for mid-season. That's pretty good. And, yeah, I guess it is, but they barely clawed it to mid-season, placing 8th. placing 8th in Split 1, barely making it to midseason, and then they didn't even have an attempt in midseason. They got 2-0'd in the starting off, and sure, it was against M80. All right, a 2-0 is expected, but then they went up against TSM and got 2-0'd again. It just was not strong remotely from Disguised in midseason. So they definitely had a lot of role issues to figure out. Since Exalt left, they have not been able to pick up the mantle he left behind. They pull in Ye, they drop Ziff, bring in Nerve, and I think Disguise now has so much potential. They're dropping Steel though, and they said that the reason is because Steel helped the in-game leader for Shopify really pull through for or really helped. He was basically the mentor for Shopify. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong games here. He was really the mentor for Shopify Rebellion, Steel was. And so, looking here, yeah, you can see Vanity was trained pretty heavily by Steel, so dropping Steel or not letting him play in this next match is just so that way there's not any of that counterplay or, you know, the behind-the-scenes knowledge that Vanity may have, and Disguise would like to not have that. The issue still is, though, you don't have an in-game leader, Disguise. You clearly don't know who you're bringing in to fill the shoes that Steel left, at least for this week, which means not only do you need to find a player on your team willing to do the in-game leadership, you need to bring a new player in to fill that void. We know that Riku is a Sentinel player, so he probably won't be able to fill that void. And so it's just like, who are you going to bring in, man? Who are you going to bring in? They made the joke about you know, Toast coming in. I wouldn't be surprised, but I also doubt that's going to happen. Exalt might sub in. Again, I wouldn't be surprised, but I doubt that's going to happen. I don't know what they're going to do. Disguised Toast has expressed it openly on streams that he doesn't know what they're going to do. I'm interested to see what they do, but they're running out of time here, bud. You should have had a week, or at least quite a few days, since you decided Steel won't be playing, to find a new player and then practice with them. But it seems like as of yesterday, or at least as of yesterday, they still did not know who they were going to be playing with, and so it'll just be interesting to see how this ends up going. And then, of course, they've got this little funny video, which I won't show here, but you can check it out on the Disguise Twitter. Because it's just a little bit of a meme video. Now, I do want to hear what the desk has to say about this next matchup, because I don't have a whole lot of insight from it. Maybe they can claw something out of what was a pretty disappointing match from Turtle Troop.
That had to happen from Verno and so on to kind of close out some of those rounds. Like, Turtle Troop had some good ideas on attacking sides. They had plenty of plants. They just couldn't stop the retake. And then once the second half shifted, we saw a little bit of a comeback effort there from Turtle Troop, but kind of got quickly squashed away.
Actually, just looking at the statistics here, it was 4 1vx wins for Oxygen. They had a 1v1 from Mitch, a 1v1 from Redex, a 1v2 from Scuba, and a 1v1 from Verno. On the opposite side, Dazzle did win a 1v1, just based on what we're seeing from tracking. So, yeah, quite a bit across, you know, a somewhat short game, 5 rounds across 19 total played. That's kind of crazy that we see that many happen in a single game. But when you look at the performance overall, I do feel like you had said, Dust, like, they came in with a decent look. I kind of like the Harbor play. I feel like that side of it worked. I wasn't necessarily sold on how they were working with the Viper. I feel like that combination, by its very nature, works well. I just don't know if they were working it that well. And we had questions coming into this one, too. I had mentioned it while you guys were live. Dazzle had never really IGL'd this map. Outside of a few small events, he hadn't really taken the opportunity with his previous roster to expand his horizons into the realms of Pearl. So we didn't know what to expect from him as a leader, let alone this team as a roster.
I think on top of that, there were some coordination things that we really relished when we were watching Oxygen play Disguised last week, using things like the Reckoning on top of a Viper's Pit, the lockdown in combination of one of the two, let alone how you use the Cascade Wall. In particular, I was remembering moments where the Cascade Wall would go out and a Trailblazer would be right behind it. We didn't really see that at all from Turtle Troop. So their ability of combining all of this great utility that we saw last week that was a problem for Oxygen was not necessarily there. So it's kind of almost a similar story that we were saying from map number 1, where Turtle Troop came out and really polished up on the things that were really kind of hampering them in their first week on Haven. The same can almost be said about how Oxygen were responding to this more one-dimensional utility that Turtle Troop were throwing out in a way that was causing them problems when they were playing up against the Skies.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, shit. I don't think that they were diverse enough with how they use their utility from that composition. I'm also shocked that they did not attack B more often. I just feel like if you can get B, get the plant, and keep long B control, it's just so hard for teams to retake against that, and they never really tried that. They were mostly just trying these like harbor
yeah, that
plays.
was definitely strange from Oxygen. They just stayed so far off of B, and honestly, it gave Turtle Troop so much security for so long. And it's no wonder that all of a sudden, when Oxygen started trying to play B, Turtle Troop didn't know how to defend against it. It's because they just weren't expecting it because of how consistently Oxygen just hadn't been going B. It seemed like Turtle Troop was ready to allow that lack of confidence in defending B. So as soon as Turtle Troop was like, you know what, let's just push B, it worked out. And then Oxygen... As soon as Oxygen was like, let's just push B, it worked out, and Turtle Troop wasn't able to do anything to defend against it. Now we're going into Ascent, and again, I said it's a bit of a toss-up. I don't know which way this will go. I genuinely do not. We haven't seen either of these teams play on Ascent this split, or just last week yet. And on top of that, it seems like both of these teams haven't been playing super great, especially on Pearl. I think especially Turtle Troop did not pull through nearly as much as they should have. Although Oxygen also didn't pull through very much on Pearl either. They just pulled through a slightly bit more. And then on Haven, I mean, it was just impressive how poor the performance was from Oxygen, considering their track record on Haven. So now we're going to Ascent. I have no idea. It's a coin toss. Seriously, it's a coin toss. I don't know which way it'll go.
A really good track record on this map. All the losses they do have, like to Moist Moguls and G2, are close losses. 11-13 are an overtime loss in the case of the Moist Moguls game in the opening week of Challengers. They have wins over TSM, this Turtle Troop team in multiple overtimes, as well as Shopify Rebellion. So more often than not, they've been able to put up good results on it. Meanwhile, Turtle Troop have lost both of their games on Ascent. Obviously, one of those was that multi-overtime game we were talking about against Oxygen, which ultimately decided who went to the midseason face-off and who didn't. So a little bit of history there, and that's going to make things a little bit spicy going into a third map of Ascent.
Here's the other interesting point about Ascent. For the side of Turtle Troop, we have not seen them play Sova yet. We also have only seen them play things like Sky. So are we going to see someone pick up those ages we have not had yet in this pool? Because that was, I think, one of their biggest points of success when they went into multiple overtimes versus Oxygen last time, is they had great performances out of Mummy in particular on the KO. So there's also a little bit of stress here, I think, as far as what agents they're going to feel comfortable going into compared to what we've seen in the first two maps, which has been pretty linear and pretty one-dimensional towards meta things, or at least kind of forcing things like Sky and not even seeing any Sova until this point. So I don't know. I'd be curious to see if they're going to keep going into that position.
Here's something interesting, too. Again, this is like, it's really hard for us to draw comparisons, right? We saw a close game between these two teams, but obviously different rosters. Technically, for both of them, Oxygen only made a minor swap, whereas Turtle Troop obviously made more significant changes. One of the many significant changes they've made as a roster throughout the entirety of Challengers. When Dazzle was with Shopify Rebellion, they played Oxygen on Ascent. There's a 13-11 in favor of Oxygen. So clearly Dazzle, if he's calling, because again, we're not 100% certain there, but assuming that Dazzle is calling, he's going to know what to expect from this team. Obviously, working with different pieces than what he worked with before, a lot of comfortability with that old Shopify roster. They had spent over a year together, played through VCT, but still something to consider as we look at this third map. I do believe we're going to go ahead and throw things to a break, though. When we come back, we'll be jumping into the agent select for map 3 to see who will be moving on with the dub. Stay tuned.
All right. Sorry, it's getting hot. If I sound annoyed, it's because I am. But also just because it's getting hot here. I mean, I'm just... I don't really have words for this, because I'm just, like, straight up, I'm annoyed because it's hot, and I'm annoyed with Turtle Troop. I did say I'm kind of rooting for them, and I sort of am. What I'm really annoyed about is just that, like, Turtle Troop should be pulling through, and they're not. Turtle Troop should really be able to push through here. They've had so much good opportunity, especially after doing so well on Haven. You go to Pearl, and you're like, what were you doing? Like what was Turtle Troop doing? What were you thinking? Why did you? Why did you let it go the way that you did? There were some moments where you just needed to win a 1v1 and you didn't. There were so many moments like that for Turtle Troop where it could have gone differently. There were some close rounds in there, or even rounds where they had that player advantage, and it just never pulled through for them. And it's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? So yeah, I don't know. It's a tough situation. I don't really have anything else to really talk about. We can go ahead and take a look here at the clips. Although my main issue is that it looks like Valorant Esports is the one who's supposed to be like promoting everything and all that, but they don't really upload a whole lot of clips, whereas like Knights Arena would upload a lot of clips. But you know what? Whatever. Why is there no sound to this?
And he rules with an iron fist. A double for the mid. Committed this Rolling Thunder, and time's becoming an issue. Nobody knows where Governor's at. And he rules with an iron fist. A double for the mix. Scuba forcing into a 1v4, and Ross.
Yeah, that was a really good trigger finger there. Trigger discipline. Why? Bro, why would I, when I turn the sound on, would I want it at the bottom? Like, why would that make sense? Yeah, let me unmute so the sound can be at the very lowest position possible.
But Pony's going to need to
That
be,
makes
I would
sense.
assume, rolling thundered in towards mid, and that's exactly the call. A couple players get booped up. There's the flag. Here comes Pony. First Defiance land. Second, third, no worries. Adder trying to hold on, but Oxygen.
Yeah, Oxygen definitely choked Haven so hard. They really could have done so much good damage, and they just didn't. But yeah, I'm running out of stuff. I mean, I could do like ranked or something, but I want to save that for in between series. So I mean, I guess we can. It doesn't hurt. We'll do ranked real quick. Or at least start it. Nice. All right. Awesome sauce. All right. Valence. Here we go.
Last player standing. Last player standing.
He's clearing these corners really well. He's counter strafing there. Moving there was reflect, or like that dash was reflexive, which means he like actually plays clean.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. I mean, that had an immortal gun buddy on it. I think this is cheating. Episode 4. I'll say immortal. It's just it's a lucky guess. You could say. Oh, he deranks. Ooh, that's unfortunate. Oh, looks like maybe we're back. Are we back? Yes, we are, and we're in the agent select. Let's go. We can save the ranked duel for in between series. But what we do have here is start of ascent, and again, I said this is a coin toss. I don't know it's going to go a certain way. It could really genuinely go either way. Both Rossi and Mitch going to be on KO. Both Adder and Redux going to be on Killjoy. Both Pony and Governor going to be on Jet. Both Dazzle and Inferno going to be on Sova. And both Weeded on Scuba and Scuba going to be on Omen. So identical picks for either side, which means it really just will be who could play better positionally. It's not going to be a matter of who can counterplay util, or it's just going to be which team wins that will determine the winner. A little bit interesting there that's how it works, but you know, it is what it is. But yeah, we're getting into it. I feel like both of these teams have just looked so sloppy this series. Yeah, it's almost infuriating just to see like how much potential both of these teams have, and they've just been wasting it these past few maps, especially Turtle Troop on Pearl. I mean, that was just disappointing, and I don't want to see that here again on Ascent.
This map can really get dicey if you don't have a diverse attacking side.
So I will just hope that I don't see that here again on Ascent. And A-Site has actually been entirely given up here. There are some in Garden, but Governor's just been able to push up way faster than they're anticipating. Able to find two, looking for a third, gonna find it. Pony, though, coming into Heaven, gonna take out two. Weeded, though, gonna take Pony out. Redux gonna take out both the Governor and Weeded, looking clean while he does it. Now it's gonna be a 1v1 between Redux and Dazzle. It's a Ghost versus a Sheriff. Neither of these players will be better, closer, or farther, so it's just gonna be... Can Redux, the new player for Oxygen, pull this out? Turret detects him on Generator. Doesn't matter. Dazzle knows exactly where Redux is. Goes and takes him out. Able to pick up Sheriff while he does it. So the first pistol round does go to Turtle Troop. I've got the stats for you on this one. Ascent is defense-sided. 41.2% of pro defense games. Of pro Ascent games. Pro Ascent rounds. 51.2% go to the defense. 48.8% go to attacking. So this is a defense-sided map. It's actually one of the more heavy, like, offense or defense-sided maps. So yeah, so it's a defense-sided map, so we should see the defense taking advantage here going into the next half, or the round advantage going, or the round advantage overall. But Turtle Troop able to take the pistol round could help try and deny that. Shorty on Redux looking to do some damage. Not going to be able to. Governor going to take Redux out, and that's going to be a 4v5. Four-man flank coming through, denied by Rossi, who takes out two. Both Mitch and Pony get traded off, but that does mean it's going to be a two-player advantage now for Turtle Troop. And the four-man flank decides to split up. Now just a two-man flank, as now Scuba will be the only one flanking. While Verno decides to try and retake mid-control and possibly go through Market. Going to be able to take out Dazzle. And now it's going to be a 2v3. But that spike's been down quite a while, and Oxygen just going to be looking to die to the spike at this point. It's Turtle Troop looking to hunt down the remaining players, maybe get those kills for themselves. Verno's in Market. Hear that arrow go off. Verno comes out. Governor going to be the one to get the kill on Verno while Scuba dies to the spike. 3 players left alive for Turtle Troop. Not the most successful round, but it's the majority of them still left alive, so this bonus will be decent for them as my voice continues to degrade in quality. So, Turtle Troop, again, will not be able to completely full buy this round, but will be trying to play bonus, or take bonus, and they're going to have decent guns to do so, so they should be able to take this round. Or at least put up a good fight this round, not take this round, but yeah, they should be able to put up a good fight this round. Now Oxygen going to be able to full buy this round as well. Governor going to take out Mitch. They also know that there's one more there in Pony, so trying to find that pick there. Able to catch Dazzle. Ooh, Pony though, going to take out Adder and Governor. I believe that was a body blocking situation. Pony also going to be able to take out Weeded. Now it's going to be a 2v4. Pony with the ace as Dazzle is able to find one more before he's taken out, and then Pony turns his attention towards Rossi. He takes him out. 3 players left alive for Oxygen, although, again, losing 2 players is going to make it expensive. The majority of the players left alive. And Pony's definitely going to be feeling good about that one. So we've got jet knives for both Governor and Pony, although I believe only Governor will be using those jet knives. It's going to be a buy round for Turtle Troop, and a buy round from Oxygen. So it's a full buy from both sides. Turtle Troop definitely did not play that very well, but they still got a chance to redeem themselves. Now we're going to move forward into these rounds. Now Turtle Troop going down through mid. Gonna get ready to push into tree. We've got Dazzle to, you know, find some good vision. A as well, try and get some good, you know, maybe make Oxygen a little bit wary that it might be a main push. Governor trying to dash in from tree and get some good vision. Not going to get taken out, but does get blinded. Meanwhile, Rossi, who sees Scuba, who's been blinded, takes him out. Dazzle going to find a pick as well, so that makes it a 3v5 for Oxygen in this retake. The spike goes down, Redux takes out Dazzle from Heaven. Now, it's going to be a 3v4 for Oxygen in this retake. Don't know what on earth just happened, as we did completely just not paying attention, I suppose. Maybe looking at the map. Gonna miss that opportunity to find a pick there. So now it's gonna be an even 3v3. Governor with the knife is gonna completely whiff all of his shots onto actually, I think he hit 1 or 2 of those shots onto Redux, but does not find that kill. Pony getting ready to try and retake this site. Nobody's gonna be there to lock it down, to prevent Pony. What on earth did I just witness? With Rossi and Pony just whiffing their shots there. But time's running low. Pony doesn't have time to defuse, so he runs away. Governor dies to the spikes, and that means it's a very expensive round for Turtle Troop, as all of their players die. But expensive round for Oxygen as well, as they lose with 4 out of the 5 of their players dying. But they're still going to be able to full buy this round versus Turtle Troop, who won't actually be able to completely full buy this round. It's going to have to be a light or a half buy for some of them. We'll be able to get good guns, but that shield not really going to come through. Honestly, I'd say it's pretty equal, regardless this round. Although the util going to be a little bit lacking there for Turtle Troop. Governor's not going to have the dash or the updraft, but it's fine. 2 ults for either side. Or sorry, 1 ult. At least, what am I saying? 1 ult for Oxygen, the knives on Pony, which come out this round. And the Hunter's Fury for Dazzle and the KO ult for Rossi. So Turtle Troop has quite a few rounds or ults to secure this round. There you go. Which I imagine will all come out.
We'll see Turtle Troop kind of not just hit the brakes. They won't even get off the starting line. Still mostly get spawn.
Yeah, it's like, Pony has
And we will see.
Whether that be some type of double updraft play or some type of just aggressive push somewhere, and so they're just kind of, playing back, kind of waiting that.
Pony with those knives, looking to find an early pick mid, not going to be able to. Does find some vision there in B lobby, but not going to really be able to capitalize on it. So now Oxygen gonna, be wary. It might be a B hit, while Turtle Troop runs all the way back towards A, knowing that the vision has been given to Oxygen. Gonna send 1 to watch mid. Adder gonna catch Pony off guard. And now 4 players for Turtle Troop gonna be coming into main. And it's only Mitch to lock it down, able to find a pick and send that Molly out at the exact same time to really prevent Turtle Troop to push in, which gives Oxygen so much time to push in. Mitch gonna find another on Governor, and Turtle Troop is choking this player advantage they had. It's tied up, and now they no longer have that player advantage. It's a 3v4 here. Time's running low. They have to plant. Mitch gonna take out Rossi. We did. I thought we were gonna see another ace for Oxygen. But Redux gonna take Adder out. This round goes to Turtle Troop. Sorry, goes to Oxygen. Now what we're seeing here is the reason this map is defense-sided. Is because of those choke points. Its Ascent is full of choke points, which means it's difficult for an offense to play well without getting caught in those choke points. You saw Mitch able to just catch Turtle Troop in those choke points, take them all out. We saw that ace that Pony got earlier was because of that choke point. He was able to hold them into coming in from Cat. So you're able to really just hold the offense in these choke points and do some good damage. And that's what Oxygen has been able to do on their round wins. This round has already started, and now there's already down to 30 HP trying to grab that orb. The Killjoy Molly does quite a bit of good damage. That's going to be 5v5, but Adder low on health. And it's a save round for Turtle Troop. They really don't have Econ anymore. Despite having more rounds in Oxygen, their Econ has started to suffer. An ult for Dazzle and an ult for Mitch. KO ult for Oxygen to use. The Hunter's Fury for Dazzle, but I doubt that'll be used this round. Mitch looking to find some vision before using that KO Molly. As the arrow comes out, the Molly comes through. Mitch going to take advantage. Takes out Dazzle. Governor has been able to try and push into side. Mitch, once again, going to lock down that main entrance. Governor able to take out Scuba, but now has to deal with 1 in hell. Mitch has a shorty. Won't matter, though. Verno going to come through from heaven to take Governor out. I don't know what Turtle Troop, why Turtle Troop is letting Mitch just hold them to that choke point, but they are. And it's working out. Now, that was a save round. There wasn't a whole lot Turtle Troop could do there. Now, Turtle Troop going to be on a bye, and they've got 3 ults to use. Hunter's Fury, Omen ult, and that lockdown. I don't know what the Omen ult is called. It's like the Shadows or something with that. And then Mitch with that null command in KO fashion. And we will see how this does end up playing out.
Well, he's going to use that as an opportunity to kind of contest B main. Rest of the defense positioning around that. Knife will reveal nothing through mid defensively, plus the recon bolt. So even though Oxygen are not quite in position,
Lockdown now comes out to really lock down A site.
they have taken away some space around the rest of the map.
Dude, Mitch, try not to.
Now Turtle Troop coming into A. The flash comes through. Mitch not going to be able to hold them to that choke point this time as the lockdown does push Oxygen off of the site. The spike will be able to go down. Maybe not exactly. Sorry, that Molly not landing exactly where Oxygen wanted it to. Killjoy, the Killjoy Nano Swarm from Turtle Troop going to push or prevent Oxygen from pushing Heaven there. Good for them. The flash is going to come through. The blinds as well. Oxygen going to get ready to start this retake. You know where a few are. That Sova arrow is really good for gaining some good vision. Weeded and Verno are both spotted. Pony able to take out Weeded as well, which makes it a 4v3 now for Oxygen. Pony going to be able to push Governor. Now it's a 2v4. The Hunter's Fury, though, going to come out. Stop that defuse. It does get halved. Adder, not quite going to get taken out, although they are pushing him. Spike's going to get held here. They do have to push it. It's going to get defused. That's it. Dazzle may be looking for another pick, but knows the Spike has been defused, so just backs up. And Oxygen has taken the lead now. Turtle Troop, again, it's an it's a defense-sided map, but Turtle Troop losing 3 in a row is not a good sign for the rest of this. Turtle Troop will be able to buy this round, but it's not going to be a good round for them to lose. Their econ's going to start to suffer here. Oxygen, who's been able to build up a decently stable econ now, is going to continue to get that econ built up. Redux has a lockdown to use this round. The knives are going to come out from Turtle Troop. They also have that Omen ult as well.
Knives out, though, this time for Governor and the rest of Turtle Troop. Central turret is seen. Pony will delete it. Scuba, opposite side of the dark cover. From Rossi, who has been suppressed, but ultimately not.
Now, Rossi, who's been actually able to push up pretty aggressively into Wine. Not really going to be able to capitalize on it, but may be able to find something when Oxygen isn't expecting it. Tree going to get flashed beautifully, and now Governor is going to be in a tough spot. Scuba takes Governor out. Now it's going to be a 4v5. Pony able to take out Rossi. Adder takes out Mitch, but Scuba takes out Weeded. Now it's going to be a 2v4 for Turtle Troop. Adder takes out Pony. Now it's down to a 2v3, and Dazzle with the flank probably going to be able to find at least one here. Does find one. Looking for more. Adder takes out Scuba, and now it's a 2v1. Redux coming in from Heaven to flank the flanker. The Spike is going to go down, but the lockdown comes out in retaliation. Ooh, the shock dart. Maybe to try and destroy the lockdown, although I don't think it can. I don't think it does enough damage. Well, the lockdown is pretty far back, which means that Turtle Troop can play from main, and they are double holding this. It's going to be difficult for Redux to play. Adder with 4 kills this round to tie it back up. And again, it's a defense-sided map, so if Turtle Troop can continue to keep these rounds, close, or at least keep it tied going to the next half, we could pretty much be looking at what we saw them do on Haven, where they kept it tied on the round or on the half they had a disadvantage on. Then once it switched to the half that the side that they had the advantage on, they took the win. So we may be able to see Turtle Troop do the same thing here. I say may because I don't know if we will be able to see that.
So keeping this game 4-4, very close.
Outside of the fact that Pony has been untouched for the most part, as a collective, feel like
Pony takes out Governor, and now it's going to be a 5v4. Redux takes out Dazzle. Pony takes out Rossi. Redux with 2 more. Not even close. Flawless round for Oxygen. Turtle Troop really starting to look scary, sorry, Oxygen really starting to look scary. Turtle Troop, they got to start worrying. Knowing that Oxygen was just able to do so much here. I mean, again, this is those choke points I talk about. You just saw how beautifully Oxygen was able to play the choke points of B main to their advantage. Turtle Troop gonna be on a save here, a light buy. Gonna be pushing B as well. It's gonna be locked down by Mitch and my brain can't function, and Verno. Mitch and Verno to lock it down. And some util used, and now Oxygen a little bit worried that it may be a push through here, and now they're gonna back up. But Turtle Troop backing out of main, knowing that Oxygen now knows that Turtle Troop is going there. They're trying to bait it out. Pony gets spotted mid, so he's not going to be able to hold as aggressively as maybe he would have hoped. Does back up. Tries to do some damage, peeking out again, but not going to be able to. And that does mean it's going to be kept even, it's going to continue to be kept even here. And Weeded has been allowed to just push up through main, and now he's going to be near CT. Looking for a pick, not gonna find it. Pony gonna be able to quick scope and take out Weeded. He got his head. Redux gonna be able to take out Governor as well. Deny the push through Garden into window, or in through window into Heaven. Now it's gonna be a 3v5 for Turtle Troop here. Dazzle gonna be able to catch Pony off guard. Now it's gonna be a 4v3, or maybe not off guard, but Pony does miss. Going to be 3v4 here for Turtle Troop. Still going to be very, very difficult. The Sova util, they know there's at least a few hell. Only able to take out one. Scuba going to lock it down. Take out the other. Even if Scuba had been taken out, there were still two other players to lock it down. So Oxygen secures a round that they should have won, as it was a save round from Turtle Troop. And now Turtle Troop going to be able to buy. Now Turtle Troop going to be on a buy. Then we're going to start to look a little bit dicey here. A little bit of a tough situation for them. We've got the knives in Boney's hands and the Omen ult in the hands of Weeded.
I mean, he's almost double anyone else on the opposing team.
Yeah. Well, here's that gun round you were calling for, seeing if Turtle Troop can find a little bit more pressure in towards mid. It's a knife that's thrown early, but you saw the opening utility to try to deny the alarm bot that does not actually land. So Oxygen will still, in a certain regard, have an idea on if there will eventually be a play here at mid.
Yep.
A little bit of vision given to Oxygen early in B main. Not really going to be capitalized on, but it does give Oxygen a hint that it may be just a Killjoy B, and it could just be a lurk. So they're going to continue to play a little bit aggressively here on A, and Dazzle able to find that Sova drone dart in A main does push Oxygen, leaning more towards, okay, maybe it is an A hit. The Turtle Troop still, honestly, I don't even know if they know where they're going yet, but they are pushing now through mid, and it looks like they will be trying B here. Going to be pushing through Market and through main, so those choke points aren't really going to be able to be held. There's going to be two on site for Oxygen. Both on site and in the back site, in the boathouse. But it won't matter, or like, I mean, it does matter. Oxygen or Turtle Troop not able to defend at all. What is my brain doing? Turtle Troop not able to defend at all. Gonna find so many good picks there. Now Oxygen definitely gonna be looking pretty good here as we move into the last round. Turtle Troop not gonna be able to full buy. It's gonna be difficult for them to defend against. Got a lockdown for Redux, knives for Pony, a null command for Rossi, and whatever the Omen ult is called. I'll just look up the list here.
And he wastes no time ducking into the smoke on stairs on the B side to help reinforce it. He doesn't try to overstay his welcome, taking fights at switch. Yeah. It's just smart play from Oxygen. Their team play is looking
from the shadows. There you go. I knew it was shadows something. Alright, alright, now Turtle Troop looking like they're gonna aggress mid. They've been doing this weird split push into, like, you know, they give Oxygen some vision B, they give Oxygen some vision A, and then they just end up pushing through mid. And I think Oxygen may be ready for that possibility. You see them putting two, like, in CT to lock down mid. Smokes are coming through to maybe give Oxygen some confirmation. Hey, maybe it is a mid push. But Turtle Troop is going to be pushing in through A here. The operator is going to be watching Tree. See if Pony's going to find a pick with it. He is. Governor's back turned. No hope of getting a pick there. Pony looking for more. Can't get away. Can't updraft away, but the rest of his team going to be there to defend him. That's it. Like that, it's over. And Turtle Troop now going to have to go into this next half down 4-8. But again, it's a defense-sided map. So 4 is a good amount, you could say. But they do really need to turn it around here. As it looks like Oxygen has, once again, pretty much to how we saw in Pearl, it looks like Oxygen is just going to be a dominant performer here.
Changing it up, always making it very difficult for Turtle Troop to get a read and where he'd be. He had so many opening frags. And again, I think part of
Rossi just taking a little nap there, but yeah, it did. I mean, here's the thing. I think Turtle Troop has just so much potential. They've really shown it these past 2 maps. Now we're going into the 3rd. Like, they've definitely been able to show it. They just haven't really been able to capitalize on it too much. Oxygen now on this offense, looking like they're going to challenge through mid, maybe try and challenge A, as my voice cracks once again. Maybe try and challenge A. They've got 3 now coming into tree, it looks like. Rossi going to be there to try and defend it. Does get blinded. And does have to back up. Not really going to be able to defend it. Now the push has started. Governor going to try and stop it. Able to find a pick on Redux. Now it's going to be a 4v5 for Oxygen. They are going to be able to get this spike down, although there will be quite a bit of pushback here. The Sova Dart, the Shock Dart, going to be good to do some damage. Governor going to be able to take out Mitch. Pony and Scuba each going to find a pick. Rossi able to take out Pony. Rossi also able to take out Scuba, and that leaves Verno alone in a 1v3. Adder takes Verno out. That was some poor decision making there from Governor, who decided to dash in from tree. Maybe he was just trying to get vision. He was okay with dying, but yeah, he did just dash into a whole bunch of people. But we can nitpick Turtle Troop there, but they did win the first pistol round, which does help them start to make a little bit of a comeback. It's not a big comeback that they need to make. It's just a 4-round difference, but that's still a good amount. And getting that first pistol round definitely helps them towards that goal of tying it up. We're getting close to that. We see Governor going to be saving a little bit of econ here. We're probably going to see him pull that operator out on that 3rd round. We will see if it is used or if it comes out, but obviously that's not this round. This round, talk about the offense. Oxygen going to be pushing in through mid, which is pretty much what we saw from them last time as they pushed through Cat into tree. We may see that again, although the KO knife comes out. Now there's some good vision given. Meanwhile, Governor able to take out Scuba, who was pushing through tiles. I think it's called tiles. Towards stairs. Redux takes a little bit of damage. Governor shooting through the wall. Now Oxygen turning their attention back towards tree.
They do get some access to catwalk, but trying to actually push into tree with this crossfire that's going on is going to be a tough ass shift.
I'll say. I will say.
But they back off of it.
We did going to take out Redux, who were pushing in through tree. Pony able to take out Rossi, but Governor going to trade Pony off. Now it's a 2v4, sorry. Mitch takes out Governor and Weeded. Now it's a 2v2. Adder, though, going to take out Mitch. Now it's a 2v1. The door is closed as well. Verno has to push through it because the spike is in the hands of Turtle Troop. The Shock Dart comes through, does good damage to Verno. He's pushing through. He's running out of time. Adder going to finish Verno off. And now 2 players left alive for Turtle Troop. Not good for them. They lost the majority of their players, and although they did take a win, now it's going to be a full buy from Oxygen, where the econ for Turtle Troop is not going to allow them to put up a very good fight here. It's going to be a bonus round from them, but they're not really going to be able to get very many picks, most likely, so it does put Turtle Troop in a little bit of a bad spot. That being said, I did talk about that operator on Governor probably going to come out this round, and it does, but that being said, Oxygen definitely knows that that operator is going to be out on Governor, and so they're probably going to plan accordingly, maybe try and play back a little bit. Governor looking for that pick. Gonna get spotted by the turret. Still able to find the pick though. Able to take out Pony. Meanwhile, Weeded coming out from the tree. Gonna take out Verno. It takes quite a bit of damage in the process though. Trades off the guns knowing he's probably not gonna make it away with his life. 2 of Oxygen now. 2 out of the 3 gonna be pushing into A main. Now that Spike is still in B lobby. And it looks like it's gonna be a bait out on A while that Spike is gonna go B. Let's see if that will prove effective here. Scuba able to take out both Rossi and Weeded. And A side has been cleared. And now Turtle Troop is backing up off of B. They definitely bought the bait, and who can blame them? Adder's wary that maybe not. I mean, the Spike still hasn't gone down on A, which is weird considering Turtle Troop has given the site up. Turtle Troop definitely knows that they may be pushing into B. Adder going to be able to take out Redux. Meanwhile, I didn't say it, but Scuba was taken out. That leaves Mitch alone now in 1v3, able to get the Spike down, but Turtle Troop has had time to rotate. Mitch able to take out Adder. Able to take out Dazzle. Governor not going to let the comeback happen, or the clutch happen. Able to take out Mitch, and gets to keep the Operator.
Guaranteed 1v3 for a moment there, considering the op was the last thing left, but Turtle Troop survived through it and take this within 1 round. Scary though.
Which means Turtle Troop has just won 3 in a row, which definitely puts them in a good spot here to make what needed to be a little bit of a comeback start to happen here. Looks like it really is going to happen. Starting to look exciting for Turtle Troop. 1 ult for either side. Governor with those knives. May not use them. May not have to. Then the null command with Mitch may come through for a kill.
Shadows earned for Scuba, as there was some discussion on who was going to get that orb, I think, there for a moment. And Oxygen still holding kind of this opportunity for a late lurk, but look at the proactivity from Turtle Troop getting through mid-map, and I mean through mid-map. Weed's going to be behind.
Scuba's able to get that Omen ultimate. We'll see if that's going to be effective for Oxygen here.
Great timing here, and he's found a lot of forward positioning, and there's really nothing here to stop it.
Looks like Rossi's getting ready to take out his teammate there. Oxygen getting ready for the push into A here. The Omen ult over to B though, which is a good bait, but Turtle Troop may be ready to respond to it. Waited, gonna take out Mitch in A. Now there is still another on A and Pony to try and res his teammate. Governor and Dazzle gonna lock down A, or sorry, B, and the bait is not good. Turtle Troop has not been able to push onto site. So he's going to go down. Pony was maybe looking at resing him. Not going to be able to. And Weeded going to be there to finish Pony off. And that round turns into a win for Turtle Troop. And that was a forced buy from Oxygen. So now Oxygen going to have to save. And it looks like Turtle Troop going to be able to take this defense-sidedness to their advantage. Could Turtle Troop be taking the victory here? Although I was definitely not anticipating it.
They got to a point where Troop had the read, could still watch the spike cross from back halls, and it forced Scuba to have to come upstairs and help, and he got off right away. Yep. And so now we're all square, and money is low for Oxygen. Just share out some stingers. Tough tidings here for Oxygen, but they have been very successful in rounds like this so far in the series. They're going to quickly get in through market. It's going to force Turtle Troop to have to defend.
His aggressive push into B has started for Oxygen. They've been able to come in through mid into market. Now they're getting ready to push into site, it looks like. They're still hesitating a little bit. They have not heard any util by Turtle Troop, so Oxygen definitely still trying to figure out if this is a good choice for them. Flash comes through. Rossi looking for some early engagement. Gonna find it. Able to take out Pony. Adder able to take out Mitch. Scuba, though, gonna get a pick for Oxygen. Able to find that pick on Adder, and now it's going to be a 3v4. Still going to be at a player disadvantage for Oxygen, despite getting that pick. Dazzle going to take out Scuba. Rossi going to take out Verno, and now it's a 1v4 for Redux. Try and clutch out this round. Not going to be able to find any more. Weeded finishes Redux off, and this round does go to Turtle Troop. They've secured another round.
Yeah, not a whole lot.
They've taken the advantage, or the lead.
Yeah, they were able to get market, but
They've won 5 in a row here. And Oxygen taking a timeout, and you can't blame them. They just lost 5 in a row. That's not a good amount to lose in a row at all, to say the very least. And if I'm Turtle Troop, I'm pretty happy right now. Honestly, if I'm Turtle Troop, I am I'm feeling pretty good. You look at Oxygen, and although they had a really nice performance on Pearl, the performance on Haven was definitely rocky. Coming into Ascent, although their first half was pretty decent, now they've just been struggling on this offense. And you know, Turtle Troop struggled on their offense as well on Ascent, so it's not uncommon. It's a defense-sided map. Their choke points are hard to play around. But Turtle Troop apparently was able to do it just enough to allow themselves to just switch to defense and start to take rounds. And I'm you can be pretty certain that's what they were betting on. They're like, all right, let's just make it to the defense. Let's just try and get as many rounds here and get to the defense. So yeah, I'm not sure there's a whole lot they could be talking about currently or like changing up about their strategy because they've just been doing so well. As Scuba's full shield does not render properly.
I mean, this has been a clean sweep so far for Turtle Troop, but some of these rounds have been dominant.
Yeah.
So Oxygen, they're on to somewhat of a full buy.
Interesting. But yeah, there's going to be knives for Pony, knives for Governor, and there's going to be that Omen shadow from the shadows. There you go. It's going to be that Omen from the shadows to utilize their 9 rounds here for Turtle Troop. And Oxygen sort of needs this round to start to secure some good econ. Coming off that timeout, they're hoping to secure it as well. They're going to come into tree, and that alarm bot is going to go off, and the Killjoy setup that was in there is going to go off as well, and now Oxygen has to be playing back just a little bit there. And Adder was locking down tree, but does pull off of it, afraid that maybe somebody would be coming in from main. And although Scuba is main, he's not really pushing out yet because the rest of his team isn't really pushing into tree yet. And those that were pushing into tree are now backing up. You can tell they're still thinking about it. Maybe they're just hoping Turtle Troop will rotate over to B, but they haven't really. Adder able to find that pick on Mitch, and as Oxygen tries to start pushing in here, the push is going to be difficult. Weeded takes out Verno. Weeded also takes out Pony. Those knives not going to do anything. Redux and Scuba now alone in a 2v5. Redux from mid, able to take out Governor. Oh, and caught in the lockdown. Scuba going to get taken out by Adder. Now it's down to Redux. 1v4. No time to go get that spike, so just going to save his gun. Another round does not go in the favor of Oxygen, and that was off of that timeout. Turtle Troop once again able to play those choke points well. You saw them come in through tree. Rossi gonna be able to finish off Redux as well. What I was trying to say is you saw that Oxygen was trying to come in through tree, but the choke point was levied well. As the alarm bot goes off, then the nanoswarms try and prevent the push in. And then Adder's just able to hold it down and shoot through, find a good pick there, and yeah, Oxygen was just denied. Pony, who used knives previous round, is going to be able to afford a Vandal here on a light buy, but, Econ's still not going to be great for any of the Oxygen players, and it will overall be a save light buy for Oxygen. Now Oxygen getting ready to push in through mid here. Oh, the Operator, though, not going to let that happen. The collateral as Pony and Verno line up to get picked off, and now it's a 3v5 for Oxygen. Scuba, Redux, and Mitch, they've got to be disappointed right now, knowing how poor this has gone. The Odin looking to find a kill with that spam. Not going to be able to, as Redux has backed up. No damage done either. With Scuba, going to be able to take out Governor, that Operator. Not gonna be able to post up in a heaven. Now it's down to 2 on site to try and defend this site. Scuba has had to entry, but he's been allowed to, because again, Turtle Troop not really on the side. They're in a tree right now. They don't have that spike getting down quite yet. Now it's starting to come down. Turtle Troop, again, they have the numbers advantage here. They've allowed the spike to go down, so now they just have to play this retake. Coming in through tree, and Adder's able to find one coming in through tree. Rossi also going to be able to take out Scuba. Now it's just down to Redux, 10 HP, able to find the pick on Rossi, but Spike's just going to get held, and he peeks out, all three waiting for him. We did, going to get the kill on Redux. 3 players left alive for Turtle Troop, makes it another dominant performance, and it'll be a full buy from Oxygen this round, but if they lose it, not only will Turtle Troop have that 12th round, but Oxygen will have to push through for a comeback on low econ. So Oxygen really needs this round to try and start a little bit of a comeback here. It's not a big comeback, but it is a comeback still that is needed.
And then against TSM, they had 7 attack rounds in the first half of that one.
Yeah.
They've always been able to at least put up something. I mean, they usually average, I feel like, around 7.
There's a lockdown for Redux to use to try and secure this round, but there are knives in the hands of Turtle Troop to use as well.
Unreal. How about this? Governor's going to get an angle.
Governor able to actually sneak past that turret just barely. Oh, no, it just barely spots him.
Exactly.
Although it may actually have been spotting his teammate. Governor with that operator just trying to hold it mid-ling. Not going to spot anybody quite yet. Same time, nobody really going to challenge him. So Scuba was definitely thinking about maybe peeking Cat. They know that operator's likely there off of that turret contact. So now Oxygen turns their attention towards B, and Turtle Troop is ready for it. They've got 4 there. So this will be a difficult push for Oxygen. They do have a lockdown to use, but they do have to put it pretty deep, and it may just be destroyed by mollies. Pony, though, going to take out Adder. Redux able to take out Rossi as well. Governor with the operator coming in from Market going to take out Pony. Weeded able to take out Verno, but it's traded off by Redux. I mean, it's going to be a 3v2. Player count low for both teams, but more players for Oxygen here. Oh, Governor going to get spotted. Doesn't matter. Able to take out Scuba. Pulls those knives out reflexively. Now it's going to be a 2v2. Still full health for both sides, with the Governor a little bit low. So, you know, not full health for both sides. There's one in boat. Governor coming in. Gonna have to clear it. The lockdown comes through as well. Spike can actually be diffused in this time limit. Oh, not gonna quite be able to stick it. Redux gonna just barely catch them in time to prevent the diffusal. Now it's gonna be 9-11 the score, and this that round, which Oxygen really needed to win, they did. They lost the majority of their players, so it's not great, and it was expensive, but they did win it. Oxygen now taking their second timeout. This is dangerous for Oxygen. First of all, it shows that they aren't confident that their first timeout was useful, but also they're allowing Turtle Troops to talk, because when you take a timeout, your opponent also gets to use that time as a timeout. So Turtle Troop also gets to restructure themselves and figure out how they want to play this, which could definitely prove to benefit them more so than it may benefit Oxygen. Although we do see maybe going to use the bathroom there for Turtle Troop. But yeah, what I'm trying to say is it definitely will be beneficial for Oxygen, but it could also, on the flip side, be beneficial for Turtle Troop, who also would like to deny this comeback that may be being made here as we come out of this timeout.
Getting good reads, getting valuable intel for rotations. Meanwhile, Verno has been having a very quiet game for his standards. Even Scuba has struggled in comparison to what you expect. Redux has certainly had a couple of big moments. That clutch is obviously a huge one to keep them afloat. But that's their only attacking round so far that was reliant upon an ult and a clutch. I mean, yeah. What can you build from that?
Well, it's gonna be 5 rifles.
2 ults for Oxygen to use this round. And I'm not so sure they'll come out. They may want to save them in case Turtle Troop does get to that 12th round. But at the same time, if they have a good opportunity to use them, they probably will. Oxygen going to be challenging A here, and they actually haven't done that a whole lot. Clearing wide, using that KO Molly, so that's some util used up. Governor going to be pushing in through B garage, hoping to find some damage. Not going to be able to, as again, Oxygen is pushing A. Silverdart comes through to A as well, and off of that, Turtle Troop actually rotates towards A pretty much entirely. The Hunter's Fury on Verno, gonna be good for 1. Able to find the pick on Weeded. Now it's gonna be a 5v4 for Oxygen. They've been able to take sight. Rossi and Adder each able to find a pick, though. Mitch able to take out Rossi, which will keep it even in 3v3. But then Governor and Adder each find a pick, which will mean now Redux alone in a 1v2. Gonna have to try and clutch this up. Redux, I'll remind you, in the previous 1v2 was able to clutch it up, but also the time constraint was very real. Sorry about the lag there. Redux able to take out Dazzle. Could this clutch come through? Governor's low on health. He's able to come through. Well played there for Redux. Able to really pull through there, and it looks like off of that timeout, it was useful at least to help Redux clutch it up. This debut series for Redux maybe wasn't looking super strong on Haven. Started to look stronger on Pearl, and now it's really starting to look like a good decision to bring him in here on this end.
Redux able to be the insurance policy there from tree position to close it down. Now it's 10-11.
Though these have been expensive rounds for Oxygen, they've also been expensive rounds for Turtle Troop, but Turtle Troop has had the Econ saved up to survive this. Although they lose this round, that Econ's going to start to look weak.
8 rounds in a row to start to have. Now they've been able to string 2 together. Oh my goodness.
This round. If they lose this round, their Econ will start to look weak. Oxygen pushing in through mid now. We've seen them do this a few times, but they haven't done it in a while, I should say. Ooh, Pony looking to find a pick, aggressively pushing into tree. Trying to take advantage of the fact that he saw Weeded blinded, but not going to be able to. Gets blinded himself, so he backs up. Dazzle gonna be able to take out Scuba. They're looking to trade him off, but they're not going to be able to, which means it's just going to have to be playing with a player disadvantage. Although Adder does get taken out by Verno, so that will keep it even now in a 4v4. So the trade does come through regardless. Pony pushing in through mid, going to get warded off by Rossi. Meanwhile, the Hunter's Fury comes out from Dazzle, and it's good not only to get the pick on Mitch, but it does more damage to Verno as well. It's going to mean this is a 2v4. Spike still isn't down. The Shock Dart going to take Verno out. Now Redux going to be the one who has to plant. And it's a 1v4 for Redux. I mean, we've seen him clutch these 1v2s, but I don't know if he'll clutch this 1v4. Second Boathouse, yeah, no. 4 kills for Dazzle that round. Really, really impressive. And Turtle Troop has finally secured that 12th round. I was talking about it. It's a pivotal round to secure because it puts your opponent in a tough spot where your opponent has to be forcing every single thing they have. Although usually a 10-12 isn't the biggest, it's not going to have to be a big comeback here from Oxygen. They just have to win 2 in a row. It's not super difficult. We have a lockdown in the hands of Turtle Troop to utilize this round, though, which will make it difficult for Oxygen. We'll see if Oxygen will be able to succumb or overcome the odds. Oxygen not going to be able to completely pull by here. Even though they've been on a 2-round winning streak, it was expensive rounds. They were winning them, but they were expensive. They've been put into this position where they don't really have guns. Governor going to get caught there in that Nano Swarm. Able to get away with his life, but does take quite a bit of damage. And Oxygen, knowing they've done some damage, knowing that there's 2 or 3 here on A, they do decide to back up and turn their attention back towards B. They also have that null command on Mitch to help them try and take sight here, so the Killjoy Yuta won't be able to lock it down. It looks like Turtle Troop may know that, may be ready for that, as both Adder and Dazzle are pushed up here. And as this null command comes out, again, both Adder and Dazzle will be there to hold a little bit of a cross to try and lock it down. Both Adder and Dazzle each going to find picks. Dazzle finds 2, Adder finds 1. Verno and Redux each going to find a pick, and the res will come off, which will mean it will be kept in an even 3v3. Verno going to take out, or going to be able to res Mitch, but then Governor going to be able to take him out with the Operator. Gonna go back into Boathouse as well, which means it's gonna be 2v3. Governor and Rossi gonna each find their respective picks, and it's gonna finish it off. And Turtle Troop has taken the series. It's a good way to announce their first match against a team that isn't M80. It's a good way to win it. And although I did anticipate it going to Oxygen, it goes to Turtle Troop. Well played from them. They did not qualify for midseason, so they've got a lot of ground to make up here to try and qualify for playoffs. And this is a good start to it. Try and start winning these. Although if you're Disguised, you're a little bit worried here. You don't want the bottom 4 teams after that midseason to start to pick up the pace. Or after split 1, you're Disguised. You don't want them to start picking up the pace because Disguised does not have a whole lot of circuit points right now. And off of this loss, if you're a Disguised fan, you may want to be worried that that Turtle Troop is starting to pull through here. But that's besides the point. Let's not talk about Disguise too much more today, or we won't talk about it too much more today because they are playing tomorrow, I believe. So we'll talk about it more tomorrow. For now, though, what we can talk about, first of all, is the performance in that map. Let's talk about that. Ascent didn't go super great for either side. It was a little bit back and forth in the first half, and although Oxygen did take the advantage going into the next half, you look at the second half and you go, that was not back and forth. There was a 7-round win streak from Turtle Troop to start it off, to make it 11 to 8. Then 2 rounds were won by Oxygen, and Turtle Troop responded with a 2-round win streak of their own to finish it off. Really just not played well there from Oxygen in that second half. Turtle Troop, knowing it's a defense-sided map, were able to kind of hold their own in that first half, maybe a little bit shakier than they would have liked, but they were really able to pull through on that defense. And the defense-sidedness of this map, or of Ascent, really was able to shine through. You look at the performance of Governor, you look at it on Pearl, and you go, alright, yeah, maybe Governor was the reason they were losing, because you look at Haven, 25-17, really pulled through for his team. Ascent, 24-16, really pulled through for his team. So it seems like when Governor's doing well, Turtle Troop is doing well, and that's absolutely true here, as Turtle Troop was able to secure the win, and Governor went 24-16. Well played from Governor. We saw a lot of really good positioning. That Operator was really good at finding those picks. Sometimes you see those Operator players not really able to pull through, and that's what we saw in Pearl, where he wasn't even really able to get the Operator in his hands. But here in Ascent, once he got it in his hands, he was able to pull that to his advantage and pull through for these wins. I'm impressed with Turtle Troop. I'm glad that they won because, for them, it gives them some hope. It gives them some hope to pull through here. Yeah, well played. Well played from Turtle Troop. That's all I have to say. I think Oxygen... Redux definitely really made a statement here. It was definitely a good pickup from Oxygen to sign him here, especially on Ascent. Pulling through a little bit on a Haven, maybe not as much as they would have liked. Not really very much on Pearl, but coming into Ascent, he had won some of those clutch situations. He was the top frag for his team. So yeah, I'd say Redux was definitely a staple here for Oxygen, and he'll be a good choice here. And we can just look across all of the maps. Pony, of course, did really, really well for his team across the board. But you look at Governor, who almost dropped 60 kills in this series, 59 and 48. He was close, and it would have, he would have liked it to make it there. But yeah, well played there for Oxygen. That's really all I have to say. For Turtle Troop. That's really all I have to say. There's not a whole lot else to talk about. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go use the bathroom, and then I'll be right back, and we will, first of all, finish up Ranked Duel. Then we will talk about the next match, which is Moist Moguls versus G2 Esports. That'll definitely be an exciting match. It's 2 of the top dogs in Group B. We'll see how it goes. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick, and then I'll be right back.
Chances are this team's just not going to click. It's going to be another team very similar to what OR Esports was in the first split, a team that struggles to put up numbers against the teams that they're competing with in their group. But I think this team has the pieces. We were talking about it actually with the production. when I look at the Shopify Rebellion, or even when they were Luminosity, and I look at this team in Turtle Troop, I don't really feel like I see two teams that are on terribly different trajectories. Obviously, you have a B-Dog who plays really good last year, but B-Dog is struggling currently. I think the only thing that maybe this team doesn't have by comparison is Amada. So ultimately, when you look at those two teams on paper, I don't feel like this team is a drastic downgrade. I don't feel like this team is as bad. It's not like you're landing in the doldrums of challengers. I actually think this team has a lot more potential than maybe the results from the last split would indicate. But regardless, we're going to go ahead and throw things to a break. We're going to check out the post-match highlights. When we come back, we'll be jumping into the post-match interview as well. Stay tuned.
One enemy
Alright, I am back. Alright, let's go ahead and take a look here at Ranked, just to pass some time. Post-match interview will happen, and then we will go ahead and talk about more Smugglers vs. G2, but yeah, let's get back into Ranked here.
I cannot ult. Can you wait for my ult 1 minute?
Good comms. That was a really good flash move there. The enemy there was good timing. Oh, good Hunter's Fury as well. Oh, good flash move. But the Brimble was good as well. The enemy's playing pretty well.
Vas-y, viens, on joue un petit crossfire banal. À droite! Oh, je l'ai pas entendu.
Can you wait for my ult 1 minute?
Yeah, I'd say this is like Diamond. Just because like the mechanics aren't there. I don't know why I was saying complexity. The mechanics aren't really solid. They're definitely there a little bit, and his aim's pretty good. And like using the util the way that he did was pretty good. It was just like it wasn't super solid, so I'll say Diamond. Immortal? Dude, French Immortals, man. That's crazy.
Oh, never mind.
One backside.
That's wild.
He's holding. Let's expect another one.
spike planted. One
Nice.
enemy.
What's that team? It's like Harman Core or something? The French team?
One backside.
Yeah.
He's holding. Let's expect another one.
DMEA. Yeah. It's you know,
Spike planted.
it's the reason they're
One
not doing
enemy
that.
remaining.
Side, side, side.
Nice.
Oh my god. Hold on, let me watch this again. I wasn't really paying attention.
Oh, never mind.
One backside.
He's holding. Let's expect another one.
No, he's good counter shifting.
Spike planted. One
Nice.
enemy remaining.
Side, side, side.
Nice.
Spike planted. One
Nice.
enemy remaining.
Side, side, side.
Nice.
Some good comms. I mean,
Spike planted. One
Nice.
enemy remaining.
Side, side, side.
Nice.
I'll say Ascendant just because the enemy wasn't like super aware.
Nice.
Like this is weird because he comes in.
Spike planted.
Oh no, they're
One
ready for
enemy.
it. I'll still say Ascendant though. That's Immortal. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Dang, I was one off for all of them. That's crazy. Oh no, the second one was just completely wrong. All right, let's go ahead and take a look if we have any and see if we have any clips here on Knights Arena. Maybe yes, we do. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Just one. That's Mitch,
30
but he gets his
seconds left.
kill.
Yeah, and a
He can maybe
fragment.
slow this down.
The flash is also going to kind of keep them at bay just a touch. Nanostorm spent a little bit early. Null command out. Mitch still holding though. And all of a sudden, Turtle Troop kind of have to force the square peg into the round hole. They've got to find a way to push through this.
Yeah.
And Mitch is still in the
I really thought that was going to be an ace, I'm not going to lie.
his way through. Lockdown spent very late into this channel, but the right click lands for Governor. Dazzle's gonna try to get this thing into a position where Redux is gonna have to find a way to challenge him. He's gonna have to do this before the lockdown comes in, and it's Redux with 2 to.
Definitely a good debut, for sure. Yeah, let's take a look.
That's Mitch, but he gets.
Oh, this is the same clip.
Oh boy, they're gonna line up the barrel. Governor's operator. Oh boy, they're gonna line up the barrel was seen. Verno walks in with.
Yeah, wasn't there an ace? Why did nobody push the ace? Well, yeah, played very, very well there to say the very least. Yeah, I'm impressed with Turtle Troop. I'm just disappointed. I'm disappointed with Oxygen. I'm also disappointed with Turtle Troop. I think they could have taken a 2-0. They just did not play Pro well at all. Despite picking the map, thinking they would do well, they just did not. So yeah. What was that? What was I gonna do? Oh, right. I forgot there's another match today. So Moist Moguls versus G2 Esports. You can see my pick'ems. I have Moist Moguls winning it, and there's a reason. We can go ahead and take a look at this. Let's look at the previous matches. G2 just took a 2-1 loss to OR Esports. I will remind you, OR had 0 wins coming into Split 2. That's right, 0 series wins coming into Split 2. And they beat G2 Esports, who placed 2nd in mid-season, is currently 3rd overall in circuit points, and OR beat them. I don't know what G2 was doing, but they fumbled it. And then we can look at Moist Moguls versus Mad Lions. It wasn't even fun to watch. 13-5 Lotus, 13-2 on Ascent. This wasn't even close. Moist Moguls absolutely decimated Mad Lions. That being said, Mad Lions, not one of the best teams here. Would definitely bottom. I mean, they are literally bottom 2. They're in 11th place right now, circuit points. But this bodes well for Moist Moguls because Moist Moguls destroyed Mad Lions. They won 26. The final score of rounds was 26-7, which gave Moist Moguls a 19-point bonus or 19 round differential, meaning they 26 minus 7 is 19, pretty much. Right? It's a 2-0 win. G2 couldn't beat OR, who was at the bottom of the list. 0 wins. Mad Lions had beat OR Esports, okay? So what I'm trying to say here is G2 looked so weak last week. Very, very weak. Very, very disappointing in their performance. Moist Moguls did not. Moist Moguls has looked very strong. They looked very strong in mid-season. They you know, disappointingly lost to G2 for sure. Moist Moguls did not make any changes to their roster. I'm pretty sure. Now they're coming in here, and they are solid. They are beyond solid. They are just impressive in every way, shape, and form. They knew that their performance in midseason was a little bit lackluster. Getting out so early to G2, they definitely didn't feel good about. But now they're pushing through. They're coming into Split 2. They made a statement, making I mean, they used Mad Lions to make a statement out of it. They wanted to show everyone, hey, you know what? Sure, mid-season we didn't do great, but we're not even gonna blink twice at Mad Lions. And now they're going up against G2. And again, although G2 has already beat Moist Moguls, with how poorly G2 performed last week against OR, I expect Moist Moguls to win this matchup. That being said, G2 could still win it. They've had more time to practice, for sure. But so has Moist Moguls seemingly has had more time to practice for whatever reason than G2 has, just based off of last week's performance.
Welcome
Sorry
back,
about that.
ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
As we
G2
get
has had a
into
better
our
performance, or
post-match
sorry,
interview,
Moist
I
Mocha
just wanna
seems to have had
remind
more
everybody
practice
at
than
home, if you
G2.
didn't miss or you didn't watch that
We'll
first
see how
series,
it goes.
if you look
I do
to
need
make
to
it
see the map
significant
select
enough,
to
this is a
really
win
get a
for
feel for it, but I
Oxygen. Team
really
looked
think
so
it'll go to
good at
Moist
the mid-season
Moguls,
face-off, but no,
which I'm happy
it's the
about. I
Turtle
want to
Troop
see,
who comes
you
out
know,
on
these
top of this
content
three-map
creator
series.
backed orgs. I always
Stunning
talk about it. I
Oxygen,
want them
who's
to
been
do well
praised
because
for their performance in Split
brings
1
more
and the
viewership.
mid-season
It's more
face-off.
fun to
Means a
watch for
ton to
me because
welcome one of
I
the
of course
newest
support those
members
teams
of the
more.
Turtle Troop
But
over
yeah,
here for the
let's go and take a
post-match
look at this
interview.
player
And
or the
Ronnie,
winner interview there.
congratulations on a big and much deserved win.
Appreciate it, man. Long time coming. I haven't won a map I haven't won a map in 2 months nor a series, so in an official. So, 3 days before my birthday is the best birthday gift I can ask for.
Well, a happy early birthday for you as well. But I gotta ask, you kind of primed the pump there. You played in the last stage with FaZe. Things didn't always go the way you guys would have liked. You make it into MSF. You guys get 0-2 both series. You guys get knocked out. How quickly did you start talking with Turtle Troop after FaZe decided to make changes following what happened at MSF?
Well, I had a feeling that I was gonna get removed, so I was already talking to some people to have that happen, But I mean, in regards to what happened during MSF, I just want to say I'm still grateful for what FaZe gave me and stuff like that. I just don't think it was a right fit for me, and just role wise, I've me on the Flash initiators playing this Viper is much more comfortable. So I wouldn't say it's their fault at all. I think it was just a mutual thing. It was good, but yeah.
How do you feel your roles work with the current roster? Did you have a little bit more flexibility once you guys kind of decided to make this thing happen?
I mean, it just made sense. The roles, it was just what both pickups were made, which was me and Dazzle, and the roles that need to be filled were what we specialized at, which is what we've been playing for the longest, or what we were best at rather. So it was just perfectly slotted in.
Was it difficult accepting a role for basically the only team without an org in all of Challengers currently, coming from a team like FaZe who's got a little bit more backing to it?
It wasn't difficult. I mean, honestly, if we're being these guys prior with Mama and Tig were better than FaZe when I was on the team. So I was like, honestly, I'm joining a better team at the time, and I thought so. I don't think it was that hard, even with no org. Sure, no money coming in from an org or anything, but I still like to compete and I still want to win, and that's what we're doing here. And that's really all it is.
I guess there's a certain part of it where it's also exciting because it's okay, yeah, we don't have an org, but we might. You're kind of building towards something. It's we might get something. Maybe someone comes along and swoops us up from under our feet, and we go off into this fairy tale land.
Excuse me, buy us out, please.
But yeah, really, I mean, if you just want to talk to the team again, I know you were talking to him before. Who is calling for you guys currently? Is it Dazzle?
Dazzle's the attack side caller, but all the CT side is me.
Oh,
Interesting. So how did you guys decide to make that one work? Was that I guess bigger picture. When you were joining this team, was it already understood that you and Dazzle were going to be joining together, or is that after the fact?
Oh yeah, me and Dazzle were we were the only two, I would say, good people you could pick up, honestly. So I thought that was just a no-brainer. So I thought that was gonna happen regardless, even if they did or did not do that. So that was the assumption even on my end. But yeah, but when it comes to the IGLing, that was not the case. He was gonna be the full-time IGL on both sides, but the way he wanted to do things, he didn't really think it was best to have a standard a caller on CT side. But I thought it was, so I just took it up. I just picked it up a week ago, and I just put a lot of work in, and that's how we just made it work,
Interesting. So did you guys decide that before your first game or after your first game?
After the first game. So after we played M80, we realized our CT side sucked, and I was like, all right, I'm tired of this. I'll just do I'll just do it,
I mean, I didn't want to say it, but you did. The defensive sides were definitely a little rough in that first series. Again, it's M80, so we can always be fair that it's a difficult opponent to match up against. But if you guys had won a few more rounds, the series probably goes in a different direction.
Yeah, that's no excuses.
Yeah, right, exactly. Given that, you've got Dazzle coming in as your IGL, when you look at your map pool, again, since you guys are splitting the responsibility, how do you determine your map pool? Who's the one that ultimately has to say? Obviously, as a team, you guys work together, but with two people calling, isn't there potentially bias towards certain maps for you that he doesn't want to play and vice versa?
No, I mean, for me, I just, like I said, I just picked up. Every team I've been on, I've just picked up whatever needs to be filled. It's just kind of the person I am, and I just make it, I'll just make it work, So even if I don't really have a bias or anything, I just want to make sure he's comfortable, and yeah, as long as he's good, I'll be fine no matter what, because I believe like even if you're not comfortable, you can become comfortable. It's like putting in the work, and honestly, that's what we've been doing. We're just putting a lot of work in, and to do this, to become good, right? Even in the first series against M80, we put a lot of work in, but we knew that if it was already that close, we just put a little more work in and play like a less great opponent. No offense to Oxygen, but we're gonna win, and we were very confident coming into it.
The reason I ask about that is because you guys ended up picking Pearl as your second map, and obviously things didn't really work out for you there. But looking back in the annals of Valorant history, it doesn't look like Will had really been calling too much on Pearl. The team hadn't really been playing it, this old Shopify Rebellion roster. So I was curious, how did Pearl come into the mix? Is it just something you guys have been playing really well in scrims and having good results?
Yeah, I mean that's really what it was. To be honest, we in scrims, it was. I think we kind of forgot how like that's like the OG traditional combat map, but a lot of people have been playing like the Viper Harbor Sky, like the comp we ran. So we were practicing mainly literally all the time against that. So when they pulled out that comp, it was just like, and they played it a little differently. They played like Sovat B and just gave it different looks. So it was definitely something different. But to be honest, when we were playing them, like on T side, they were like pulling some miracles. Like they're individually great players. They're pulling some miracles out and getting a little lucky. So I don't think that score at Pearl was.
Oh, nice.
Uh-oh. Rip in the chat. Hopefully he comes back. If not, yeah, I guess we'll just have to bid him farewell. That is an unfortunate end to an interview. That was actually going great. I was loving to hear from him, and hopefully he'll come back and start talking during the break, and you guys get to hear the rest of that answer during a commercial. We're going to go ahead and throw things to a break. When we come back, we'll be jumping into our second series of the day. It's going to be G2 versus Moist Moguls. Stay tuned.
All right, yeah, but back to this Moist Moguls G2 match. It's, yeah, I think it's going to go to Moist Moguls. The next thing we can do outside of that is, well, you know how I asked ChatGPT how it would go. Let me change my title really quick. But you know I asked ChatGPT how it would go between Oxygen Esports and Turtle Troops. Well, let's ask ChatGPT how it will go between Moist Moguls and G2 Esports. Now I'm pretty sure the way it comes up with these answers is it? Oh shit! I didn't mean to do that. My gut feeling is that Oxygen Esports. Vert changed his prediction after we knew the answer. All right. So now I'm going to say. As a caster, hold on. Let me write the question. Who will win between Moist Moguls and G2 Esports? Answer question as a caster with a prediction that chooses one of the teams. Looks like G2 Esports has the edge over Moist Moguls. G2 Esports has a solid track record in the Valorant esports scene. The players are well known for their individual skill and coordinated team play. Moist Moguls have also shown some impressive plays in the past, so it's important not to count them out entirely. It's going to be a tough match, but my prediction is that G2 Esports will come out on top. I disagree with you on that one, ChatGPT, but I respect it. I respect the attempt at a choice. Even if you're wrong, I respect it. So yeah, that's pretty much all like the in-between match stuff I have going on. Yeah, I guess we can sort of lean into the rest of this week since we do have time here. Yeah, so tomorrow we have the Guard versus OR Esports. Pretty plain and simple, cut and dry. I'll pull it over to this to show my predictions. This is week 7. I don't know why week 6 is above week 7, but it is. So Moist Moguls versus G2 Esports. I expect to go to Moist Moguls. The Guard versus OR, pretty cut and dry. Should go to the Guard, although OR has definitely shown a pretty decent performance, especially against G2. But yeah, I do expect her to go to the guard. Shopify versus Disguise. This one's a bit of a toss-up, but I think Disguise just has a more powerful roster. Even with this new change to Shopify, I think Disguise can take it. If Disguise doesn't take it, I think there's no hope of Disguise making it to playoffs. I don't agree with the decision to not let Steel play, even though, you know, Shopify might have some insight as to the IGL calls. It's like, I don't know if that's worth potentially throwing away a good player. So, yeah, I think Disguise should still take a win here. But, you know, if they don't, I think it's because Steel's not going to be on the team. M80 versus TSM should easily go to M80. FaZe Clan versus Mad Lions should go to FaZe Clan. Even though FaZe Clan isn't a great team, Mad Lions is probably a worse team, especially after how poorly Mad Lions played against Moist Moguls. I expect to go to FaZe Clan. Friday should be pretty cut and dry games. But yeah, matchup against Moist Moguls and G2 should definitely be interesting. But yeah, I am out of stuff to talk about. I already did the trivia, so I already know all the answers. You know, I'll do it again. How many agents are in the game? 22. Just it popped in my head. I don't know. I don't know. It's crazy. I know. No. But what I will do is I'm going to take a quick break. Yeah. I'll take a break and I'll be. Yeah. All right. Go ahead and put this on the screen here. And yeah, I'll be back when the next series begins. Let me turn the music up.
Yo, check it out. Want to know if the price of those Wave Runners is too good to be true? Or if I Wear My Kicks 49 is truly selling dead stocks? Or if that Jordan 1 Royal Box is original? eBay checks. See that little blue check mark? Behind it is a team of independent authenticators who check. And we mean everything. Every tongue, check. Every toe box, check. Every corner of every box, check, 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 check. Every logo, every label, every lace loop. Yeah, it's checked. The luster of the leather, the topography on the tags, to the straightness of the stitching on the sole. Everything you can see, and even some things you can't.
Really?
Then they tag them, log them in the system, box them up, and ship them out, with no cost for the buyer or seller. eBay checks, so the moment you open that box is as real gets.
Welcome back to the desk here as we get ready to jump into our second match of the day here. It's going to be a matchup between
All right, I'm back.
G2 and
Sorry about
Moist
that.
Moguls. Again, both of our
I
games
just ran out of stuff to talk about because there's only so many times I can say that Moist Moguls is going to win before the game starts. So now that we're back, talk about it a little bit. I do want to hear what the desk has to say because again, there's not a whole lot of analysis I can give other than that G2 Esports was destroyed last week by OR, and Moist Moguls destroyed Mad Lions. So it's pretty evident like who's at least feeling better right now. I think at both of these teams' peaks, it would be a different story, but it just seems like G2 isn't at their peak right now. It just is not at or on par with the skill that Moist Moguls can put up. So I'm anticipating a win here for Moist Moguls. Yeah, I think Moist Moguls will win this. I don't think it'll be dominant. I think it'll be a pretty close match. But I think Moist Moguls will take it, and then they'll maintain their top spot in Group B. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see, to say the very least.
I think the one thing that's hurting them is their map pool seems severely limited right now.
They were caught by surprise, I think, in particular on that last map at Lotus. I mean, they got a chance to really flex their muscles and all their weaponry on Split, something that we all came to kind of know and expect. They still have Ascent as possibly one of their best pocket picks as well, with a great record there. But the most surprising thing outside of how one-sided Lotus was the inability for G2 to hold post plants on the offensive side of Haven, something that we always credited G2 for being successful at. They started off their defensive half with great retakes, but then when they actually got executes together on the offensive side versus OR Esports, they weren't able to hold. And that was one of the more surprising things I think about them as you look over some of the highlighted players over the course of that first week's game, with Oxy and Shazam, of course, leading the way.
Yeah, and again, it's one of those things where they have a ton of talent. I mean, you can see the stats here on the screen. I mean, this is not even including Whippy and Dapper, who have also been fantastic this year. I just think that G2 sometimes come off as kind of hit or miss. Like some games, they look super fluid. They look all on the same page. They look well coordinated. They're, playing good defaults out, but also able to change the pace with like some faster paced attacks. But then there's times we look a little bit lost. And I think, again, one of the biggest issues is outside of Split and Ascent, they haven't really found many other maps they can find consistent success on. Icebox has been there, but that's about to be gone. Meanwhile, they don't really play Pearl or Lotus very much. They're 0-3 on Fracture, and they're 3-5 on Haven. So it's like they just need to find ways to get a little bit more consistent with their gameplay, and they need to expand their map pool.
I think one of the things that we've seen from them, even going back to that first split, is G2 rises to the caliber of the opponent they play against. And I don't want to say they fall to the caliber of the opponent they play against. I think it's more likely that when they come in against a heavy underdog, they definitely just underestimate their opponent heavily. I mean, we saw it in Split 1.
I feel like G2 is a team that can fall victim to becoming overheated. Like they're too confident in themselves and don't really reflect too much. Again, I also heard that G2 did not have very much practice time. I'm not entirely sure if that is true. But regardless, it just goes to show like G2 is not as powerful as I think maybe a lot of people thought after that mid-season. And so I think coming up against Moist Moguls, I'm sure it'll be a better performance than they put up against OR, but I just don't expect this to be like a match that G2 can win.
I do think I saw some slight improvement, though, from him last week. He looked pretty comfortable on the breach, despite the loss overall to OR. So that's just something I have to keep an eye on going forward.
Now, looking at the team they're going to be facing off here, it's going to be a Moist Moguls roster who comes in off of a very impressive group opener where they absolutely dominated Mad Lions. Now, again, let's be fair, Mad Lions, not exactly the best team coming into this split. Last split, they had a pretty abysmal showing. They only won one series. It was against OR Esports. They weren't exactly a team to be feared, more like Mad Kittens and Mad Lions. They make some changes coming into this split, and maybe there was hopes that it would work out a little bit better, but it was the first week. So even still, you know, maybe temper expectations. I'm looking more at how Moist Moguls played throughout the midseason face-off. I think in general, they looked really good in the midseason face-off. They were not that far away from almost beating M80 and playing in the upper finals. They could have had a third place guaranteed finish, but instead they end up getting knocked out in the lower bracket. I feel like this team, it's working. Everything's starting to click. The problems we saw from them early on in the group stages disappeared as they got to the playoffs.
The momentum.
It's almost like it was like an org buff. Like Breakthrough was like looking pretty weak. They get bought by Moist Moguls, and then all of a sudden just take off. Like they just start performing beyond what most people were definitely anticipating from them. They took that loss from Turtle Troop immediately after the rebrand, but since then it was just like win after win. They went into the mid-season, and it was really impressive how close they got to beating M80. Sure, their lower bracket was incredibly disappointing, and in fact their lower bracket run was ended by this team they're about to play up against. But I still just think overall Moist Moguls is looking so powerful. And just after that loss that G2 took yesterday, I gotta give it to Moist Moguls. It just did not look strong from G2 yesterday.
Maybe the bottom 6 teams that are currently still involved with challengers in my mind.
Also, let me add a little bit of context to you for the stats you're seeing here on your screen. When it comes to Sim, he is number 3 overall so far in challengers that include Split 1, the mid-season face-off, and the first week of this split. Number 3 in ACS, number 3 in ADR, number 6 in kills per round, and number 2 in first kills per round. So the guy is straight up right up there alongside Oxy, alongside some of these other duelists in this like next generation players that we're seeing kind of come up in challengers, just being dominant. Also, tip your hat to Flya. What a turnaround this guy has made in his career in Valorant coming into this year. He had his struggles on FaZe last year. We all know that. But he has turned it around big time on this squad. He has been a phenomenal asset to the team. He has also been leading in a lot of categories or up near the top. And a Proto also not too shabby in his own right. He's been in the top 20 in several key categories as well. So this team has a lot of talent. And tactically speaking, while they're not maybe as impressive as like a Guard or some of the fast-paced plays that M80 can accomplish, they're not that far behind, man. No. Like, I've been impressed by just the way that they approach the game, their team play. Like, they are a polished squad. They are right there next to Oxygen, kind of fighting for a top 5 spot in challengers, in my opinion. Like, I think that they are a very solid squad.
I don't have stats to back this up, so I could very much be talking from the lower hole instead of the upper one. But I feel like this team has one of the higher eco win rates if I were to look at all of the teams currently competing in challengers, because their pistol rounds have seemed to be very good, and they also have an insanely high clutch win percentage, like way higher than any other team on average per player. Like a Proto and Flya specifically are 2 crazy good players in a 1vx situation. A Proto is notorious for that, and he's also notorious for having a crazy sheriff. I feel like this team has pieces that save them when their inadequacies show, and that can bail them out of difficult situations. So I think this team is definitely moving in the right direction, because that was what they leaned on. They needed that when they first started in Split 1. That became backup, and eventually it won't even be a crutch. It'll just be a nice thing to have when you need it, but really you're not going to rely on it as much. It's sort of like a bilge pump on a sailboat. You hope that it's not running all the time pumping water out. It should only be there when it floods.
And so I've got those stats for you, though, by the way, just from Split 1 and the face-off. at half buy purchases, Moist Moguls played the most amount of those rounds. They won 57%, which is good enough for top 3. The other
Wow.
2 teams were the Guard and M80. In pistol rounds, they won 61%. That was behind just the M80. And then the most impressive is at an eco disadvantage, they win 35% of the rounds, which is top 3, second in fact, next to M80 and the Guard. So in those particular rounds that you're mentioning, they are a top 3 team. So you would be correct in that assumption, Bach, just for what it's worth.
Should I just be the play-by-play commentator now?
I
mean,
love
look at Shift over
spreadsheets.
here,
All right,
just,
brother.
like,
Let me just
pulling out the Excel and just like, I mean, maybe it's Google Sheets. I don't know. Yeah, get those. Oh, where's the pocket protector? Where's the pocket protector in the calculator?
There we go.
We need to get you a monocle, Bach. That's still on the way. Now we all have glasses on. This is great. Now, just to add a little damper on things, just a little bit, just a little. These teams have played each other twice.
Yes.
And G2 has won both of those series.
Yes.
And it was 5 different maps involved across those 2 series. So no constants. Now, some of those maps were quite close. And in fact, their first best of 3 won all 3 maps. So it's not like, you know, G2 are winning by landslides, but Moguls have not been able to conquer them just yet. So this would be an opportunity to finally get one over
Which
on
is
the
why,
top
like,
3 teams when it comes to circuit points and kind of try to move yourself up the pecking order.
I mean, here's the thing. I think Moist Moguls, I say this about every team, but especially Moist Moguls, they got a whole lot of potential to be in that top spot in number 2, in number 3. I mean, you look at the stats. They were just reading them out. They are number 3 in a lot of those places when it matters, or a lot of those places that matter. And so I think there's a lot of room for improvement for Moist Moguls. And if they can beat G2 here, that's a good way to show, yeah, we've improved, buddy. But now we're going into the map picks. We've got Lotus from Moist Moguls. Very interesting choice there. Ascent from G2. Moist Moguls bans Split. I think that's a good choice. I think that is a wonderful choice for Moist Moguls. We have seen just how incredibly dominant G2 can be on Split. So I think Moist Moguls banning it here is definitely not a bad choice. And it's not to say that Moist Moguls is bad at Split. It just goes to show, hey, you know what? We're not gonna risk it. We're not gonna risk G2, you know, having that opportunity. Lotus here for Moist Moguls. We've seen them play on Lotus. We've seen them do pretty well on Lotus, so I anticipate that going well. Ascent being the map pick from G2. I don't remember what the decider was. Was it Haven, I think? But yeah, I expect this to be a pretty close bout on all of the maps that we see. We could see a 3-mapper. I still expect it going to Moist Moguls. But at the same time, I think G2 is a confident team. I think they, last week, just did not have a lot of time to practice. I think they'll have had more practice since then, but at the same time, Moist Moguls did not look weak at all last week. And so I expect a strong performance from Moist Moguls this week, if not a stronger performance than we saw against Mad Lions last week. So I am anticipating this to not only be close, but I expect it to go in the favor of Moist Moguls this time.
They make a crazy comeback on the attacking half, and they only won 13-11, so it wasn't like it was that convincing. Meanwhile, on the Moist Mogul side of things, it's honestly a mixed bag. Like, yeah, they beat TSM in the midseason face-off, then they lost to M80, and then during the actual regular split, they lost.
Alright, it looks like we're getting into the agent slag pretty quickly here after we just saw the map picks. But yeah, let's get into it. I'm excited to see how this goes. We've got Shazam and Brock both on Sky. We've got Whippy and Flya both on Viper. We've got Dapper and a Proto both on Killjoy, and that's where the differences end. Oxy's going to be on Race, Sim going to be on Jet. There's your duelist players. Both teams running a double controller. I already said Whippy and Flya are on Viper, but Penny is going to be on Harbor, and Thief going to be on Astra. So again, double controller. This is common and a little bit of a meta we see here on Lotus. Now, Raze and Jet can be used interchangeably here. I think we see Jet or Raze's more, just because there's a lot of ground to cover, and so having one of those more quick-moving agents like Raze with his boom packs makes maybe just a little bit more sense. But yeah, it will be interesting to see how this goes. You can see the players there getting ready to start this off, and again, this is Lotus picked by Moist Moguls, so we should anticipate a win for Moist Moguls. That being said, I expect it to be close, although G2's performance on Lotus against OR was not strong at all last week. So, you know, I imagine G2 lets it through, hoping that, you know, it'll be a little bit better this time around. Start off this pistol round, G2 going to be on offense. Now, it's an offense-sided map. I don't have the exact stats, but just from my own observation, I can tell you it's offense-sided. Already, though, Moist Moguls in this pistol round has found that pick on Dapper, which leaves Shazam, Oxy, Penny, and Whippy alone in a 4v5. And we have a 3-player flank coming through. Not really going to be able to capitalize on it at all, as Shazam's able to lock it down, which leaves 2 alone for Moist Moguls. Now a 2v4. Could it be the ace? No. Thief able to take out Shazam. Deny the ace, but Oxy does trade that off. So although the early player advantage does go to Moist Moguls, G2 doesn't care and is able to pull through, as the 3-man flank is not going to be good for Moist Moguls.
Well done by Shazam getting the read and also tallying how many members were on the flank, because I think a lot of people would have said, all right, that's 2, that should be it. But
all right, and now moving into the next round here, of course, G2 is going to have good guns here. They're going to be able to force. Which means this round should go to G2.
4 times they played this map, so maybe all the times they played this map, actually.
Well, you see G2, although you see G2 going with 2 pistols there, preparing for the case where it does not go the way of G2. But an early pick there for G2, although Moist Moguls had the player advantage in the previous round and it didn't go their way. But Moist Moguls, in their favor, has been able to rotate onto C pretty quickly. Sim going to be able to find 2 picks before getting traded off, which will even it to a 3v3. And G2, who has Whippy anchoring over on A, or lurking over on A, starts to back up a little bit, but Fly catches Dapper, as G2 still has not completely rotated over towards A. And that means the player advantage now going to be in the hands of Moist Moguls. Started off, it was in the hands of G2, now it's in the hands of Moist Moguls. This is very, very interesting. It's going to be 3v2 here for Moist Moguls, and they've been rotating very slowly off of C. But at the same time, G2's been rotating very slowly towards A. Spike is going to go down, and Moist Moguls is actually going to be able to hear that. She's definitely going to help them out a little bit here.
Allow him to escape at the high tide as well. But numbers do favor Moist.
And now G2 going to have to figure out how to play this post plant. Moist Moguls has been waiting a little while. The gun diff prevalent, as Penny is able to find a pick, but then a proto no turn with pick of his own. It's a pistol fight, and it does not go the way of Flya. Whippy's gonna win that one, the exchange of Vipers. And a good 1v2 clutch there for Whippy to secure G2 that round. That being said, that was, of course, the forced buy round for G2, and, well, they lost. Yeah, so it did not go necessarily exactly how they would have liked. Whippy able to pick up a gun, though, and like I said, or like I mentioned, 2 of their players had gone for pistols, which does allow for, full buying this round. It's also going to be a full buy from Moist Moguls, though, so it'll be a full buy from both sides, and we'll see how it ends up going here. G2 able to peek into C. Ooh, Thief able to take out Shazam and Penny. Or Sim's able to take out Penny, and then Thief takes it Oxy. All 3 of them blind and had to try and run back. That doesn't mean the spike has gone down and is now in the hands of Moist Moguls. Dapper going to be able to take out Sim. Moist Moguls actually backs up. They don't want to risk just getting picked off there. They back up to just hold the spike. You can hold that entrance. You don't need to play aggressively here. It will be a 2v2 here to watch the spike. And actually, Moist Moguls backs up. They're going to let the spike be picked up. But overall, it's a 4v2 right now. So, Moist Moguls knows even if the spike gets picked up, they've got 2 covering the rotate, and then they've got 2 on the site. So they're going to be in a pretty good spot to deny G2 this round.
Onto the front side of the C mound, Nebula blocking their way into sight.
As no matter where G2 does decide to go, it'll be a 2v2. Now Moist Moguls gonna have to get ready for this push, as they now know G2 is pushing in. Sky Flash comes out. They know Whippy's flash, and Brock trying to take advantage of it. Not going to be able to. Dapper takes Brock out. The 2-man flank is coming through very quickly. Now they make their presence known. Whippy able to take out Thief, though. Although Fly and a Proto quickly put an end to any hope of a clutch there. And Moist Moguls takes their first round, although it's an expensive one, which does mean G2 has a little bit of an edge here, and that was their bonus, although they put a lot of money into that bonus, so, as in they forced a buy there. So they're not going to be able to go into this round with a full buy. Puts Moist Moguls in a pretty decent spot here to secure this round as well, although I think this will be a bonus round for them.
Just kind of throwing it up top, kind of just getting free flashes and then recollecting it. This time it's just a different combination of utility to grab it. And now we see Sim getting aggressive out at middle. Turret does not spot him.
How has the turret not taken
It's
these
like
shots?
just 1 or 2 degrees off of being able to see him. It's wild.
You've heard the term selective hearing, but that's selective vision.
Now, as this round starts, G2 getting ready to push into C. Moist Moguls has played back, allowing G2 to push in. They don't want to risk taking too much damage. They know they have the gun advantage here, so they may as well just play the retake, knowing they have better guns to do it with. Skydog comes through. It's not actually going to see anybody. The Harbor ult going to come through, which does push Moist Moguls back even further. And although Moist Moguls did let G2 get that spike down, they now need to start playing this retake. And they don't have time. They might have to go for a 5-man save here. We'll find a pick. Picks are coming through, but again, no time here. That spike's going to have to get defused like right now. Oh, there's no time. Yeah, that spike does blow up, and it takes out both Proto and Brock, with it making an expensive round for Moist Moguls, although it was a little bit of a bonus, as I predicted.
Between the Harbor and Viper utility, they're starting to pave their way onto the C site in a much more clean fashion. They look more comfortable taking it. Definitely seems like this is a comp they've been able to put some good practice into. Clearly, their other composition was not netting them great results with, you know, Shazam playing Omen and just other kind of wacky things thrown into the mix. But they've now picked up a composition that's becoming more and more meta on this map with the Harbor being involved. And they're using it to...
Alright, it's going to be a full buy from G2, Moist Moguls. I decided not to force. Maybe they could have moved some money around, but they decided not to. They're just going to save here. Sim pushing out with that Vandal, hoping to find a pick with it. Being the only person on his team with a gun, but not going to be able to find a pick. As Shazam takes him out. Now it's going to be a 4v5 for the remaining Moist Moguls players.
Now, obviously, this is around that Moist don't really have a whole lot to work with here, so can't really blame them too much.
Being able to pick up some guns here. They're just tossing them around. Making sure Moist Moguls doesn't get their hands on them.
Very veteran, savvy tactical FPS move there.
Yeah, they really wanted to make sure that, Moist Moguls didn't get their hands on them. Now G2 are going to start pushing into A here. Turning their attention towards it. There's only going to be some Killjoy util in the form of a turret for Moist Moguls to really lock down this site. Moist Moguls going to have to rotate quickly here. We see them doing it. They do leave B open, but G2 not going to be sending anybody through B for a flank, so it won't matter too much. Proto going to lock down the site. Able to take out Oxy and Penny. His Sheriff game really coming through. Dapper finally able to take a Proto out, but now it's a 3v3. They've tied it up in that in the player count. Whippy gets flashed, and Flyer should have been able to take advantage of that, but not quite able to. Brock going to take care of Shazam, but Whippy going to trade that off. So now Thief's alone in a 1v2 with a Classic. I don't know if he'll be really able to do a whole lot here. Turret's going to spot him. Able to pick up the gun. Going to be able to take that turret out with it. Now he's going to have to peek too. Not going to be able to. Probably should have peeked a little bit slower. Dapper going to take Thief out. 2 players off the line for G2 makes it an expensive round, as they did lose the majority of their players, but it is still a round win, and their econ was okay. So they're going to be able to full buy this round. Moist Moguls will also be full buying, and even with an operator in the hands of Sim, we will see if Moist Moguls is able to counterplay G2 here. Because again, it's an offense-sided map, but that doesn't mean, you know, it should be a steamroll performance. So Moist Moguls should just be trying to get a few good rounds here in this half. 4 would be a good amount. 3 is okay. 5 would be even better. Sim trying to find an early op pick. Denied. Not able to quite aim his gun well enough. Does miss that shot. Able to get away with his life. Takes a little bit of damage, but it's not going to be enough to you know, kill him. Dapper and the rest of G2 getting ready to push into A. They actually destroy Breakable and may be thinking about pushing into B if the push in through A is warded off well enough. So the players are definitely leaning towards breakable here. And Shazam leaves his back open to breakable, despite being the one who broke it open. Fly going to take advantage of that. Able to find two. Penny also leaves his back open. Not quite going to get taken out, though. Oxy takes out Thief. Proto takes out Oxy. Fly and Brock each find their own picks, respectively. And this round does go to Moist Moguls. And that's a buy round where the majority of the players survive 4 to the 5. That's a good amount there for, again, a buy round where you do start to need to win it to get some of that econ built back up. So Moist Mogul is definitely going to be looking pretty strong here. Or at least going to start leaning towards a stronger defense here. They do need to start to pick up some more rounds here. Because again, it's an offense-sided map, but you do want like at least 4. And then maybe 5 or tie it up is always good. But just at least 4 is a good amount, I'd say. Like you need at least that much to really be having a good defense on an offense-sided map. Sim able to take out Shazam. This is a light buy or save from G2, or like a half buy, I guess. And that early pick is going to make it a difficult win here in this round. The rest of the team, though, is on A, but it is pretty heavily guarded by Moist Moguls, especially a Proto, who takes out both Oxy and Penny. Now it's a 2v5 for the remaining G2 players. Flya takes Dapper out. It's down to Whippy, who has that Viper's Pit, able to take out a Proto well inside of it, but Sim not going to let him get any more. I believe that op shot came through the smoke. Very impressive. And a little bit of BMing there as Moist Moguls secures another round. 3 is a good amount. Again, 4 would be like, that's a solid amount. But Moist Moguls has some good momentum here to try and get that. That being said, we're going into a buy round for both sides. The econ starting to be pretty stable here for Moist Moguls. But we look over at G2. They've got some pretty stable or not some pretty stable econ. They don't have stable econ, so they're going to be on a force buy here, and they need to win it. They're going to have that Raze ult to use. The Showstopper might come through to try and find a pick there, but it doesn't quite come out in that entrance. So maybe they're thinking about rotating off of C would be my guess. They did not use that Showstopper there. And it looks like I'm correct. There are 2 lurking A, and it looks like G2 would like to meet up with the rest of them and start pushing into A. Now, there's only 1 on A for Moist Moguls, as there were 3 on C. But in Moist Moguls' favor, G2 has hit A these past like 3 rounds, so Moist Moguls should be pretty wary of a push into A. May even know how to defend properly against it. See, the Seekers do come through, and it actually is going to blind a Proto, who's going to get taken out and finished off by Oxy. But Fly going to trade Oxy off, so now it's going to maintain this 4v4. Fly able to find a pick. Wait, sorry, that was what I was already talking about. Still a 4v4. I thought Whippy had found a pick, but then I read it as Fly for some reason. Regardless, nothing happened. It's going to be a 4v4. Health low for Whippy, though. That rhymed. Penny going to take out Fly. Whippy takes out Sim. It's traded off by Thief, and Brock takes out Penny. So it's going to be kept in even 2v2. Health better for G2, which may be an advantage. Shazam able to take out Brock. Now they're just shooting through the smoke. Thief able to take out Shazam. It's now a 1v1. Time is ticking. Sort of has to do something quickly. You got to start sticking it or find a pick here. And regardless of the fact that he got the kill, I think the time was played well enough. Maybe. No, I do think he gets that defuse off. Although it'll be barely. Yeah, by 0.6, but he does get that defuse off. Very, very narrowly. But he does get it. So the score is going to be 4-4. And not only has Moist Moguls tied it up, they've gotten that 4th round, which I said would be a good amount of rounds. And they do hit that. So they're definitely going to be happy about that. They should definitely be happy, and they're definitely going to be leaning more towards a direction now where they have some good round and econ momentum to even try and at least get to that 6th round, if not take the advantage going into the next half. The lead going into the next half is definitely still possible for them. It's not out of the picture. It's just, you know, on an offense-sided map, taking the advantage or the lead is unlikely, which is why I was pushing so hard for that 4th round. But if they can get more, that'd be great. G2 has sort of realized that the B hold may be a little bit shaky for Moist Moguls, and they are correct. So they aggressively take B, and they're able to do so well. Moist Moguls not going to defend that. Oxy with the showstopper, though, going to be able to find a pick, which does also help G2 clear the site. The op pick does come through from Sim, though, which does keep it even in a 4v4. Shazam takes out Thief, meanwhile, Sim takes out Shazam as a trade. A Proto takes out Oxy, though. Proto also takes out Penny. Now Dapper's alone in a 1v3, able to take out Sim. Apparently Spectre wins in the op versus Spectre battle. And the Classic going to be the one on a Proto to finish it off. Time was ticking down, but the spike is still going to get defused. Another close call from Moist Moguls. Doesn't matter. They're able to now take the lead. Now, they haven't taken that 6th round. The 6th round would be really, really big, because when you get to that 6th round, it means your opponent can't take the lead going into the next half. And considering G2 is on the offense, and Lotus is an offense-sided map, if G2 doesn't take the lead going into the next half, that's really, really good for Moist Moguls. That gives Moist Moguls a really good shot. Plus, if Moist Moguls can get to that 6th round without G2 tying it up, Moist Moguls could even take the lead going into the next half, where they will be on the offense of the offense-sided map, so they'll have a pretty good shot here. Flash comes through, and although Sim's not looking at it, he's scoped in, so it does still hit him. He does have to back up with that operator. Thief using some good trigger discipline here. Even letting his team blind him, hoping more will push out, but none do. So Thief does just finally decide to take out Shazam. 2 picks early in C main is going to make it difficult for the remaining G2 players, 2 of which are actually pushed up pretty aggressively through A and now into CT. Sim is ready for it, though. Not going to matter. Dapper going to win that exchange. 4v3. The lockdown going to come out in defender spawn. Very strange here. Brock going to be able to take out Dapper. That lockdown may go down as well. Not quite. Whippy's able to defend it from a Proto, but it won't matter. Fly out with the Odin. Gonna find that last 2 picks. 3 players left alive for Moist Moguls, and they've taken that 6th round. And honestly, they could be in a position to take the lead going into the next half. I talked about how important that is. That would be a really, really big performance here. That would be very, very impressive for Moist Moguls. Because, again, it's an offense-sided map. So if Moist Moguls can take the advantage, I mean, they're in a really good spot here. They're picking up the mantle that OR left behind last week when OR destroyed G2. I can get the exact stats on that. Give me 1 second. As G2 starts pushing into C, we do get the start of this. Yeah, it's 13-4. Let me take a look at this. 13-4, and actually it was OR's offense that was super impressive, but regardless, they did close it up in the defense. So Moist Moguls trying to do what OR did as well. You know, had G2 started on the offense against OR, it probably would have gone about the same as this is. We'll see if Moist Moguls' offense will be as dominant. Proto able to take out Whippy. Make it good there. The shorty, while concussed, not going to find the pick. Proto gonna find a total of 3 kills. Thief able to take out Oxy. Leaves Dapper alone, and he's on B, trying to do a little lurky lurk. Oh, that's just disrespectful. Sim able to knife a Dapper, and the BMing is coming through. Now, to be fair, G2 did play up a little bit on Twitter. Not this match necessarily. I believe. Let me see if I can find it. G2 esports. Here we go. Yeah, they said, you know, let's get dry, and posted. I think they were playing it up a little bit, if I remember correctly. Yeah, they said, can't believe Moist Moguls are going to lose to a team that lost to OR Esports. So, you know, GG's been playing it up a little bit. They've been, you know, much more than Moist Moguls has. So I guess Moist Moguls BMing is a little bit warranted. Fortunately, this isn't America's, where the winners will be going to Tokyo in a few weeks. So, you know, you can keep playing it up for a while here with the BMing. Just got to get out of the habit once you go to Ascension, but you know, I don't think either of these teams will be making it there. Thief and a Proto each gonna lock down C. A Proto finds 2. Thief also finds 2. Shazam able to get away with 1, but it is going to be 8-4 for Moist Moguls. Now, I was saying it'd be good if Moist Moguls got 4 rounds on their defense. They got 8, and it turns out G2 is the one with 4 rounds on their offense. So Moist Moguls going into the offense-sided map with such a big lead. This could definitely be Moist Moguls taking the win here. This could be Moist Moguls. Honestly, I would not be surprised if they just suddenly miraculously look at how disappointed G2 is. But yeah, if Moist Moguls just all of a sudden miraculously had a flawless win streak of 5 rounds in a row, I would not be surprised. They definitely, absolutely could do that. Just with how absolutely offense-sided this map is, and now they're on the offense. Speaking of Moist Moguls offense, they're now going to be pushing into B, it looks like. We rarely see pistol rounds go B first, but it's a good choice because G2's actually pushed out C main a little bit, hoping to do some damage, which gives Moist Moguls time to get on site, and this plant is going to go down. Looks like G2 was thinking about breaking Breakable and going through there, but they haven't quite done that yet. A Proto is lurking A main, hoping maybe to find an easy pick on somebody trying to rotate or go Breakable, go for the flank there. Meanwhile, G2 trying to figure out how they want to do this retake, but Whippy gonna be not on the side of G2 anymore, as he's on the other side. He's dead. Dapper finds 2 picks, though, which does give G2 that player advantage. And Moist Moguls has actually been forced off of the spike. Dapper finds 4. He's looking for the ace. Oh, and you know he wants it. He wants to be able to flex that, but Thief going to deny it. The spike nearly gets defused. Thief trying to stop it. Not going to be able to. You can see his indecisiveness of who to shoot at really played through there. And G2 does take the first pistol round. This could be good for them to try and make a comeback. That being said, G2 took the first pistol round as well. Which, you know, does go to show that just because you win the pistol round does not mean you're going to win the half. And so, Moist Moguls does, it's going to be on a save here while G2 Esports can force. I'm afraid of a Proto, though. You look at a Proto with that Sheriff, I mean, I think like half of his kills are just with a Sheriff this map, so, you know, I would not count Moist Moguls out of this, especially, again, with a Proto and that Sheriff. I'd be afraid. Ooh, Thief able to get a headshot on Whippy. I think that, I don't know if that was a wallbang or just because of the range of the Sheriff, but he does get a headshot on Whippy, so Whippy's down to 5 HP. Can definitely go get healed by Shazam, but that just goes to show how powerful Moist Moguls may be, even on their pistol round. Dapper and Benny each going to find a pick, though, and that makes it a 3v5 for the remaining Moist Moguls players. Proto still alive with that Sheriff, which I did talk about, but he's lurking over on A. Maybe a little while before he gets to pushing into the site here. Moist Moguls still trying to figure out how they want to approach B. They definitely still want to commit to B, you can tell. They could still take door if they wanted. Although a Proto is coming through Breakable, if Moist Moguls wanted, they could just take door and go C. Although that contact from a Proto does bait G2 into pushing further into this B hold. They know a Proto's Breakable. Shazam able to take out Thief and Brock. Dapper gonna take out a Proto. That Sheriff, which I said I was afraid of, did not come through here. Score gonna be 8-6 now, which means G2 is getting closer and closer to tying it up. But now Moist Mogul is gonna be on a full buy. G2 gonna be on a bonus round, so if they lose this, they'll be able to buy next round, but they do have some really good guns to try and defend, as they did flawless their previous round, which means they're able to keep those guns to bonus with this round, which does allow them some leeway here. And we've got quite a few good guns here for G2 to try and defend with. Moist Moguls, you know, they've got Thief thinking about C, just checking in, but the flash comes through, and now Thief backs up. The rest of Moist Moguls is getting ready for this A hit. Now, if they push through tree, they may actually just be able to push onto site, because the Killjoy util is watching main, so If they wanted to take A, they could definitely go through tree, but they aren't going to take A. They're going to go and rotate towards C, which may be a good choice as there's currently only one there, although it looks like they're going to be G2 is going to be rotating back to having 2 on that site. Now this entry starting, Sim getting onto the site, trying to clear it, trying to find a pick.
It's not just over the top, it's also a bit through. The Nebula coverage is great for Moist Moguls to walk in.
Ooh, Penny gonna be able to take out Sim, barely sees the gun of a Proto, able to take him out as well through the smoke. Oxy gonna take out Brock, now it's a 2v5, the Spike's still not down for Moist Moguls. This take of sight is denied. Thief takes out Oxy, Penny takes out Thief, and it looks like maybe Moist Moguls getting a little too overheated after such a dominant first half as Penny had 4 kills this round. Looks like maybe Moist Moguls should have cut back on the BMing in the previous half, as now it's coming back to bite them. As although this is definitely an offense-sided map, these teams are making it look defense-sided. I said I wouldn't be surprised if Moist Moguls went on a 5-round win streak, but it's looking like maybe G2 will be the one with their own 5-round win streak. It's now going to be a save light buy here from Moist Moguls. They did lose that buy round. Looks like Moist Moguls would like to challenge A, but doesn't know necessarily if they want to. It's going to be difficult. They're pushing through some Harbor util, and they're going to be able to just push in. Nobody's going to be peeking them to push them back. A Killjoy Nanoswarm goes out. Going to get the down. Viper Wall comes up, and it actually allows Moist Moguls to cross a little bit, and Shazam just barely misses the peek out. Shazam shooting through the smoke, though, going to be able to take out a Proto. That does mean Moist Moguls now down a player, and they're just going to take Breakable, and I can't blame them. I think that's a good choice in the current predicament. But the Viper's Snake Bite going to prevent an aggressive push in from Breakable. Now Moist Moguls will be able to take site. They've been warded off a little bit, but it looks like G2 has not really necessarily responded accordingly. Although Whippy able to take out Sim and Flyer. Why do they keep pushing him? I don't know, but now they're going to be able to take this site. And Moist Mogul is not going to be able to provide much pushback. Dapper and Oxy each going to find a pick of their own to make it a flawless round for G2. And, you know, now Moist Moguls is starting to look scared. As G2 has gotten a 4-round win streak to tie it up, make it 8-8. Now we're going into a bye round for Moist Moguls. That doesn't change the fact that G2 is in a pretty good spot here. They not only have some good econ momentum built up, their mental looks like it's even maybe reset a little bit. They've been able to take a deep breath. Moist Moguls taking a timeout here, but probably a wise decision. They are definitely in a bit of a bad spot here. Off of a 4-round loss streak. You know, they definitely are not happy to have lost 4 rounds in a row here and would like to push through and then get some wins. You just need to figure out how they want to do that. How they want to restructure their offense. Here's the thing, the reason this is offense-sided is because it's really easy for the offense to rotate in between the sites. But we didn't see G2 do that on their offense, and we haven't seen Moist Moguls doing that. So we'll see if Moist Moguls is able to pull through and get some of that rotation we may want to see from an offense. We may want to see that offense rotating a little bit faster. And we'll see if that's going to happen for Moist Moguls.
I feel that, bro. I feel that. It's so hard. It's so hard when you make that move to commit to getting everything put up and done.
Especially when you got things going on, man.
Yeah, for sure. Like casting this game, for instance.
Or playing it in his instance, assuming he just
yes.
Now, there's 2 ults for G2 to secure this round. They know it's going to be a buy from Moist Moguls, so we'll likely see those ults come out. Now, the Operator comes out from Sim, and it looks like G2 wanted to use that smoke, or sorry, Moist Moguls wanted to use that smoke to push up a little bit, and it did work out, as it looked like Oxy was just trying to cross and get in a little bit of an off angle or something, but Sim was ready for it. Penny spotted, doesn't matter, Penny's still able to take out Brock, but Sim going to be able to trade it off with that Operator, looking deadly. Now, for the first time, we've seen Moist Moguls in this offense with the player advantage. Thief going to be able to take out Whippy, lurking C. Dapper going to be able to take out Flya, though. Defender Lockdown comes out. It's one of the ults I was talking about G2 having. Sam going to be able to take out Thief, which makes it an even 2v2. Moist Moguls is actually going to have to play so far back off of that lockdown. Oh my god, and although Moist Moguls did have the 2-player advantage, I believe it was a 4v2, it does not matter. G2 going to find that pick, Shazam locking it down. Going to be able to take out those coming through breakable. And this round goes to G2, although barely. Although they did have to sort of scrape together for it, it does go to them.
Front side of B, but that just didn't happen. G2 catches them all.
2 ults for either side once again. Once again, G2 has 2 ults. I think Moist Moguls only had 1 previously. They've got knives for Sim from Moist Moguls, which I imagine Sim will use. Thief has that Cosmic Divide. We've got the Seekers for Shazam and the Harbor ults for Henny. So 2 ults for either side. Both of these ults could definitely be utilized. Sim with those knives looking for an early pick. Not quite going to be able to find it. Does have to sort of push back a little bit. And this aggressive take of A almost has been read a little bit here, is what I would say. Because there's now 4 for G2 on A. Those knives not really hitting their target. Shazam going to be able to take out Brock. Thief going to take out Shazam, though. But Penny and Dapper each find a pick. And now it's a 2v4. We've seen G2 clutch these up, but I doubt Moist Moguls will be able to do the same. No, they will not. Dapper going to find 3 kills this round. The final 2 kills are his. Finish off that round. And G2 looking like they may take this map. And this is Moist Moguls' map. You know this is not what they want to see. I can just imagine Ludwig right now going, no! And, like, putting his head in his hands. 2 ults for Moist Moguls. You've got a Cosmic Divide and a Viper's Pit. Although the Viper's Pit sort of needs to be used once you're already on site. That Operator on Oxy looking for a pick. Will it find one? Nope. I don't know if he shot it or if he just whiffed, but he does have to back up here. And Moist Moguls will be able to push up. If I'm them, I'm rotating through door. If I'm them, I'm rotating through door. But apparently I'm not them. Sim comes in, takes out Whippy. Sim also able to take out Oxy, despite Oxy having that Operator. Penny takes out Brock, but Thief takes out Penny, and now this Viper's Pit can come out. Dapper takes out Sim, but is traded off by Thief, and now it's a 1v3 for Shazam. Spike still isn't down, but the Viper's Pit is ever so prevalent. In G2, Shazam will have to figure out how to retake this. The Viper's Pit does drop. That is an interesting choice. Shazam gets caught, timing, looking away right as Moist Moguls peeks out. Thief, 3 kills this round to help secure it for his team. Finally, Moist Moguls has broken the 6-round win streak that G2 has. But will it be the start of a win streak of Moist Moguls? Or is it just a fluke? Is it just, you know... Is it going to be useless? Is it a useless win? Is it not going to convert to anything? We'll see. There are, once again, 2 ults for Moist Moguls to use. This time I'd say these ults are a little bit more useful. Because Moist Moguls won on C, they decide to go C. That's pretty like iron level strats, but, you know, it is what it is, and Moist Moguls does challenge this, but G2 is challenging it themselves. Flash comes through, and now G2 knows there's at least one still sticking C, but they are starting to back up off of C. And so pushing into C may be a good choice here. Looks like Fly is going to be challenging B, or just trying to lurk B, maybe find an easy pick, but not going to find it. Which means he's going to open door, and now G2 knows maybe it is a C hit. If I'm Moist Moguls, I think I should probably rotate. Should have rotated like right off the bat, but didn't quite. Sim walking away, gonna get caught. Not quite able to find that pick. The lockdown comes out, so Moist Moguls can start to take site, but it takes them quite a while to get actually onto site. Whippy from back site, gonna be able to take, at least get 1 pick. Sim with the Operator, gonna take out Shazam as well, though. Although the spike does not go down. I thought it did go down. Oxy gonna find 2 kills. Penny gonna find 2, or Penny gonna find 1. Dapper finds another. G2 finishes it off. G2 is 2 rounds away from victory, 1 round away from that 12th round. 1 round away from map points, which it's not a good spot for Moist Moguls to be in. And it looks like they're forcing here because, again, not a good spot for them to be in if they lose this next round. They do want to try and push for a round win. Although their econ will look pretty bad if they do lose this round. And, yeah, G2 could definitely be in a good spot here. Shazam, able to take out Sim, and that stops the early push into C. You do have to wonder, why on earth Moist Moguls just keeps challenging C? It's a question that I think I will never find the answer to. But yeah, Moist Moguls just keeps pushing C. And Flyer, who's been pushed up into A, does encounter an alarm bot, and it does go off, so now G2 knows there's at least one lurking A, so they plan accordingly. And although Moist Moguls is going to continue to try and take A, they're going to encounter some pushback. Dapper trying to push through, or shoot through the smoke for an easy pick. Flyer pushed up in the smoke, hoping someone will push into him. Flash comes through, and, well, they try and take advantage of it, playing a little bit too aggressively. Flyer and Thief each get taken out by Shazam. Now it's going to be a 2v5 for this post plant. Dapper going to be the one to get the pick on a Proto, and now she's down to Brock, who's able to take out Oxy, but gets flanked by Shazam. 4 kills for Shazam this round, and that was disappointing for Moist Moguls. I don't know what they're doing. They have completely blundered the lead they had going into this half. They have not at all been able to take advantage of the fact that it's an easy rotate for the offense on this map in between sites by baiting out those sites early. Maybe they just assume that G2 would be ready for that. I don't know, but Moist Moguls is not able to pull through, and I think this will be the last round. I think we're looking at a round loss here. Unfortunately for Moist Moguls, G2 will probably take this map. And I don't know if Moist Moguls can take Ascent. It may just have to be another win here for G2, another series win for G2 against Moist Moguls. I know Moist Moguls doesn't want that. They want to be number 3, vying for number 2. G2 just does not want to let anybody get close to that. Moist Moguls getting ready to push into B. Actually, they're going to be able to take site really quickly here. The Seeker is also going to allow them to know roughly where G2 is, which is definitely helpful. So this round, although I did say it's gonna go to Moist Mogul or to G2, I still think it will, but definitely could go to Moist Moguls now. So they just have to play good post plant. They've got a lot of good util to do it. You're seeing that util come out. An early pick there. Brock's been taken out, so an early pick on this retake. But again, this post plant util is gonna be so detrimental to G2's attempt to defuse. Shazam takes out Sim. Shazam also takes out Flyer. Whippy gonna take out a Proto and Thief, and that's it. GG. Go next. This map is over. G2 has taken the Lotus, the map pick of Moist Moguls. Why do they keep putting series at winner first? All right, and maybe not that quick. I wouldn't jump the gun too quickly there. G2 takes the map. Oh, okay, all right. All right, so G2 takes the map, and we're going to a second one. I don't know if Moist Moguls can win Ascent. I think they have potential to, but just looking at how poorly they were they performed on Lotus. That being said, they performed better on the defensive Lotus, and Ascent is a defense-sided map. So maybe Moist Moguls can pull through on their defense. But also G2 pulled through on their own defense, so it's like, I don't know. I would not put my money on Moist Moguls at this point. I think Moist Moguls is a really powerful team, but they got overheated after that first half. You saw the BMing. They were definitely feeling good. Spirits were high, and they definitely just overestimated how well they'd be able to perform on that offense. And, yeah, it really definitely showed here. Go ahead and pull this up.
up.
I don't know why the second series is only it always takes longer to put the maps in for the second series.
A full 3-map series to get through those. So we'll then send things to a break, have Bach come back, give us his thoughts, and start setting things up for map number 2. We'll have Ascent, one of G2's best map mode combinations they could possibly put together. We'll see what happens.
Just waiting. Which agent would you pick to be your roommate?
Probably Omen. That guy is probably just like, he's usually just not even like in the house, or he's just away from me at all times, so I don't gotta interact with him.
Maybe Gecko. You'll have 3 funny pets maybe to play around. Can't think of anything else.
Brimstone, man. He's like he's a daddy, you know what I mean? He's always gonna take care of you.
Killjoy. No further explanation.
I mean, probably like Raze or Killjoy, just because I feel like they're super chill, you know? Like they don't really seem like the messy type. Like they think about themselves.
Killjoy, maybe. I think I heard Vanity say that, but like the tidiest, I guess. I don't know.
Either Gecko, because you can hang out with, I don't know, Gecko's pet seem kind of chill. I'm not gonna lie.
Maybe Brimstone, because he's a little older. You know, I feel like he's clean. He knows he's been around. He has had lots of roommates before. You don't have to worry.
Probably Gecko.
Fair.
And I say Gecko just because he seems like a fun dude. Probably get out and about, do some fun stuff.
I think that Sage would probably be the best roommate. I don't know, like she seems very caring and she's kind of like a mother. Like I feel like she would make me a great, like, you know what I mean? She would like tuck me in at night.
What?
And all that. So
Bro, what do you think roommates do, broski? Whose codename is Mage? Okay, I'm not doing this. Where is Why haven't they put it in yet? Why are you taking so long? I just don't get, like, why did they take so long for... It's always the second series that they take so long to put it in, but like the first series they're always like right on it. $300. Alright, here we go. Okay, so 13-9, not great from Moist Moguls, obviously. They took the loss there. I think a Proto looked really good in that first half. You look at the defense from... wait, who's on defense here? Wait, what? Okay, I think this is Moist Moguls defense. Okay, so you look at the defense from Moist Moguls. You look at a Proto. 16-6. I mean, he looked... I was scared of him personally. Like, through the screen, I was terrified of him. 321 ACF. Then you go to the offense, and all of a sudden, all of the members who were doing so well in that first half on the defense for Moist Moguls, you go to the offense, and it's just nothing. They absolutely did nothing. Oh, this is just offense for both sides. I mean, you can see both teams just did not have a great offensive side versus their defensive side. I'd say Moist Moguls just... I mean, look at how strong this win streak was for them. And then they just... that was it. That was it. It's an offense-sided map, but both of these teams did so poorly on their offense. It's just that G2 did that much better on their offense, and it was just enough to pull through. And now that we're going to Ascent, I'm worried for Moist Moguls. To be fair, G2's Ascent isn't super strong, but it might be stronger than Moist Moguls, if I'm being honest. It's just not super... Yeah, it's just not super strong. It's definitely not one of their stronger maps, whereas I feel like for G2, it's a little bit stronger. Obviously, Split is banned, so, you know, Moist Moguls can rest easy. They don't have to relive that nightmare. But, yeah, I don't know if Moist Moguls will be able to put up a good fight on Ascent. It's just not going to go the way of Moist Moguls, I think, at this point, unfortunately. Even though I was super confident Moist Moguls would take it going into this matchup, I mean, it's just... I hate to say it, I think ChatGPT was right, guys. G2 Esports will come out on top. I think ChatGPT, I mean, he predicted Oxygen Esports correctly. Wait. No, that was incorrect. He got the first one wrong. So he's 0 for 1 right now. I think he might be getting this one right, 1 for 1. I hate to say it. Let's go and take a listen to what the analysts have to say though about how that match went.
They were not looking all that great in the first half, but I have to point out this storyline is not that far off from the last time these two teams played on Lotus. It was actually Moist who was up 11-8 that time. Flipped sides. They were on the defense. They ended up losing 13-11. They lost 5 in a row after being just so close, and that was the second map in the series that ultimately eliminated them from the midseason face-off there on Lotus. So a disappointing end here, Dusk, for Moist as they lose map number 1. And we're going to Ascent next, which is pretty good territory for G2. It felt like Moist needed to win this map.
It really did. And I mean, honestly, this game comes down to two very important storylines for me. The first being is that, you know, it was a tale of two defenses, right? I mean, Moist Moguls in the first half had a very strong defense, particularly with their C aggression. I felt like they had so much success with that. Meanwhile, G2, it was more varied, but still ultimately very dominant defense. The big difference being G2 had that little bit of success on the attacking side. Look at the post plan. 0 for 5 for Moist, 4 for 6 for G2. That also made the world of difference.
You now look at the individual stats and the key players in both of those kind of elements that Dust is talking about pop their heads up immediately. Shazam on one side was brilliant when it came down to executes when they found success getting the spike planted. Now again, afterwards, you know, Moist Moguls was looking really solid to lock down any attempts that G2 had, but Dapper was a force throughout the entirety of this map, especially as we got to the defensive side. So, you know, I think in terms of letting your stars shine a bit, not only are you seeing Shazam and Dapper at the top, but, you know, we had the question mark of would Penny kind of find his footing, put a role to his name, and hey, how about kind of the utility controller or initiator, if you want to call it that, based on how he was using the Harbor utility throughout the entirety of this map. Granted, on the offensive side, it maybe didn't find the same kind of value that you would find the intention or hope for, but ultimately speaking, defensively, a lot of those high tides and cascades were well placed to allow the team a chance to get in a little bit more freely.
Yeah.
One of the crazy things, too, is players that we've looked at as potentially players who do quite well for this team, one of them being Flya, struggled so bad on the attacking side, as did Brock. A combined 4 and 28 on their attacking side. Just was not hitting. Whatever it was that Moist was throwing at G2, it was bouncing right back in their faces, unfortunately. So, again, reminder where the map pool is heading. We can take a look at the picks and bans to see how we ended up here, because coming into this, I think people pretty much have an expectation of the maps you're going to get to see from G2. It's either going to be Split or it's going to be Ascent. It's dependent on what your opponent's really going to ban out first. I think in this case, Dust, Moist made the right call in banning Split. I do think Ascent is maybe a little bit more forgiving for Moist Moguls, as it's a map they've played with decent success rate. But it's certainly not looking good after losing map 1, because it did feel like this was going to be a 3-map series when we came into it.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it before the series started. G2 does have, you know, 2 maps they're guaranteed to be very strong on, and that's Ascent, that's Split. You only get to ban one of them, right? And so Split was the choice there of Moist Moguls. It's a map that they already, you know, had success though over or had lost to G2, I should say, 13-5. So I mean, that was a pretty big loss, right? So I guess they fancied their chances on Ascent, and that they haven't gotten to play G2 on yet. But G2 has beaten everyone on this map that they have played. That includes M80 and the Guard, the 2 other best teams in Challengers. They have beaten them there, and they've done it from both the attack and the defensive side. They've been successful on both fronts. So this is going to be a massive test for Moist Moguls on a map that, again, has just been kind of a masterclass for G2.
Especially considering the way that Moist Moguls just played it versus Bad Lions. They did not play a Sentinel, and it was a Proto on a Viper that was finding the most amount of value for the squad. That had Bad Lions completely confused, especially from the offensive side for Moist Moguls. Now, the thing about it is, I don't believe they're going to find that same level of value out of this kind of weird pocket pick against a team like G2, who plays this very traditionally, very much to the T of meta, and they have value built into every single different combination of agent they put to the mix. We obviously see the lockdown potential of their Sentinel, but on top of that, if we see Shazam play at the same level that he just did, on a map like Lotus, I think that there's an opportunity for G2 to possibly just run away with this one as well. And that little pocket pick of Viper may not have much value at all like it did versus Mad Lions.
But I'm inclined to think that maybe that's going to be a little bit more valuable than we might anticipate because of the fact that it's non-standard. Yeah, sure, you can watch a VOD and you can get an idea of what they're going to do, but it's harder it's easier to experience, I should say, that kind of composition than to just watch somebody else experience it. So yeah, you can glean a little bit, but will they be ready for potentially a non-standard agent composition coming in from a team? And will they even run that comp? There's always the question of whether or not Moist is going to switch things up and try to make a change here coming into this second week.
Yeah, it's just tough to say because, I mean, here's the thing. Moist Moguls aren't terrible on Ascent in their own right. I mean, back when they were still called Breakthrough, Ascent was a huge map in them qualifying for challengers through the qualifier against teams like Cosmic Divide and OR Esports in the nation and so on and so forth. Also, during the first split, you know, they had that win over Oxygen. You know, they also obviously had the win here against Mad Lions and at the, you know, first week of this split. So they do have some comfortability on the map. It's not like they're going to be completely lost, but G2 just has a more proven track record. They are beating elite level teams on a consistent basis, and they have yet to drop the map. It's one of the maps where they feel the most comfortable. We kind of critique G2's issues with having a limited map pool and maybe Penny sometimes being out of place role-wise. They don't suffer from that on this map. You know, this is where they can play to their true strengths. So this is going to be a tough task for Moist Moguls. There's no doubt about it.
Well, we also spoke with Thief last week after their win, and we asked, quite frankly, hey, like, what's the deal with Ascent? It doesn't feel like you guys love it as much as you once did because you played it a ton as Breakthrough and then basically not at all as Moist Moguls. So what's the deal? And I wish I could remember his exact response, but I think the general gist of it was like, hey, you know, people got a lot of what we do on Ascent. So for a while, we were like, do we really want to play this map? Everyone knows what to expect from us. It was sort of a third map decider. It would get floated a lot. But as they came into their own, they were like, okay, well, now we need to change things up. And that's kind of what they did last week. They made a major composition change. And I guess we'll get to see if they're going to do that again.
All right, let's get into it. I'm sorry if I'm not talking a lot. I just don't think there's a whole lot to add to what they have to say because, you know, it's all true. I mean, Moist Moguls is just really going to be looking weak here on Ascent. Maybe, you know, it's a pocket pick, they pull it out, and we all get surprised. I just don't think that's the case. Shazam and Brock both going on Sova. Both Penny and Fly are going to be on KO. And both Oxy and Sim are going to be on Jet. That's where the differences stop. So it's going to be a double controller setup for Moist Moguls versus the... Why do you cut to the... I need to see their picks. You're not giving me time. Yeah, I'm interested to see, though, how these teams do end up shaping up here. Yeah, it'll be definitely interesting to see. I care more about the agent selects right now. But yeah, so identical picks as far as KO, Jet, and then the Sovas, if I could talk. But then it's a double controller for both sides. Or sorry, no, for Moist Moguls versus deciding to go for a Sentinel on G2 Esports. So there's not going to be a Sentinel for Moist Moguls, which means mid control will be given up very easily. We'll see if G2 is going to take advantage of that. We already see it being taken advantage of. We do see two controllers for Moist Moguls, like I already pointed out, in the Astra and Viper. Over on G2, though, they've got one controller, and it's Omen. So you can tell G2 is a little bit of a more offense-sided comp here, and I can't blame them. It's a defense-sided map. Having a little bit of a more offense-sided comp could definitely be to your advantage. Brodo able to take out Oxy. It's traded off by Dapper. Brock still in Boathouse looking for a pick. Maybe try and find an easy one. Not going to be able to. Swippy takes Brock out. Meanwhile, Thief in mid going to find that pick on Shazam. So 3-man flank coming in. It's going to be a 3v3 retake that has to come through here. Very common knife you see there just to clear out that Boathouse area, or not backside. Yeah, I think that's Boathouse. I think I was calling the switch area, or the backside Boathouse for some reason. Sim was taking out Dapper, or Sim takes out Dapper. Whippy able to take out Thief. Fly takes out Whippy. Penny takes out Sim. Makes it a 1v1. The health really is not there for Flya. Doesn't matter. Gets it half, gets up, takes out Penny, makes it look easy. And I imagine they won't overheat so much here if they do start to take a little bit of a lead. Now again, it's a defense-sided map. I talked about it earlier, but it's a 51... hold it up here. It's a 51.2% advantage towards the defense of Ascent, which isn't big, but it is enough to confidently say it's a defense-sided map. It's one of the more like leaning to one side type of maps, meaning it leans to one side more than a lot of other maps do. 51.2 is a big percentage compared to other maps. So yeah, it's a decently defense-sided map, which means you can expect the defense to take the lead going into the second half. We'll see if that's true here. Moist Moguls is able to take the lead going into the second half. And G2 going to be coming in through mid. It looked like maybe they were going to go tiles and focus and try and go through market, but they do back up and turn their attention back towards cat and into tree. There are 3 on A waiting for them. If they decide to do that, could definitely still rotate off, but there's still no vision. See the jiggle peeking coming through from a proto. Dapper coming in, gonna clear or try to clear market. Spots Flya. There's a bit of an exchange. Dapper able to take out Flya and Brock, looking deadly with that Sheriff. Now G2 is like, all right, we got 2 mid. Let's just rotate B. So now Moist Moguls has to rotate over towards B, although they're going to be able to do it pretty quickly because for some reason Market Door takes quite a while to get destroyed, which does allow Moist Moguls some time to get over, but there's some Killjoy util to prevent them from pushing in through CT in the form of an Alarm Bot and 2 Nano Swarms, which do go off. Spike's going to go down with 13 seconds left, and now Moist Moguls going to have to play this retake, where they are down 2 players. A Proto able to find a pick, but Whippy, Dapper, and then Whippy again return with picks of their own. 3 kills for Dapper this this round. 2 of those with the Sheriff we saw earlier, which were pivotal in securing this round. So the save round for G2 turns into a win, which is not at all good for Moist Moguls. Now Moist Moguls going to have to be on a save. Gun advantage going to be there for G2. They can even take a bonus if they want and really boost their econ, as they were able to pick up guns off of Moist Moguls. And it looks like that may be what they're doing. Only one of them going to be buying a gun here. Maybe 2 of them buying a gun. But yeah, it will be a bonus here from G2. And if I'm Moist Moguls, I'm worried, because if G2 does win this, their econ is going to take a massive boost. It's already going to take a pretty good bonus off of a loss. So if they are able to take a win, it'll be an even more detrimental loss for Moist Moguls. So the drone coming in to try and clear B garage, and it does so, but it's not able to push any further than that. Shots exchanged, a little bit of damage done to Shazam and B garage, but nothing else. Majority G2 is pushing in through mid, through tiles, and it looks like they're going to be going into market. Here's 1 for G2. Leaning towards still checking that A main. G2 getting ready to push into tree here, and it's being locked down by 2 players, but neither of them able to find picks yet. Thief able to find 1. Does get taken out, though. Aggressed pretty heavily with flashes and the works, and now it's going to be a 3v4. Just saw them get the door, blocks themselves off, and it may be a detriment here. Brock and Fly each find a pick. Shazam's able to take out Brock, which does keep it even in a 2v2. Coming in from Garden, Shazam looking for the pick. He's going to be able to find it. Fly knows it's a 1v1 between him and Whippy. But Whippy's going to win that exchange, and of course, if he, even if Shazam was able to, even if Brock was able to find a pick there, it would have, Shazam still would have been there to win that exchange. Sorry, my brain's not working right now. So, anyways, G2 takes their bonus round, which I did talk about, would give them a pretty significant bonus. They did lose the majority of their players, but it doesn't really matter, as again, their econ was in a really good bonus. So it's going to be a full buy from both sides, and you can see G2 is able to afford full shield for all of their players. It's very rare. And so, yeah, not going to be looking good for Moist Moguls. Although Sim able to take out Shazam, Cat is going to give Moist Moguls that early player advantage. G2 is actually pushed up pretty aggressively into B Garage. Oxy going to start this entry into site. Going to get taken out by Sim, though, before doing very much damage to all. Sim does take quite a little bit, but not enough 3 players left alive now for G2, and the 2 that were left in garage decide to back up off of the denied entry. Ooh, and both get spotted rotating through mid. Now Thief, oh, hovering over that Omen smoke and a little bit of an off angle, able to find a pick. Dapper, though, gonna prevent any more damage, so it's gonna be a 2v4. We've seen G2 on Lotus win these 2v4s time and time again. I think we saw it happen multiple times just in that previous map, so we'll see if they're able to do it again here. Flya able to take out Dapper. Now it's a 1v4. Flya also gonna take out Penny. No more. Not gonna let them clutch that situation up, and Moist Moguls will take this round. Although the econ, although it probably looked better, at least with that shield advantage, G2 definitely looked pretty good coming into this round. Their econ's still gonna be really, really solid. G2's econ, having been built up off of those first few rounds, is gonna be pretty solid, and it'll take quite a massive win streak here from Moist Moguls to destroy that econ. Maybe 3 or 4 rounds in a row total. Which, you know, that's a difficult task for anyone, let alone you're playing against G2. So, yeah, Moist Moguls is looking in a little bit of a tough spot again. But I said that before the previous round. Yeah, G2 will be able to buy this round. They should be able to buy next round as well. But after that point, it'll start to their money will start to taper off. 2 ults for either side right now. Both ults, or both sides having null command, KO ultimate, and for G2, they've got that Omen ult, the Shadows, I forget what it's called. Something with Shadows. And then Thief has the Cosmic Divide. But as I was talking about ults and such, an Odin spam went through the garage, and it did quite a significant amount of damage to Dapper. He's now down to 1 shot. Of course, Moist Moguls doesn't know that, but they will if they, you know, hit him in the body at all. Interestingly, something we saw a lot in America is, over this past week was a lot of Phantom usage. We haven't really seen that in Challengers very much, but I do wonder if Phantoms will become more prevalent. If that's what the meta will start to contain. As I'm talking about metas, G2 is pushing in through tree, getting ready to aggress onto A. It's going to be locked down pretty heavily. There's actually 3 on it. Thief able to find the pick on Penny, but Shazam returns with 2 kills of his own, which means the player advantage now in the hands of G2. And Flya gets taken out, which means now it's a 2v4, so it's a 2-player advantage for G2 right now. 4v2 for them should not be difficult. Sim and Brock gonna have to figure out how they want to play this. Sim able to take out Shazam. Oh, and Oxy. Now it's going to be a 2v2. Gonna dash onto Jen. Decides to take those knives out as Brock takes Dapper out. Now it's going to be a 1v2 for Whippy. Able to take out Brock. Takes a little bit of shock dart damage, but the knives from Sim can come through. Is there time to defuse? I think so. I think so. Just barely, but yeah. No, not even just barely. There was definitely enough time. I just couldn't see the spike, and I have low audio, so I couldn't really tell. But Moist Moguls does now take the advantage. We see this BMing, but we saw it on Lotus as well, and then they lost. So I'm a little bit worried that Lotus, or sorry, that Moist Moguls may start BMing a little bit too much here and get a little overheated. But for now, it should be okay, right? They'll be fine. Well, we do see G2 actually gonna force here, which means which means they're not gonna have good guns. It's a force. It's called a force for a reason. They're buying on low econ, so we do see Guardians or a Guardian and a Stinger. So it will not be super easy for them or anything to try and win this. There was a little bit of an Astro one-way there, but the flash is going to prevent it from being cashed in on by Thief. And now G2 is getting ready to aggress a main here. No damage done. Shazam takes a little bit of damage, but no good damage done to either party there, as Thief is the one to spot all of G2 coming through. Flya able to take out Dapper, is going to make it a 5v4 now. Flya also going to take out Oxy and Penny, looking for more. Not going to find it, though. Whippy shuts down Flya. Sim, though, with the op, going to take out Whippy. Shazam going to take out Thief and Sim, though. Now it's a 1v2. Could this be a possible clutch situation? Takes a little bit of shock dart damage. And Proto going to finish it off. No hope for Shazam. And now Moist Moguls, that win streak I talked about they needed to start to shut down G2's economy, well, they just had it. So G2's now It's such bad economy. I think they're gonna have to save here. I mean, they have a little bit of money. Maybe they could light buy, but it will overall be a save here. G2 taking a timeout. You get these nice player cams here. My question would just be, what can G2 be doing differently? I think maybe they're allowing themselves to be caught in these choke points a little bit too quickly. I think they're afraid of aggressing mid because that operator is on Sim and they're afraid of it. But you can be afraid of Sim's operator all you want. At the end of the day, you want to be playing your cards to your advantage, right? So if you're always afraid of Sim's op, you're never going to push mid, and then you're just always going to be caught in those choke points. So I think G2 needs to start pushing both through mid and through main at the same time, because they have been pushing through mid a little bit some of these times, but then it's like the majority of them are coming through mid, and then they get in the same issue where they're caught in those choke points. So they need to be doing these split pushes, maybe testing the water on either site, hoping to find an early pick. Something like that where they can try and gain a little bit of an edge would definitely be useful for them. And, you know, going into a save, they're not really going to be able to do any of that, but we'll see if that is the direction they move in. Now G2 getting ready to push into A here. And they've got 4 coming in through main. It looks like maybe they're going to send some mid. They've got Dapper working on mid through B-Link. I call it B-Link, but apparently that is what's called tiles. I think that's just called stairs or upper or something. I don't know. I don't know what any of these places are called. It's probably the one of the areas I'm lacking in. Oh, good damage done by Flya. Thief able to take out Oxy because Flya did some good damage there. Oh, the Flya with the double headshot as well on Whippy and Dapper, and then Sim. The pick on Shazam cleaned up very quickly by Moist Moguls, and once again, G2 fell victim to those choke points, in particular that choke point in Tree. They fell victim just all pushing through there, and Moist Moguls could just, it was almost like farming them, able to take out one after the other very, very quickly and in succession. So that results in a flawless round, and now Moist Moguls Econ is going to start to get a little bit bigger. We've got a null command for Flya. We've got the Cosmic Divine for Thief. We've got a Hunter's Fury for Shazam. We've got the Knives for Oxy, and then we have the Shadows of Darkness, whatever, blah, 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 for Whippy. Whippy able to take out Sim, speaking of Whippy, but Thief able to trade it off, although Oxy gonna trade Thief off, which means now G2 has the player advantage. Hopefully for them, they don't blunder it. They do realize, alright, let's not get caught in this choke point, and they back off. That's definitely something they talked about in that timeout. I'm glad for them that they started doing that. And the drone comes out, which does deny Flya an early pick or early good vision there. Flya able to blind all of them, but only able to find one, which is not what you want. You don't want trades when you're down on players. Dapper gonna be able to take out a Proto as well, which leaves Brock all alone, no util to use, gets caught in the knife. Gonna find one, but again, you can't afford trades when you're down. That was poorly played there from Flya, is what I'll say. I think he flashed all of them and then didn't know where to look, or didn't know who to shoot at, and yeah, resulted in a pretty poor play there. That being said, it's going to be another full buy from Moist Moguls, as well as a full buy from G2, but there's 4 ultimates for Moist Moguls to utilize this round, and I imagine they will come out. Cosmic Divide, Hunter's Fury, Viper's Pit, Null Command. G2 still has 3 to use, but I doubt those knives will be used, but the Hunter's Fury may definitely be used to try and counter something. The Viper's Pit, which I talked about Moist Moguls having, comes out in A main. And now the Hunter's Fury, which I also talked about Moist Moguls having, comes out as well. And it does good damage to Oxy, able to hit Oxy once. So, you know, it doesn't take Oxy out, but it does do some damage there, which can definitely be useful. So that does mean G2 is going to be working with, you know, lower health on one of their players. Now G2 going for that split push, which I was talking about, trying to go through main and tree at the same time, so you don't allow yourself to get caught in those choke points. Oxy very low in health though. Thief gonna be able to take advantage of that. Sim with the op coming in for the flank with the op. Whippy able to take out a Proto, but Sim at the same time takes out Penny, and then Brock takes out Dapper, which leaves Whippy and Shazam in a 2v4. It's not impossible for them to play around, but Moist Moguls knows where they are, which will definitely make it difficult to play around, to say the very least.
Man, breaking through this feels like an impossibility. Now that said,
And Thief, not even gonna give them hope. Able to double headshot Shazam and Whippy, making it look easy with that transfer. And now Moist Moguls has taken that 6th round, which means it's impossible for G2 to take the lead going into the next half. That being said, it's a defense-sided map, so of course Moist Moguls is supposed to take the lead going into the next half. Now, the question is, how big will that lead be? We'll see. It's only 6, they've only taken 6 rounds right now, which means they don't even have the lead yet, which means G2 can still deny it, but it's about to be a save round from G2. So Moist Moguls' job right now is to just get as many rounds as possible, make that gap as wide as possible. G2 should be trying to close it up if they can. G2 taking a timeout here. Is this their 2nd timeout? They must feel really, really confident in their defense. And honestly, if you're going to use both of your timeouts in one half, I would use them both on the half where you're not favored to win. The main question though is just I don't know. I would not recommend that. So what you've just done is likely Moist Moguls won't have to use any other timeouts in this half. So if Moist Mogul starts to struggle in the next half, they're able to use one. They can start, and if that converts to a comeback, G2 can't repair themselves because they won't have a timeout to use. And then if Moist Moguls does start to lose some rounds, they've got another timeout to use next half, right? So I don't know if this is a good choice here from G2 to use both of their timeouts, but they definitely would like to deny a good lead for Moist Moguls next half. But and this definitely shows how confident G2 must be in their defense, because they're trying to use these timeouts to secure these offensive wins, knowing that it's going to go to the defense, and they definitely think they will be able to secure the wins on that defense. You can tell they think they'll be able to take the majority of the wins next half once they're on their defense. And I can't blame them. Both of these teams do seem to do better on their defense than offense, just from what we saw on Lotus. And just from what we've seen from G2. We know their Ascent defense is pretty crazy. So, we'll see, though, if G2 is able to deny some good action here. Moist Moguls gonna get pushed, actually, completely denied mid control, which means G2 is allowed to push through market. Brock gonna deny some of those pushers, able to find one pick. But Oxy is still trapped there on the switch. Not gonna really be able to do a whole lot here. And Spike is down mid. That was a good early pick there. Dapper, and it looks like G2 is gonna try and push A here. Maybe they're hoping they can take A control and then Oxy can grab the spike and rotate with it. I'm not entirely sure. Now, Oxy still hasn't been cleared. He may have one of the best drops I've ever seen. No. Not quite. He pushes out a little bit too early, trying to help his team. And Thief going to be able to take out Dapper as well. So it's going to be a 2v5 for Whippy and Shazam, and they don't have the spike. In fact, they're not even near the spike. They don't have a chance here of potentially taking the spike. At this point, they're probably just looking for kills to maybe pick up a gun and then save. Whippy and Shazam each find a pick, so they're each able to pick up a gun. What on earth did I just witness? It looked like Sim was showing Shazam where the gun was. Shazam's able to find the pick. The Omenal comes through, and they're going to be able to grab that spike. Now it's a 2v2. Shazam down to 20 HP, but he was able to pick... I'm baffled by what I just saw. Moist Moguls sends that arrow through. Denies a little bit of good vision here. Fly going to be able to take out Shazam, and now it's a 1v2. Whippy able to take out Brock. Fly going to take Whippy out. It's an expensive round for Moist Moguls, sure, but they do still secure the win. And that was one of the strangest performances I've ever seen. One of the strangest rounds I've ever seen. But yeah, G2 does take that loss there, which means Moist Moguls has taken the lead going into the next half. The question is, how big will that lead get? They can make it 8-4. I mean, I'd say that's a good amount for G2 to have, is 4 rounds. If Moist Moguls can get to that 9-3, that's an even... honestly, at that point, I'm like, alright, you're in a really nice spot here. Now, there's one ult for either team to use this round. We've got the Cosmic Divide for Thief. We've got the Lockdown for G2. And I imagine we'll see both of those come out because both of these, or this round will be pivotal. If G2 can secure this round, it'll put them in a really good spot to secure the next round as well, because they'll have good econ. versus if Moist Moguls can secure this round, it's gonna give them a good chance of making it 9-3 going into the next half, and preventing 8-4 or preventing 8-4, which is the best case scenario right now for G2. So yeah, Moist Moguls definitely hoping to secure this round. They do completely give up A site control. So that does mean that G2 can get this plant down and the post plant can be played. So it's up to Moist Moguls to do this retake. We'll see if it's executed well. Whippy was on top of that generator, decides to back up. He knows he's exposed there. The attacker lockdown, though, comes out, and it's going to be really good to play time, which means Moist Moguls is going to have to play back or try to aggress through Heaven. And they do it well. Fly and Sim each find a pick. Sim finds another. Now it's a 2v5 for the remaining G2 players. The shorty coming through from Sim, not going to find a pick. Penny also going to be able to take out Brock. Finished off by Flyer, though. Now Shazam's alone in a 1v3. Can he clutch it up? He sends the shock darts through to try and stop the defusal. But they're not going to. Defuse is going to come through. And this round, which I said would have been pivotal for G2 to win, does not go to G2, which means their econ now going to start to be in a bad spot as we move to the last round of this half. Moist Moguls might be able to make it 9-3 going into the next half, and it seems that timeout that G2 took was not utilized well, and you do have to wonder, should they have saved it for next half? We'll have to wait and see. I think... Actually, have we seen... I think we have, although I don't know if we've seen it in Challengers. I think we've seen it in Americas, where a team uses 2 timeouts in one half, or in the first half. But yeah, I don't think we've seen it yet in Challengers, where a team uses both of their timeouts in that first half. This is a very rare occurrence, and we'll see if it'll pay off.
Just not an answer for Sim and Playa right now. G2 trying to pull off at least.
Now G2 getting ready to aggress here.
As there's pressure at B main, pressure at A main. Spike is not in anyone's hands.
Ooh, Sim looking, trying to find that op pick. Manages to escape with his life, barely. Is definitely punished for missing that shot. And now G2 needs to figure out, okay, do we just push through mid now that we know we might have mid control? Or do we back up? How do we play this? And it looks like they're just going to go to garage, and that may not be a good choice, because again, it's that choke point. We've seen them get stuck in so many times. Brock going to take out Oxy, and the entry's been denied. Does G2 back up, or do they keep pushing through it? We'll see. The Nanostorm prevents the drone from pushing up very far. Yep, that choke point is utilized. I said maybe they should back up, but they didn't. Now Whippy's alone in a 1v5. He doesn't have the spike either, so he has to try and push for it. He can't get his ult up to try and run to the other site and grab the spike. He's pretty stuck here. He's gonna have to try and push it. It's the last round of the half, no point in saving, and Brock gonna take Whippy out. 9-3 from Moist Moguls, that's a good amount of rounds. We'll see if G2 can maybe take the 9-3 curse. Can they pull through on their defense like they seem to think they'll be able to? Again, they used both of their timeouts on their offense, which tells you that they are pretty confident that they'll be able to do well on their defense. They just wanted to secure as many offensive rounds as possible. Like, because they didn't use those timeouts on their offense, on their defense, it likely means they think they can pull together on their defense. We'll see if they're able to. I mean, we'll see if that is what ends up happening. Personally, I'm not sure that is what's going to happen, but you know, we'll see. Moist Moguls has 2 timeouts of their own to use this offense, if they would like to try and pull through here. You know, if it doesn't go well for them. The Proto gonna nearly be caught there, but gonna be able to escape. And the 3 pushing out aggressively on B is actually not gonna be a good choice for G2. Fly able to take out Whippy as well, leaves Dapper alone on A site, and so if they can clear Dapper out, which they do, it leaves site open. So the Spike's gonna be able to go down. G2 now gonna have to play this retake. Destroy the door. Thief gonna take out Oxy. The flashes come through. They want to aggress this. They're able to take out Penny. Now it's just one there, and they're able to take him out. Flawless pistol round for Moist Moguls. That is pivotal for them to win. It puts G2 in a really tough spot, because now Moist Moguls is gonna widen the round gap they already have, or the lead that they already have, and G2 needed that to try and make that 9-3 curse come into their favor, because now that they haven't been able to secure that pistol round, it's going to be a really difficult climb for them. Boys Moguls now going to be able to force here, going to have better guns, should be able to secure this round, and then G2 will have to make a pretty insane comeback if they want hope of coming back. And yeah, Moist Moguls, I feel like they're going to do a little bit of a split push. This is what we didn't see G2 doing, which is split pushing. So you're looking for early aggression to avoid getting stuck in those choke points. And it's going to work out this round because they do clear A site completely. And Shazam finding that pick on Thief as well gives Moist Moguls even more confirmation that, yeah, we'll just stick at A. So they do get that spike down. Now, Proto is still in the lobby. In mid-link. Ooh, not quite able to find and take out Shazam. Oh, Dapper. Nice headshot there. Going to take out Brock. Shazam, who's been able to pick up a gun, is able to take out a Proto. Flya, though, going to take out Whippy. Now it's going to be a 2v4. But Moist Moguls does have a little bit of a positional advantage here. Potentially. This retake will be difficult for G2. Door comes down. Sim, Flash, is still going to be able to find that pick. Oxy, though, takes out Flya. Oh, not quite going to spray transfer from that distance. You gotta tap it, but he doesn't. So this round does go to G2. Surprisingly, the eco does turn into a win for G2, which puts Moist Moguls in a little bit of a bad spot. But they also saved some of their econ, so they wouldn't be at a complete econ disadvantage coming into this round. So they have decent guns, but now it's going to be a little bit of a bonus round from G2 versus a eco from Moist Moguls now. So you know what? I said it did not look good for G2 off of Moist Moguls winning that pistol, but this could be what G2 needs to start to make a comeback, to get that 9-3 in their favor. 9-3, what about a 10-4? It's basically the same thing. Oxy peeking out. A little bit of util is going to push him back. He doesn't actually see anybody, I don't think. Or maybe he does. I think he does, because Moist Moguls is ready for him to peek out here. But Oxy doesn't. Oxy backs up. Ooh, Thief. Just barely going to whiff those shots. I mean, you know, he's moving while he's shooting. So what's going to happen? So he does get taken out. Now it's going to be a 4v5 for Moist Moguls' remaining players. 2 of which are coming through Market. 2 of which are coming through Garage. There's some Killjoy util to ward off the push through Garage. And it may be good at doing so. Shazam going to be able to take out Fly, but a Proto and Sim each finding picks of their own is going to tie it up and make it 3v3. Guns are also going to be able to get picked up here. The Spike's going to get onto site. It's going to go down. A Proto's going to plant it. And Sim pushing up into CT, going to be able to find a pick there. Penny going to take out Sim for a trade, but now Penny getting warded back. That util is going to push him back quite heavily, and it's going to be a 2v2, but Moist Moguls... Actually, Moist Moguls is more down on health than G2 is. Sorry, I thought they were low. Penny's low, but Whippy is still at 100%, 150 health. And Moist Moguls going to be in a tough spot. Proto, Sheriff headshot. That's all it takes. Takes out Whippy, and now it's going to be a 1v2. Not going to win against a Proto. And 3 kills for a Proto this round, and that Sheriff looks deadly as always. Those 2 players are going to be able to pick up guns, and both teams have secured a win on their eco. You know what? Let's trade eco around, sure. I mean, from Moist Moguls' perspective, they're thinking, yeah, we can do this all day, because they're up so many rounds. G2 can't afford this. G2 needs win streaks here. So, yeah, Moist Moguls definitely going to be in a better spot here. Or in a decent spot here. Sim has some knives to use if you'd like, and then there is the Hunter's Fury for Shazam. We will see how that ends up being utilized. Sim gonna be able to take out Dapper. Odin spam coming through, looking for more. Sim's been pushed up pretty aggressively. The flash comes through. He finds 1, 2, looking for a 4th, and not gonna find it. 3 kills for Sim though. Does make it now a 4v2. Oxy coming in from Market, and Whippy now coming around the back to help him from Market as well. But it's going to be 3 on site and 1 from Garage for this post plant. Whippy gets spotted. Thankfully for G2, it wasn't Oxy, because that Odin spam definitely would have come through. Oxy going to be able to take out Brock. No more Odin spam. It's going to be 3v2. can. They still haven't cleared the one in garage. Fly gonna take out Whippy. And Fly also gonna take out Oxy. I mean, Fly just gonna shut it down quickly. And now Moist Moguls has secured that 12th round. So G2 has to win 8 rounds in a row here. I don't know if they can. After such a dominant performance from G2 on Lotus, I mean, it wasn't super dominant, but it was decently dominant, 13-9. I definitely did not expect Moist Moguls to destroy G2 here. That being said, Moist Moguls last week against Mad Lions, I believe the score on Ascent was 13-2. So Moist Moguls definitely is confident in their Ascent play. I didn't know, I wasn't thinking he was this confident. Ooh, the Judge not going to be good for anything. Because it gets Flash, gets taken out. Flya also going to take out Oxy. In addition, the Judge on Dapper. Now it's going to be a 5v3. Moist Moguls has the player advantage here. Ooh, nice flick there from Sim. Going to take out Penny. And now it's a 5v2. Both in CT. Thief coming in for the flank. It may be the decider here to finish it off. Pulls out that Phantom. Takes out Whippy. And now it's just down to Shazam. Finishes it off. And we're going to a third map as it's a flawless final round to finish it off for Moist Moguls. They looked impressively dominant on Ascent. I said it was a bit of a coin toss as to how I thought it was going to go. I was wrong, alright? But I mean, I knew Moist Moguls was powerful on it, but also they showed how powerful they were on it against Mad Lions, which, you know, it's Mad Lions. You know, I'm not anticipating an incredible performance from Mad Lions against anybody. So I was sort of like, alright, yeah, Mad Lions just isn't good at Ascent. But I guess that was a show of how good Moist Moguls is at Ascent, because then they did another dominant performance against G2. 13-4 is really, really solid here. I mean, yeah, I mean, no, it's not just really, really solid. It is unbelievably impressive. This was, yeah, this was just a really, really solid performance. That's pretty much all that I have to say. It's just, it was a really, really impressive and solid performance here from Moist Moguls to really prove, hey, you know what? Yeah. Sure, we shouldn't have picked Lotus. My bad. But look at our Ascent. You thought you had a good Ascent. Look at ours. And yeah, I'm looking forward now to Haven, where although G2 did really well on Lotus, which is another 3-site map, which is another offense-sided map, I have a little bit more hope now for Moist Moguls to maybe take it. I did not expect them to do well going into Ascent, and then they very much so exceeded my expectations. So now I'm interested to see how this next map goes. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see how this one ends up. Especially after just like, I don't know. Did they play? Hold on, I'm gonna keep looking at this matchup here. They didn't play on Haven, right? No. Whoa, they did. And that's the one that OR won. Oh, G2, you are not gonna be looking good here. Yeah, no. Now I'm really looking like it. Now I'm really liking how this looks for Moist Moguls. As one of the maps that G2 lost on against OR, in fact, the first map that G2 played against OR was on Haven, and they lost 13-9 against OR. So G2, their Haven, not looking great. I mean, they've had time to practice since then. Will it be enough? I mean, has Moist Moguls... I don't think they played against Mad Lions there. Yeah, no, it was a Lotus play. Also dominant. But, yeah, yeah, I'm definitely I'm looking a little bit more optimistic towards maybe Moist Moguls can take this. Maybe. We'll see. I need these scores to be inputted here. Do 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 do. It seems my pick'ems this week are not off to a good start. Although if Moist Moguls does beat G2, I suppose it'll be a bit of a good start for sure. I suggest you move. That's the wrong thing. Waiting for these scores to be inputted. Just waiting for these scores to be inputted. Cough, cough. Wink, wink. That's when you do it. Oh my god. Well, so, no, I mean, I think G2's, it's just interesting to me because I feel like G2's first half did not look that bad. Like, I feel like it looked decent. It's just surprising at how bad it did end up going. What are you waiting for? What is taking so long? I don't understand why the first series gets put in so quickly, but then the second series always takes longer. Oh, there we go. All right. So 4 and 13, 4 to 13 is yeah, not at all good for G2. Their second half, I honestly think it looked better than their first half. Maybe, I mean, not. It's just hard to tell because there wasn't a whole lot of the second half. But like their first half was just really bad from G2. Honestly, I feel like G2 didn't look too bad in the second or in the first half. Like I think they had some good rounds in there. It just like at the end of the day, they just lost so many that it was nearly impossible to try and fight back against that. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely strange because I feel like G2 could have done better. Like it didn't feel like they lost that many rounds. You know what I mean? Like it didn't feel like it was that dominant of a performance. But Moist Moguls, like, because 3-9, like, that's not a bad amount for being on the offensive and defense side of map. It's just that when it switched sides, all of a sudden, like, G2 just could not get a footing. And especially in these last 2 rounds, it was, like, not at all there for G2. Yeah, I mean, just look at Shazam and Whippy, those top 2 dogs for G2. They just were not really able to carry their team as much. They needed Oxy to be doing those entries, and, well, he wasn't. You look over at Moist Moguls, you got Flya and Sim, both of those more aggressive agents in those top spots. 22 kills each, respectively. 10 assists for Flya, and those were a lot of those flash moves we saw coming through. 327 ACS is insane. 325 is also insane. 2 players with above 320 ACS is unbelievable. And then you've got Thief, who's also above 220. And then, you taper off Brock and a Proto, maybe not with as many kills, but still doing really, really good, respectively, in their supportive roles. I mean, look at Brock with 9 assists. 8 and like 6 assists for a Proto. I mean, we saw a Proto look really disgusting with that Sheriff. Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot to talk about just because of how one-sided that was, and how much or how well Moist Moguls did end up playing there. I mean, 41% headshot from Sim. That is crazy, and he was opping a lot of that too. So 41% headshot is even more insane to think about. 38% from Fly is really crazy. 39% from Thief. I mean, this was just an impressive overall performance from Moist Moguls, and it really goes to show that, yeah, they sort of know what they're doing on a set, maybe a little bit.
Another series goes to map 3 after both teams fail to secure their own map selection. It's opposite day here for NA Challengers, as both in Series 1 and Series 2, both teams seem to struggle with winning their own map selection. In this instance, it means that G2 and Moist will be going to map number 3, which is going to be Haven. But let's be honest, let's call it what it is. Map number 1 was close. Map number 2 was brutal. Moist looked to outclass G2 up across both sides of the map, something they struggled at on map 1. I mean, you kind of look at this series now and you go, hey, if Moist could just figure out how to play the other side of Lotus, this could have been over already, Shift.
Yeah, it definitely could have been. I mean, both teams looked so good defensively on Lotus. Both are going to have to go back to the drawing board when it comes to the offense. Not necessarily, though, the case here. Really solid stuff from Moist Moguls on both sides of the spike, in particular 4 to 5 post plants, but 12 first kills. At one point in time in the first half, we were talking, Dustin and I, about how it feels like these rounds are almost determined in the first 30 seconds because Moist Moguls keep finding a way to keep G2 pinned up, and a lot of it did come off of early first blood. So some remarkable moments throughout, but ultimately Moist Moguls looked like the better squad from start to finish, which is very rare for us to say on G2, talking about maps like Ascent where they have not largely even been touched anywhere by anybody. But Flya goes 22-8, Sim 22-10,
and again, like this just goes to show, like, Moist Moguls, I believe it was like 13-3 against, was it like 13-2? I think it's 13-2 against Mad Lions last week. I'll pull it up again here. But yeah, like, it was not close at all. Like that match on Ascent against Mad Lions. Yeah, 13-2. And both of the Mad Lions wins were while Moist Moguls was on their offense, right? Moist Moguls starts on their defense here, and they were showing that they started on their defense. And again, like I said earlier, like, I thought, okay, you know, they beat Mad Lions because it's Mad Lions. Because Mad Lions is not that great of a team. Moist Moguls was able to take advantage of that. But then they go up against G2 and go 13-4. Like, that is just ridiculous against number 3 right now. In circuit points, number 2 in that went number 2 in mid-season. Like, this is just not what you like. This is not an Ascent performance, especially from a team like G2 who historically does better on Ascent. And the fact that G2 did not pull through on Ascent here against Moist Moguls, if I'm G2, I am worried. Okay, because the map that Moist Moguls won was just dominant. We'll see if Moist Moguls is able to figure out their offense of Haven and their defense, if they're able to pull through on that. Same goes for G2, who just wasn't really able to pull through on either side on Ascent. But again, G2 did decently well on Lotus, and it's another 3-site map. It has a lot of the same advantages as Haven, albeit those advantages are way more extreme on Lotus, and you're able to take advantage of them a lot easier on Lotus. But that being said, it's still a similar map to Haven, right? So I think G2 may have a slight edge, but I think if Moist Moguls can pull out just as impressive of a performance as they did on Ascent, I mean, we could be looking at another insane map here for Moist Moguls.
You like their chances here?
I am definitely interested to see how this pans out, because I feel like not only does Moist have potentially better track record on the map, even if, again, maybe smaller sample size, but they've got momentum on their side. Yeah, you could argue that map 1 into map 2, maybe there was a bit of momentum. It was a comeback, so it definitely makes it a little bit more painful for Moist Moguls to lose their map after being up by such a heavy margin. But it wasn't like a blowout like we just saw there. That was a shellacking. Moist Moguls looked so much better than G2 across the series. And more importantly, Shift, and this is something we've talked about, young players have a really hard time taking a beating like that and resetting. And Oxy is a player who typically does not put up a performance that rough. He ended up finishing sub 100 ACS, as did 2 other players on the team. They were really having a hard time getting things going. So the fear is that this team will have basically the same problem will just roll in to this third map in the series, and it doesn't help that it's already a weak map for them either.
Especially if Moist Moguls continue to play with the same tempo and aggression that we've seen now in both the 2 maps, where they're looking for those jet battles early on. So that is, I think, a huge point to point at, and more importantly, something that very well may dictate the outcome of this entire series. And what a world it would be for G2 to come up as runners-up at the midseason face-off to potentially be 0-2 in their group. I don't think anyone would have had that on their card, but this Moist Moguls team was not a team to shy away from. They have looked improved over the course of every single week in and out, including that midseason face-off. It almost felt like a matter of time before they were able to really kind of square up.
You know, you'll see a lot of teams, you know, they'll start off maybe weak, and then like as time goes on, they get up, and then they go back down, right? But Moist Moguls is a team that's just like going up and up and up and up and up and up, and like nobody's stopping that. Like they just seem to continue to perform better and better and better, and we'll see if they're able to beat out G2 here. First of all, G2 already lost to OR. If they take a loss here to Moist Moguls, they're gonna be really confused at themselves. They're just gonna be like, all right, our first 2 weeks, I don't even know what just happened. We gotta reset. Like G2, although they're probably gonna land themselves a spot in playoffs, it's, you know, you still don't want to be looking like this in Split 2. I mean, we're pretty deep into the season at this point. Sure, it's the first weeks of Split 2. There's been a long break, but that should be even less of an excuse. You've had so much time to practice and restructure yourself. Let's go ahead and take a look at this agent select. Both Sim and Oxy on Jet, both Brock and Shazam on Sova, both Flya and Penny on Breach, both Thief and Whippy on Omen, and then both Proto and Dapper on Killjoy. So identical picks here. I talk about it a lot, about the way you can switch these players out. Sometimes you can use Raze if you want instead of Jet. Sometimes you can use Astra if you want instead of Omen. Sometimes you can use Sky if you want instead of Sova. But all of these players, or all of these agents, this is pretty much the meta. This is the comp we've seen used already today on Haven, but it's a comp or a composition you'll see quite often in pro play, just because it's a solid team comp. It's a solid group of agents, and they all do their job well. Now G2 getting ready to push into A, and it's an A read from Moist Moguls, and it's going to be good. So the stun comes out, which actually prevents G2 from pushing as aggressively as maybe they would have liked. So they do get slowed down a little bit here. They can't rush in. Sovitron going to get destroyed, and now they know there's at least one coming in. Maybe they don't realize how many are coming in from short. Oxy able to find the pick on Sim, but Sim and Brock return with 2 picks of their own. Going to be a 4v3, but Shazam coming in from main, going to be able to take out Brock, and now it's going to be a 3v3. Flya is taking a little bit of damage, but so is Penny, so both breaches are going to be a little slightly below. No util to stop this plant, so the plant is going to go down, and now Moist Moguls has to play this retake. Smoke's going to be good to allow them to push up pretty aggressively. Flya able to find that pick on Penny. Thief going to take out Whippy, gets stunned as well, and now Proto just going to take Shazam out. 3 players left alive for Moist Moguls, makes it a pretty solid first round, and, well, this is another offense-sided map. I've talked about this a lot, but Haven is an offense-sided map. I'll pull up the stats for you as to just how offense-sided it is. It's a 51% offense side to 49% defense side, meaning 51% of offensive pro rounds do go to, or sorry, 51% of Haven rounds in pro play go to the offense side. So, you know, 51%, that's not a lot, you know, it's not an insane amount, but it is, you know, that's a good amount. So, you know, you do expect your offense side to be performing a little bit better here than the defense. We will see if that reigns true here. Already, Moist Moguls has taken the, well, they've already taken the early lead here, but it's just a pistol round, so I won't count it. Now we're going to the second round here, and GG's actually just pretty much been allowed to walk up mid, and now they're going to be able to take site. The breach util comes through to, you know, ward them back a little bit, but it's not going to prevent a plant. Although G2 actually scared, or maybe not scared, but the util has warded them back, and now they're rotating off. You can tell Sim was not ready for that, as Oxy is coming out to assist the rest of their team in a rotate. Catch Sim. They catch Sim, who is coming for the flank. Able to take them out. Moist Moguls catches wind of a rotate, and now they've placed 3 out of the 4 remaining players near A. But now G2 is rotating back towards C. So Moist Moguls has been baited pretty effectively here, and this is why this is an offense-sided map. You can rotate in between those sites pretty quickly, and it'll be difficult for the defense to get there quickly. The util's going to come through, so in response, a Nanoswarm comes out, which gives Moist Moguls some time to rotate over. You do see Brock still lurking on A, So now the entire team is not going to be there for a while. The Nanoswarm is going to prevent the plant for a little bit, which gives Moist Moguls time to restructure here. The spike is going to go down, and now the retake from Moist Moguls can go ahead and start. The concussions come through, the vision comes through using that Sova util, and this execution of a retake is done beautifully. A Proto is going to get away with 3 kills in that retake. I mean, that was just impressive. It looked like G2 had complete site control, but Moist Moguls was okay with that. They used their util impressively well, and that looked, I mean, that looked flawless. I mean, the retake was flawless. They didn't lose a single player in that retake for Moist Moguls. The only player they lost that round was Sim, who they lost earlier, who had been saving, so it was an okay player to lose. Now Moist Moguls going to be taking bonus here, excluding Sim, who's going to go ahead and go for the operator. You know, you got the Jet on Haven. Of course, you're going to pull out that op. We saw Sim play that op so well last round as well, so if I'm G2, I'm afraid. Plus, G2 definitely knows that there's op money in the hands of Sim, so they're going to be scared here. That's why they send that Sova Dart out, to make sure that nobody's pushing out here, and maybe just to get some vision. But some after using some util, they do decide to back up, and now they're probably going to focus their efforts more towards a B or a C push. There's still 2 on A for Moist Moguls, but it does look like G2 will be backing up off of that and turning their attention towards mid, probably into garage to C, as they do have a Dapper posted up C. They definitely could still rotate into B if they wanted to, although there's some smokes there which will prevent them from going too deep into B. Dapper spots Thief early, who is jump peeking out of C, and now G2 is getting ready to push. Turret gets destroyed, and in response, the concussion comes out, which does push G2 back just a little bit. And G2 still stun locked in mid, trying to figure out how they want to approach this. They're sending some util into B to maybe get Moist Moguls to think they're going B, and honestly, it's good, because Moist Moguls does start backing up and using util, but then the stuns and smokes come out on C, and in response, the Nanoswarms from Moist Moguls, which does prevent the plant for a little while. We've seen how deadly this retake can be from Moist Moguls, so the spike goes down, but don't count Moist Moguls out yet, because again, we saw how deadly their retake was. Proto coming in through garage, getting ready to assist in this retake. The operator, for some reason, not scoped in as it's clearing corners. And so Sim gets taken out. Oxy and Whippy each find a pick. Fly able to take out Oxy, but it's traded off. And now it's just down to Brock. May want to try and pick up a gun and get away. Yes, he's going to pick up that operator and try and save it. He should be able to save it, as this spike is going to start to come to a conclusion here. And Moist Moguls does take their first round loss, but it was also their bonus round, so it's around their okay losing. And they do get to keep the operator, which was their only purchase. So the econ going to be pretty stable here for Moist Moguls. Dapper maybe looking to challenge the operator potentially. Nearly does it. Nearly does it. It looked like Brock was maybe going to jump over, but decides to back up. Alright, so that operator going to land in the hands of Sim, and that means the econ going to be pretty decent here for Moist Moguls. G2 going to be on a full buy as well, so it's going to be a full buy from both sides now. So this has gone pretty much how it should. The person who wins the pistol round wins that round, and then the round after, the third round, goes to the opposing team. And now in the fourth round, we're on a full buy from both sides. This is pretty common in how it works. They are anticipating that operator push out from garage though, and it's a good read. Oxy going to be able to find that pick there. Also going to be able to take out a Proto, down to 1 HP though, and you know Moist Moguls knows that, so they're definitely going to try and take advantage of that, and they do. Flya takes out Oxy, and that's the trade he was looking for. Now he's going to try and back up. Still does mean though that the player advantage is there for G2, although it's not 2 players, it is still a player, so they do need to figure out how they want to play this now. And now looks like G2 going to turn their attention towards A, and there's only Brock on A to really lock it down. But also Flya able to get on site as well to help out. There's going to be 1 short and 1 on site, or 1 watching short and 1 on site. Flya going to watch the entry on. Not going to be able to find a pick though. Whiffs one too many of his shots. Ooh, the blind gonna be really good there, and Brock turns his attention to short just in time. It does end up where it's a 1v1 between Whippy and Brock has so much health here, and it needs to be a head tap from Whippy. He's not able to find it. Brock with 3 kills really locked down that site, and although it was expensive for both sides, the win does come through for Moist Moguls, and they will be able to buy this round, although no more operator for Sim, unfortunately for Moist Moguls. It should be a full buy here from G2. There's a little bit of a visual bug. I can't tell if Oxy has knives or not. I believe so, judging by the fact that he's not buying. So I will go ahead and assume that they do have knives. But yeah, there's a Hunter's Fury for Brock here to utilize. Yeah, those knives do come through there. The UI is a little bugged. The overlay is a little bit bugged, but it's okay. The Nanoswarms come out, and they've been doing a good job of warding back the pushes on from G2, which is why that entry is so pivotal. Proto's able to take out Oxy, though, to prevent that entry, but Whippy can be able to trade it off, and another trade comes through as well. Oh, Whippy TP's away to get out of the Hunter's Fury after getting hit by it once, and Brock's able to... I don't think he was intentionally trying to track him down, but he does manage to track him down. Fly gonna find the pick on Shazam. Now the Rolling Thunder is gonna come through, and this retake is going to be very powerful. Both Fly and Brock find a pick. 2 players left alive. These rounds are definitely expensive for this defense, but they're also rounds that are turning into wins. So it's not, you know, it's a give and take. Where Moist Moguls is still looking pretty decently. They haven't been able to build up a good econ, but at the same time, that may not matter too much here if they can really build up some good momentum. Because all they're really hoping is that, you know, G2 will get low on econ, so that way they can win that round, you know, in a flawless or with a good amount of players left alive. So yeah, so far Moist Moguls' defense is looking pretty good. I mean, 4 rounds is a good amount in and of itself, but I did say this about Moist Moguls' defense on Lotus, where Moist Moguls did go into their offense 8-4, so I don't want to say, you know, it's over. But yeah, Moist Moguls is looking pretty solid. 4 is a good enough, is a good amount on its own, so if G2 can, if G2 were to suddenly miraculously win the next 7 rounds in a row, Moist Moguls would be in an okay spot to try and win their offense, because it's an offense-sided map. What on earth? The running gun with the Stinger is apparently better than a Vandal in your face. So Moist Moguls does take quite a bit of player loss there off of that pick. The entry is allowed to come through. Brock does take out Dapper, but Whippy going to be there to trade it off. So now it's just down to Sim in a 1v3. He has an operator. He may just try and push this. It looks like maybe he will. Maybe looking for a pick or something. But I would imagine G2's ready for that. Oh, he's able to find that pick. The knives come up. Could he clutch this? It's a 1v1 now. He's gonna clutch it. He's able to 1v3 the first pick with the operator, do a little bit of BMing to start it off, and now he's going to defuse. And that round, which was an eco round from G2, thought it was going to go to Moist Moguls, but the clutch comes through from Sim. And G2's got to feel bad about that. You know, I was questioning the decision. I'm like, all right, man, you got an off. You might want to save, but he really pulled through there. Sim just looking continuously impressive. We've got the lockdown in the hands. It looks like the G2 esports overlays are a little bit bugged. I think when it says that they have the ults, it goes away. So I think G2 has 3 ults to Moist Moguls 1. And I could be wrong about that. I could be entirely wrong. But I do think, yeah, I do think Shazam has a Hunter's Fury. I think Dapper has a lockdown. I think Whippy has the Omen ult. And a Proto has a lockdown of his own. So we will see how these do end up coming through.
I'll give it an 8.7 out of 10.
That's way more than I deserve.
No, it was alright. Has anyone ever said sensational before? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
You're the first to do it, so props to originality.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
G2 gonna get stunned as they're pushing into mid. The breach util is gonna be good, but not gonna be able to cash in on it. Fly is definitely trying to, but does end up getting taken out. So that means the player advantage here for G2 in this round.
Yeah, they are looking to follow up on that big time. A Proto watching the angle here from the corner.
Proto trying to see if anybody's coming through garage. Just barely catches them. Thief looking to capitalize on it, not going to be able to. And then Oxy able to take out a Proto as well. So that's 3 kills already for G2, and none for Moist Moguls this round. Going to make it a 2v5. And although we had a pretty insane clutch I'm gonna be honest, Sim, you gotta save the op now. You know, a 1v3 maybe, but this is definitely a time where you save that operator.
I think you're probably right about that.
So yeah, we're just now waiting this round to be over. And finally, G2 has broken the win streak that Moist Moguls has. And they finally win a round of their own. And it's a flawless round, so that's definitely a good way to do it. Their execution through Garage was done very, very well. So yeah, I'm definitely interested to see if G2 can continue this. Now again, it's an offense-sided map. Moist Moguls has already taken 5 rounds of the defense, so even if G2 wins the rest of these offensive rounds, it's still a really good amount for Moist Moguls to have. But Moist Moguls is in a position to get to that 6th round, which will prevent G2 from getting the lead going into the next half. And it puts them in a position to go for the lead themselves going into the next half. And Moist Moguls taking a timeout off of their first round loss in quite a while. They are taking a timeout. And honestly, I think this is well timed because G2 just won a round. So I feel like G2 doesn't really have a whole lot that they feel like they need to work on at this point, or at least probably won't be feeling like there's a whole lot they need to be working on at this point, versus Moist Moguls, who will definitely have a lot to work on right now. Off of a round loss, they've got some stuff that they still need to figure out. We'll see if they're able to do so.
Thank God we don't have a prompter.
Yep.
I could get
Definitely curious though to see how this does end up playing out.
We didn't even use it.
I mean, you look at Moist Moguls, their kill consistency is pretty good. I've talked about that a lot. I haven't talked about it a whole lot today, but I do tend to talk about, like, I want your, you know, in a good team, the players will have a similar amount of kills, and you see that from Moist Moguls. Obviously, you want Sim to be on top. He's that duelist, but it's just defense. So he's not, you know, he's not entrying, at least quite yet on the defense. You know, he's a jet. He's probably just going to be playing an operator, so he shouldn't necessarily be top fragging yet. But yeah, so overall, though, good performance here from Moist Moguls. They take a timeout. They're going to have to go into an eco round, and the reason is because I've talked about it before, but Moist Moguls rounds have been very expensive for them.
A poor performance in the last map has had no problem getting into the mix here early, and well,
Sim looking for a pick with that off. The reaction time not there. Would be going to be able to take out Sims. Now it's going to be a 4v5 for the remaining Moist Moguls players. One of their only real guns. Not going to be good for a pick. Ooh, the Hunter's Fury comes out, and it is in the firing. He's exposed. What I'm trying to say. To Penny. Looking for a pick. Oxy coming in for Garage. Start the sentry. Fly able to take out Whippy. Oxy takes out Brock. Fly is all alone. Able to find 2 picks. Or Moist Moguls is able to find 2 picks this round, but 2 is not 5. So that does mean G2 wins the eco round for Moist Moguls. Now Moist Moguls going to be on a bye. They've got 3 ults to utilize as well. Yeah, there's something wrong with the overlay from G2, but I do believe G2 has 3 ults to use. And I could be wrong about that. But yeah, so 3 ults for either side, I believe. I'm guessing. And, yeah, again, that's a guess. Sim gonna push up very quickly, looking for an easy pick. Does quite a bit of damage, but not gonna find a pick. Flyer, though, with the Breach Util, gonna find 2 picks total. And although Sim does get picked off, it's gonna be kept even here. And Moist Moguls has taken control of the spike really quickly here. Thief also able to take out Dapper, which is even better for him, because now they have the player advantage. They can continue to watch the spike. But Whippy, who Omen ulted, is in a position to flank the person who was watching the spike in a lobby, which does mean no more Thief for Moist Moguls.
Craziness happening.
That Omen ults I was talking about. Let's come through. No more ults for G2 though. Whereas Flya, I believe, does have a Rolling Thunder. Yes, he does. So they're just gonna wait. It looks like both Moist Moguls and G2 are trying to wait each other out. See, because G2, here's the thing. G2 wants to be able to get the drop because they want to be able to get that spike down without the Rolling Thunder stopping them. But Moist Moguls knows, hey, no matter what situation we're in, whether it be we're stopping your plant with the Rolling Thunder, or We're retaking the site with your Rolling Thunder. We've still got that Rolling Thunder to use. Speaking of Rolling Thunders, it does come through here. They do take out Shazam, and they know exactly where Whippy is as well. Brock gonna take Whippy out. The retake via that Rolling Thunder, which I did talk about, does come through. Both of these players end up with a kill, and Moist Mogus has secured that 6th round. This is big because, like I already said, it's an offense-sided map, and so if you're even tying it up going into the offense of an offense-sided map, you're in a pretty good spot. So Moist Mogus is in a good spot right now, having 6th round. They can, I mean, they're even in a position to get the lead going into the next half, which would be even better, because again, offense-sided map, so if you're on the offense, you can expect to be getting the majority of those rounds. And so, Moist Moguls, again, they're in a really good spot right now, is essentially what it boils down to.
Now they're going to have a couple ults on the board here.
Concussion comes through. It's been a while since we've seen 2-3 series, or 3 map series in a day that go this long.
Exactly. G2's not going to get information until the alarm bot gets deleted, and they aren't even...
G2 getting ready to push into A, but there are 3 players coming in for a flank from Moist Moguls, deciding to switch it up a bit. There is an alarm bot, which is actually pretty far back, so it'll be difficult for G2 to try and, or sorry, for Moist Moguls to try and play around that, so they will alert the alarm bot. Now G2 knows there's at least 1 or 2. So they actually decided to play back in a lobby, but it honestly looks like Moist Moguls is okay with that. And although they don't know for sure that G2's backing up, it does give them a little bit of good good positional here, or positioning here, because they can continue to come in for this flank. And even if they decided not to come in for the flank, G2 would be afraid that there might be a flank at any time. The lockdown comes out from Moist Moguls, and that is really going to prevent this push onto A. Although those flankers destroyed. Shazam takes out all 3. And there's already been a kill on site. So now it's down to a proto. The lockdown in a lobby, or in a short, does get destroyed. And the spike's all the way over on C. I'm a little confused. Everything happened so quickly. But 4 rounds for G2. Again, it's an offense-sided map. So Moist Moguls, even if they were to lose the rest of these rounds, they're already in a good spot, as they're going to be going into the offense of an offense-sided map. But if they can get more than this, again, they're in a position to take the lead going into the next half. We'll see if they're able to. They're going to a save round, so they likely won't be able to take this round. But the last round, they may be able to take. 2 ultimate abilities for G2 in those knives on Oxy and the Rolling Thunder for Penny, although I doubt those knives will be used. Knowing that it's a light buy, or an eco round for Moist Moguls, they do start forcing out B, or forcing out mid very aggressively, looking for a pick. And they're not going to find it. They do some damage to Dapper, but it's not going to prevent, or it's not going to find any kills. G2 going to start their plants. They're going to be able to. Sim takes a little, or quite a bit of damage. What am I saying? Meanwhile, Fly has been taken out. So that means Moist Moguls not looking great here. Oxy able to take out Thief and Sim in a double headshot. He could be looking at an ace here, but a Proto going to stop any hope of that. And the Shock Dart going to finish Brock off. Now it's a 1v4. Not going to win that exchange. Shazam takes Proto out. And G2 could tie it up going into the next half. Again, not necessarily where they want to be, but it should also be pointed out. I've sort of been ignoring it because I want Moist Moguls to do well. But on Lotus, Moist Moguls, which is an offense-sided map, Moist Moguls had the 8-4 lead going into the second half. And they lost that, okay? Moist Moguls did lose that on Lotus, so, you know, it's not completely out of the picture book that, that Moist Moguls loses the side that they should, in theory, or on paper, have in their advantage. We'll see. Maybe their Haven plays a little bit better than we might expect. We do know G2's not great at Haven, especially after the performance against OR yesterday on Haven, which I believe went 13-5, if I remember correctly. Unless I'm mixing together. No, it went 13-9. Sorry, I'm mixing other matches together. But that is still, you know, a loss for G2. Oh, Thief's gonna be able to take out Whippy. Spike is down, so this retake will have to be played by Moist Moguls. Penny down to half health for G2 though, which does definitely help them. That Rolling Thunder, which G2 has had for quite a while, gonna get used here. Oxy gonna be able to take out Fly, who, you know, is concussed. Oh, CT gonna get warded off by Dapper. Now it's gonna be a 2v4. A Proto coming in though, definitely not at all where G2 expects him. Gonna be able to find 2 picks there. Now it's gonna be a 2v2. A Proto with a Phantom from Long. 4 kills this round as he's able to take out Shazam and Penny. Makes it look easy. And this round does go in the hands of Moist Moguls. Although it didn't really look like it was going to, and it looked like maybe it was going to get tied up by G2. It did not matter. It did not matter. As the counter Rolling Thunder came through.
It's this one from Sim you're watching right now, and then it's the one we just had
Yeah.
to finish the half.
He's talking about how Moist Moguls has had some insane clutches. And yeah, that's absolutely to be said here. And so Moist Moguls takes, although it's only 7-5, so it doesn't look that big. And you're probably thinking, alright, that's not that big. Yeah, but it's an offense-sided map, remember. And now Moist Moguls is on the offense. So we could very easily see Moist Moguls take a good win here if they can use the offense-sidedness to their advantage. Which we saw them doing pretty well, or at least decently well on the offense of Ascent, although that was their second half. Sim, very quickly able to push into that CT side, able to catch Dapper off guard, find that pick. C-Site has been entirely taken, and it's going to be a 4-man flank from G2. But Moist Moguls has been given sight, the spike's down, and now it's going to be up to G2 to try and play this out.
They are going to find contact here at Garage.
Lots of players in Garage that G2 will have to deal with here. Proto, this is a C main. A Proto able to find 2 picks. Meanwhile, in Garage, Thief takes out Whippy. Now it's down to Penny, who's not able to find a pick as Thief takes Penny out as well. 3 players left alive for Moist Moguls. And if G2 had won that pistol round, it would have been tied up like that, because they would have just been able to win the 2 rounds off of that. The fact that Moist Moguls is able to secure that round bodes well for them, because you know, if they're able to take that pistol round, it means they can increase that gap. Plus, again, offense-sided map. So as many rounds in this offense as possible, especially the pistol round, which even on an offense or defense-sided map can very easily go to the side that isn't favored. The fact that it does go to the offense here, or goes to Moist Moguls here, is good for them, because that pistol round can be very, like, it doesn't matter which side is favored. Because it's a pistol round, it doesn't matter. But the fact that Moist Mogul gets it does prevent G2 from just tying it up. And now that they're gonna, you know, the next shot G2 has at winning a round will probably be the buy round. And again, Moist Moguls will be favored for that because they'll be on the offense. It does put Moist Moguls in a pretty good spot here. And I talk a lot about the offense-sidedness just because it's probably some of the best on-paper, easy stats you can look at for how a game might end up. Again, that doesn't mean it will end up in that way. Things can go way differently in actuality, because on paper is never reality. Reality would be too easy then. But speaking of too easy, it looks like Moist Moguls has already taken that player advantage. Brock, who is one of the players on Moist Moguls with a pistol, is even able to find a pick himself before getting to take it out. Flya also finds a pick, one of the players with a pistol. Going to be able to pick up a gun as well. So 2 players for Moist Moguls did not buy or saved to get pistols, right? So that way they'd be in a good spot. And 2 players died for Moist Moguls, which does mean that although this round will be a bonus, those players who saved will be able to buy those players who died guns. And so it'll be a full buy from both sides. It'll be a buy from both sides, where the econ is pretty solid here for Moist Moguls. So Moist Moguls now going to be in a really, really solid spot. Definitely going to be happy about this one, because their econ's going to be, yeah, it's going to be really solid. G2 just wasn't able to deny good econ in that first, or in that second round, which could have been good for helping secure some of these rounds. Moist Moguls made a little bit of sound and through A lobby, but now they're backing up and turning their attention towards B. There is, unfortunately for them, Penny backside, who is holding it down with that breach util. Doesn't matter, it just gets shot through the smoke. Alright, so that means the spike can just go down, and now G2 has to play this retake. And B retake can definitely be hard, but Brock's down to 18 HP, so he may just be... he's one shot, so Moist Moguls could definitely take advantage of that. I forgot Moist Moguls is on the offense. So G2 can definitely take advantage of that. Sorry, my brain's still in the other mode. Fly gonna take out Shazam, Whippy takes out Fly, and Brock takes out Whippy. I think I just misnamed the teams like 5 times in that one round. I apologize, my brain did not switch for some reason. But yeah, Moist Moguls is on the offense. And they just secured that round. So that was the 3rd round, which meant it was a bye round from both sides, which did not go to G2. Which means that Moist Moguls is, they're looking pretty good, to say the very least. Because now they should be able to secure this round, as it's going to be an eco round for G2. And then Moist Moguls, after this round, we could be looking at Moist Moguls at that 11th round. And honestly, Moist Moguls could take a pretty dominant 3rd map here. G2 just really not. I mean, maybe G2 can pick up the pace here, but at least in this round, I don't know if it will. Of course, as I say that, Sim pushes out into a C stack. G2 was ready for a C push, and Moist Moguls realized this, so they back up. They're just gonna back up and start pushing towards mid, is what I would say if that's what they were doing, but they're not. They're going to be playing and continuing to re-hit C here. They played it a little bit slowly, waiting for some aggression in Garage and mid. And it definitely goes well, as Fly is able to find 2 picks coming in from Garage. A Proto going to take out Whippy as well, which leaves Shazam alone. Coming in from CT, may just encounter Flya. He should actually be able to catch Flya off guard, as they do think he is maybe not coming from there. Now, Flya now turns his attention. Maybe if Shazam was just a smidgen faster, he would have been able to find that. But that's 4 kills for Flya this round. And now Moist Moguls has that 11th round. So Moist Moguls is 1 round away from that 12th round. One round away from map, or from series point. And so that puts a lot of pressure on G2 here. And I imagine they'll maybe want to take a timeout. I guess not. I don't think... Has either team used a timeout yet? I feel like some did in that first half. I can't remember. Maybe it was Moist Moguls used one in the first half. Yeah, I think Moist Moguls used one in the first half. I don't remember exactly. All these maps blur together. Moist Moguls makes a little bit of noise. A. Now they're turning their attention towards B. We've seen this already. Will G2 be ready for that? Not necessarily. There's some Killjoy util to try and slow it. It may not be enough. Unfortunately for Sim, he uses all of his knives and isn't going to be able to find a pick with them. Dapper going to be able to take out Flya as well. Sim's taken out. And Brock able to find a pick with his shot guard though. And the Sova drone's coming in from Garage, and Thief is actually on C. I doubt G2 is prepared for him to be that far pushed up, but at the same time, I don't know if it'll matter too much. Now that Spike is on C, the plant is threatened, and they did that intentionally. They wanted to get that Hunter's Fury out of the way. Meanwhile, the Proto's able to find a pick, which will even it out. So now it's a 3v3. Spike still isn't down, and there's definitely some util to try and prevent the plant.
33 seconds on the clock. A Proto is still...
The counter Hunter's Fury does come out, and now G2's focused on a Proto. Brock able to find and take out Shazam using that Hunter's Fury. Whippy's now alone in a 1v2. Spike still isn't out.
It gets Brock off from the initial plant. Alarm bot denied.
You did see Moist Moguls ping on top of that box in CT. They definitely don't anticipate this necessarily. Doesn't matter. Whippy takes out a Proto, and Brock takes out Whippy. So, now Moist Moguls is on series point. They are 1 round away from a win. From winning the series against G2. The current number 3 in circuit points. Number 2 in mid-season. I'm going to keep saying that because it's impressive. But, Moist Moguls is about to beat them, or is in a position to beat them. And G2 has no econ. G2 is on a half buy here. They don't have econ. So Moist Moguls has that econ advantage. They've got 2 ults to use. In fact, both teams have the exact same ults. That Omen ult and the Rolling Thunder. And Moist Moguls trying to come in through A here. Sim does get stunned, so he's not quite able to enter maybe as quickly as he would have liked. Again, both teams have these Rolling Thunders, so what Moist Moguls could do is Rolling Thunder to try and take the site, and you can see G2 playing super far back, and there's a reason. It's because they are afraid that that Rolling Thunder might come out to help them take site, but with the entry by Sim, they know that G2's playing back because they're afraid of that Rolling Thunder, so they're prepared not to use it. G2 themselves getting ready to use their own Rolling Thunder, but in response, Moist Moguls getting ready to use their Rolling Thunder, because if your opponent uses the Rolling Thunder, then you can use your own to try and pretty much counter it. And there we go, that Rolling Thunder comes out, and the counter Rolling Thunder comes out as well, so Sim gets hit by both. But it's okay, because although Octane does take out Sim, Thief's there to trade it off. Brock takes out Whippy, Shazam takes out Thief. Fly able to take out Shazam, though, which means the player advantage still in the hands of Moist Moguls. And there it goes, the final kills of this matchup, of this series, and Moist Moguls has taken a dominant win here.
The mid-season face-off are going to be 0-2 in their group, and Moist Moguls
Apparently doesn't want to resize to my other mode.
Map by was it 13-5, 13-5?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
Yeah. Plus 16. So we're plus 12.
That's big for round difference,
That's
but
huge.
also just big on the fact of beating arguably like another top 4 team in that fashion.
Well, I would say it's a top 5 team.
Well, I think this puts you guys top 3, and then yeah.
Yeah, I would say Moist Moguls right now, they're looking like they're top 3. And I did say in order to start to try and look like they were going to be, vying for that top 2 spot even, they needed to beat G2 here. And they did it. I mean, although their first map didn't look great, you look at Lotus and you're like, all right, 13-9. They went 13-4 and then 13-5 on Haven. So, yeah, I'm more than impressed with Moist Moguls in this performance. It went how I anticipated. I did have Moist Moguls beating G2 Esports in my pick'ems, but maybe not as dominantly as I would have anticipated. And yeah, this is really well put for Moist Moguls. I'm going to be interested to see their matchup against the Guard, because think about it this way. Moist Moguls just beat G2, and sure, G2's not playing as good as they probably were in the mid-season. I think that's definitely a good argument to be made. But Moist Moguls is almost certainly, G2, what am I trying to say? Moist Moguls is almost certainly playing well enough to maybe rival the Guard. So when Moist Moguls does end up playing the Guard, which I don't think is for a while, unfortunately, never mind, it's next week. So next week, come back for that. When Moist Moguls plays the Guard, that will be one of the more interesting series to see, because it will determine who's that top dog in Group B. Because right now, and I think the Guard's next performance against OR Esports, with how strong OR Esports is playing, I honestly think the Guard's round differential still might look weaker than Moist Moguls. Assuming the Guard can 2-0 OR, though, it will put them above Moist Moguls. So then it will be in that series between Moist Moguls and the Guard to determine who's that top dog in Group B. But if Moist Moguls, I'm excited to see if Moist Moguls continues to scale up. It's like I talked about. A lot of teams in Challengers, they come in the first 2 weeks, they go up here, and then they go down. But what we've seen from Moist Moguls is just continual growth. I think each single time that I see them play, they play better and better and better, and this shows it. This series definitely shows it, and I'm excited next week to see them play the Guard. But tomorrow, it's going to be a fun game. We've got the Guard versus OR Esports. It should be an easy 2-0 for the Guard, but it will be interesting. If you're a fan of Moist Moguls, you should watch it, because if the Guard does not 2-0 OR Esports, so if it's a 2-1 against OR, then that puts the Guard below Moist Moguls most likely, just because of how big Moist Moguls' round differential is. Obviously, that is if OR can, by some miracle, take a map up on the Guard. So if you're a fan of Moist Moguls, you might want to watch that just to see how it does end up. And then Shopify Rebellion versus Disguise. That's going to be a fun one. We'll see if Disguised we'll see if Disguise can really find their footing. But yeah, that's going to be it for me. Thank you guys so much for watching. And I'll see you all tomorrow. If you guys did enjoy, make sure to scroll on, see if you're subscribed. If you are, thank you so much. If you aren't, I'd hope you consider it. Yeah, see you all tomorrow.